Chapter 2243. Sacred World, Curse Palace. Curse Thunder and Curse could not return to the Curse Palace immediately. Father, we have to get the Curse Technique and the Curse Scepter from Tion no matter what. Curse Thunder said excitedly. In the secret chamber. Curse Thunder was not the only one who was excited. The others were the same. After returning from the Cursed Thunder, whether the giants in seclusion or the giants outside, they either came in person or with their doppelgangers. This matter was too important. The Curse Palace's palace master was more excited than anyone else. The strength of the Curse Palace's giants had increased a lot from the previous curse technique. He completely believed that the perfect curse technique that Tion had mastered was of a higher level than the Curse Palace's. A few curse techniques had increased their combat power. If they could master more curse techniques, the overall strength of the Curse Palace would increase by more than 10 times. They might even be able to turn the current situation around. However, the Heavenly Soul Stones are not a small problem. Heavenly Soul Stones were not something that ordinary forces could control. The Curse Palace controlled a small portion of these Heavenly Soul Stones. Most of them came from outsiders. They did not control the minds of the Heavenly Soul Stones. Palace Master, no matter what that fellow Tion needs Heavenly Soul Stones for, we have to get more Heavenly Soul Stones. This should be a test for us. I remember that there is a mine of Heavenly Soul Stones in our sacred world. Our Curse Palace has been low-key for a long time. It's time for us to show our strength. Yes, let's take down that mine of Heavenly Soul Stones. This is a good opportunity for us to test that person's attitude. The Curse Palace's palace master was also someone who wanted to do big things. He had already made up his mind when he summoned them here. They had to get their hands on the Heavenly Soul Stones, high-level curse techniques, and the Curse Scepter of the Origin Branch. Let's settle on this. Now, let's discuss if we are going to make a move. We have to strike like lightning and not give them any chance to react. The Curse Palace's palace master said. Everything was settled. All the giants and powerhouses were anxious. I believe that the Curse Palace is going to make a move soon. Lin Fei did not think that the Curse Palace would disappoint him. He had promised to cooperate with the Curse Palace on a deeper level. With their ambition, they would definitely start a small-scale battle. I hope they won't disappoint me too much. Lin Fei needed the Sky Soul Stone for a simple reason. He wanted to use the Sky Soul Stone to refine a soul armor. It was used to block curse attacks. As for the source of the material, it was one of the materials that Little Fiend had filtered out. At first, Lin Fei also had the idea of testing it out. It would be good if there was one, but if there wasn't, then he could only change to another material. Once the Heavenly Soul Stone was in his hands, curse mages would no longer be a threat. This was what Lin Fei needed. Sealed World's End. Lin Fei came again. It's also time to deal with the specters and undead lords in the Boundary Wall battlefield. Lin Fei had always been thinking about the Boundary Wall battlefield. After the auction, he announced that he would be forming an adventurers guild in the near future. It would be responsible for collecting rewards, trading, and other quests. According to Lin Fei's thoughts, the influence of the Association of Adventurers would spread across the entire Saints world in the future. From then on, no one would be able to leave the Association of Adventurers. If he wanted to spread the Adventurer Guild's influence, the most important thing was to open up a path. The major forces didn't care, but for the ordinary forces, if they didn't open up a path, they would never be able to enter the sealed world. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go through the Boundary Wall battlefield. As soon as he arrived at the Boundary Wall battlefield, the wandering specters rushed up, forming a dense black mass. Attack! This time, Lin Fei wasn't alone. Apart from the curse mages, who brought an army, they couldn't participate. The black tide of army didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. The war broke out. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him was a heavily armed spearman, the strongest force at hand. This heavily armed spearman's target wasn't the specters, but the undead lords. The number of specters in the Boundary Wall battlefield was uncountable. Lin Fei's sword slaves and blade slaves weren't to be trifled with. They started a fierce battle. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The army was advancing every day. The casualties were unimaginable. Lin Fei didn't feel heartache at all. These losses were nothing. The number of specters also started to decrease, and they weren't as dense as before. The sword slaves and blade slaves also cooperated perfectly, attacking from the front and defending from the back, adapting to the specters' attack rhythm. Bang bang bang. The ground collapsed, and many earth giants emerged. The Earth Lord is here. Lin Fei remembered that this Earth Lord wasn't easy to deal with in order to break out of the encirclement. The Earth Lord appeared with an imposing aura. Its huge body controlled the earth, sending the sword slaves and blade slaves flying. Heavily armed spearmen, attack. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the strongest army moved out. Kill! The sound of air being pierced through the air enveloped the Earth Lord. In front of the Earth Lord was a large number of earth giants. This was the Earth Lord's ability. Bang bang bang. The heavily armed spearmen turned into black shadows. When the slaughter spear pierced the enemy's body, the earth giants exploded. None of the earth giants present were able to block this wave of ferocious attacks. This was already within Lin Fei's expectations. It was the rhythm of a horizontal push. I want to see how many earth giants you, the Earth Lord, can summon. Batches of earth giants could only endure for a short moment before they were blasted into pieces by the heavily armed spearmen. In the blink of an eye, the heavily armed spearmen arrived in front of the Earth Lord. Hundreds of thousands of slaughter spears landed on the Earth Lord's body. Some of them were blocked by the Earth Lord, and the slaughter spears left spear marks on the Earth Lord's body. What a powerful defense! No wonder a half-step magnate couldn't injure a magnate expert. The Earth Lord roared, and the Earth Arrow shot out from its body, sending the heavily armed spearmen flying. Just as Lin Fei had guessed, the spearman wasn't injured, and the astral armor on his body only had a slight dent. This is enough. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The Earth Lord was very strong, and the magnate realm wasn't its peak combat strength. To clear the boundary wall battlefield, Lin Fei brought 30,000 heavily armed spearmen. When Lin Fei made his move, 30,000 spearmen went up and attacked the Earth Lord from all sides. With the previous example, Lin Fei deliberately shielded this area, planning to take them down one by one. This was to prevent the magnate experts from gathering, and his 30,000 spearmen couldn't hold them off. Lin Fei was also very helpless. The production efficiency of the astral armor and slaughter spears was very low. The Earth Lord was very tyrannical. In a sealed area, the 30,000 spearmen displayed a very terrifying combat strength. Although there were some losses, it was within Lin Fei's acceptable range. One day later, the Earth Lord fell unwillingly. Lin Fei sacrificed 100 spearmen. Victory. Chapter 2244. After killing the Earth Overlord, Lin Fei had an unexpected harvest. A crystal stone. Scan. Lin Fei grabbed the crystal stone and looked at it from top to bottom, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Congratulations, Master, this is a good thing. It is the essence of the Earth Overlord. As long as anyone absorbs this essence, their strength will increase by a lot and they will become in existence like the Earth Overlord. Lin Fei himself was surprised. The encirclement of the dead souls in the boundary wall battlefield this time was actually to break through this battlefield and create a passage. In other words, as long as I refine this memory, I will at least reach the giant realm? Yes, you can say that. Little Devil said, if Master is willing, you can use this memory crystal to cultivate a giant realm powerhouse. Memory crystal, what a pleasant surprise. With the discovery of the memory crystal, Lin Fei was more concerned about these giant realm overlords. Encirclement. With the system, Lin Fei didn't need to pay much of a price. He easily locked onto the position of the giant realm overlords and began to attack them. Flame Overlord, I am coming. This was also the one who targeted Lin Fei last time. More than 20,000 heavy spearmen rushed forward. The attacks of the heavy spearmen were very simple. They were constantly sent flying, but they immediately rushed forward. Even if their chests were caved in, their fighting strength didn't decrease. On the other side of the boundary wall battlefield, a group of people rushed in. The dead souls approached, But before they could get close, they were crushed into pieces. These are the dead souls. Their strength is ordinary and nothing to be afraid of. Everyone just needs to be careful and not let the dead souls get close to you. They naturally have a cold aura. Once the cold aura enters the body, ordinary people won't be able to resist it. On the battlefield, more than 10 people surrounded a middle-aged man in a gray robe. The middle-aged man was telling everyone, "The dead souls aren't our target. This time, our target is the overlord powerhouse in the battlefield." The middle-aged man said, "Wait, you guys just follow this lord. Disciple understands." Disciple understands. Behind him were all young people, both men and women. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Their temperaments were extraordinary. It was obvious that they came from a powerful faction. "Elder Su, you've been here before, so please lead the way. This time, we won't fail." The gray-robed middle-aged man said to the middle-aged man beside him. "Sure." The middle-aged man spoke simply, giving off an unapproachable aura. Another memory crystal in hand. After entering the boundary wall battlefield. This was already the 26th day. During these 26 days, Lin Fei didn't stop at all. Every day, he hunted down undead souls and undead lords. In just 26 days, he had obtained 15 memory crystals. This was a pretty good harvest. Lin Fei had sacrificed 5,000 heavy spearmen, and they had encountered 2 great lords. Fortunately, the great lords were not at their peak, or else Lin Fei's losses would have been even greater. Only 25,000 heavy infantry remained. He could still challenge a great lord by himself. As for those dead souls, most of them had been wiped out by Lin Fei. Now, everywhere he passed, there were only a few souls left. Hardly ever. "There's another great lord in the east. What's going on? It's been 7 or 8 days. Why haven't any lord magnate appeared?" The gray-robed Xianxia frowned and smashed the soul that charged at him with a palm strike. Could he have been killed by them? That's impossible. I haven't heard of anyone entering the World Wall battlefield recently. It is indeed a little strange. Su Kai said coldly, "In the past, we only needed to release our auras, and those overlord leaders would come to kill us. But now, no matter how much they release their auras, they can only attract the souls of the dead. They can't even see the shadows of the overlord leaders. Keep looking." Xianxia said, "Perhaps they are still wandering around. Let's change to another area and maybe we will find something." "I hope so." Xianxia and Su Kai came from the Six Harmony world of the Sacred World, which was one of the top forces in the Six Harmony world. The purpose of their trip was very simple, and that was to bring back a memory crystal so that they could cultivate a great master. Even if this great master could not continue to break through in the future, he would still be a force in the sect. "There's movement." Xianxia and Su Kai held the treasures in their hands as they pushed forward. Everywhere they passed, the dead souls were completely annihilated. The two looked at each other and sensed the fluctuations coming from afar. Could it be that someone got here first? The World Wall battlefield was a public place. Anyone with the ability could enter. In the beginning, all the forces arranged for people to enter. However, the World Wall battlefield was very dangerous. Almost 90% of people died there. From then on, those who were not particularly confident would not enter. Following the energy fluctuations, the two and their disciples chased after them. "Overlord leader!" The two saw an unbelievable scene as soon as they arrived. The Overlord leader was surrounded by tens of thousands of silver-armored men and was in a state of exhaustion. The two could clearly see that the Overlord leader was undoubtedly an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. What kind of force is this? There are more than 10,000 half-step overlords. Xianxia and Su Kai were shocked. The half-step overlords were constantly being sent flying. Although their speed was slightly slower, their battle strength did not decrease. They continued to besiege the Overlord leader. The two were very knowledgeable about killing overlords because they were early-stage overlord experts. Neither of them was stronger than the Overlord leader. "He's going to die." Xianxia stared at the Overlord leader. After a while, the Overlord leader was torn to pieces and left behind a memory crystal. "Should we do it?" Why not? The two came for the memory crystal. Although there were tens of thousands of half-step overlords, they did not think that they could threaten them. At worst, they would just take it and leave. Universal Buddha. The two joined hands and took out a giant treasure. This was one of their sect's treasures. Once the Universal Buddha appeared, heaven and earth seemed to fall into the treasure. The silver-armored spear soldiers were all suppressed and could not move. This item, our Unity sect will take it. Shengwen reached out to grab the memory crystal before anything else. From their point of view, once the Buddha of the heavens was unleashed, who could withstand the might of the treasure? A memory crystal would be a piece of cake. If the other party's strength was insufficient, they wanted to eat these half-step magnates in one bite. Impudent! With a loud shout, a black shadow attacked and slammed into the Universal Buddha. The Universal Buddha shook violently. Even the two's bodies shook along with it, their blood and chi surging. With this collision, the pressure was lost. A black-robed man picked up the memory crystal and turned towards them. How dare you touch my things? Chapter 2245. A blood-colored platform floated above the black-robed man. Lin Fei was very unhappy. Ever since entering the World Wall battlefield, Lin Fei had almost announced that he had taken over this place. Who would have thought that someone would actually come in and snatch the memory crystal? Now, someone actually came out to snatch it. Wasn't this making Lin Fei unhappy? Sheng Wen and Su Kai were shocked at the beginning. To be able to resist the Buddhas of the heavens, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure. However, when the other party appeared, the War Emperor realm made them heave a sigh of relief. How could a mere War Emperor ranker be their match? He was just courting death. Hand over the memory crystal. Sheng Wen was too lazy to say anything. Then scram. To be able to control tens of thousands of half-step giants, no force would dare to underestimate them. Lin Fei turned his head around. Were these two idiots or what? Facing tens of thousands of half-step giants, they still dared to act big. These days, he had taken in 10,000 spear soldiers and used 10,000 points to attack the great leaders to practice their coordination. What big words! In my territory, no one has ever dared to speak to me like that. Through the system, Lin Fei knew that the two of them were early-stage great leaders. They were extremely powerful, even stronger than the great leaders. He still dared to pretend. The two great leaders had seen everything, but they had never seen a War Emperor ranker be so arrogant. Elder, he seems to be that Di Tian. He seems to be the master of the sealed world. The genius disciples behind him recognized him. Di Tian's name was known to almost every household in the sacred realm. Especially recently, the news of the Adventurers Guild had spread throughout the entire sacred realm, causing a huge commotion. Especially after experts like sword slaves could be exchanged, it undoubtedly stimulated everyone. In a short period of time, everyone once again remembered Di Tian. Sheng Wen and Su Kai had heard of Di Tian's name. The news of Invincible Palace auctioning sword slaves and even curse mages had spread throughout the entire sacred realm. So you are Di Tian? Sheng Wen suddenly laughed out loud. You did not obediently hide in the sealed world, but instead came to the World Wall battlefield. What a good plan. Unfortunately, you are going to be disappointed. Elder Su, it's best if we can capture this guy and bring him back. Perhaps we will be able to control the sealed world. Sheng Wen transmitted his voice. A hint of joy flashed across Su Kai's cold face. We've come across an opportunity. We must capture Di Tian. Right now, everyone in the holy world was talking about how this Di Tian possessed secrets that normal people couldn't. For example, he could create sword and saber slaves, and he even had perfect curses. Who knew how many people in the saints' world wanted to capture Di Tian so that they could obtain everything he had secretly? Unfortunately, Di Tian was extremely crafty. He had always been hiding in the sealed world and they didn't dare to enter the sealed world. Di Tian was the hegemon of the sealed world. Even hegemonic characters wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, no one was willing to miss it. Lin Fei laughed. Were they going to catch him? Lin Fei knew a little about what the saints' world had said about him, so he naturally understood what they were thinking from their expressions. It was nothing more than capturing him. The boundary wall battlefield was not a sealed world. It would not suppress the strength of the magnates. No matter how strong he was in the sealed world, he would have to be obedient in the boundary wall battlefield. You're wrong, you're the ones who will be disappointed. Lin Fei laughed. I have never killed a magnates before. You will soon become my best test subjects. Swoosh, swoosh. The heavy spearmen who had recovered turned into silvery white shadows. Tens of thousands of attacks pierced through the air. Bang, bang. The prodigies who followed behind them were either 10-star combat emperors or half-step magnates. Although the distance between them wasn't huge, they were attacked by the valiant heavy spearmen. These prodigies tried to defend themselves, but the slaughter spear pierced through them like a hornet's nest. Only Xing Wen and Su Kai managed to block the attack. This was because they were magnates. The slaughter spear was powerful, but it was a pity that it wasn't a magnate's treasure. The spear was blocked by them as soon as it pierced their bodies. Dion, how dare you kill the people of the Unity sect? You're finished. Sheng Wen's face darkened. He had underestimated the power of the silver-armored man. The prodigies of the Unity sect were also very powerful, but they couldn't even block a single wave of attacks. Everyone knows how to talk big. I said that you're dead meat. Lin Fei activated the Blood Heaven seal. After images appeared one after another, colliding with the Heavenly Buddha. The two magnates were unable to suppress the heavy spearmen. The Heavenly Buddha was a magnate's treasure, and so was the Blood Heaven seal. Its grade was even higher than the treasures of the Unity sect. After more than 10 collisions, the two men's faces darkened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. More than 20,000 heavy spearmen were released and surrounded them. Sheng Wen and Su Kai kept sending the heavy spearmen flying. With every palm strike, dozens of half-step magnates were sent flying. Their star armors were dented. Unfortunately, these attacks couldn't block the attacks of the heavy spearmen. The spear rained down on them continuously. What a strong defense. We can't let this Ditian go. Their Heavenly Buddha couldn't unleash its full power when it collided with the Blood Heaven seal. The heavy spearmen kept surrounding them, but they couldn't kill them. The attack power of the heavy spearmen is not bad. They can block the attacks of the magnates, but they still have a long way to go before they can kill them. Lin Fei didn't make a move. Instead, he observed the combat power of the magnates. After some observation, he found that the 20,000 heavy spearmen still needed to work hard to kill the magnates. With this discovery, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Other than the magnates, no one could block the attacks of the heavy spearmen. Ditian, you have such a trump card. Unfortunately, in our eyes, you're still not enough. Sheng Wen sneered and sent the heavy armored soldiers flying. The realm of a giant is not something that can be defeated with numbers. Lin Fei smiled. That might not be the case. Curse, paralyze. After verifying the combat power of the heavy spearmen, Lin Fei made his move. He used a curse to paralyze the moment he started. It was a curse that was enhanced by the units of source energy. It was a level higher than the curse from the Curse Palace. Sheng Wen instantly felt that his body couldn't move. He was shrouded by a mysterious energy. Quick, stop him. For an expert, a lot of things could happen in an instant. Su Kai had heard that Ditian knew curse techniques, but he had never thought that he would be so powerful. To be able to threaten a great expert at the War Emperor realm, this was definitely impossible under normal circumstances. As soon as Xing Wen was paralyzed, the Blood Heaven seal smashed onto his body with an endless amount of power. He could only watch helplessly. Bang! Sheng Wen was sent flying and smashed onto the ground. Again. Lin Fei attacked again, using the same curse technique. Curse technique, paralyze. The Blood Heaven seal followed closely. Sheng Wen was once again sent flying. On Su Kai's side, he was blocked by the heavy spearmen and was unable to help. Once, twice, 3 times, 10 times, 20 times. He was once again sent flying. Sheng Wen's entire body was covered in blood, his body was covered in cracks, he spat out blood towards the sky. You're shameless. Chapter 2246. A giant expert was smashed to death by the Blood Heaven seal. Su Kai looked on helplessly. He was unable to break through the encirclement of the heavy spear soldiers. That was an initial giant expert. You killed a giant expert of the United One sect. The United One sect will not let you off. Sheng Wen's death increased the pressure on Su Kai. He was prepared to flee. He never thought that a little fellow at the combat emperor level could kill a giant expert. Lin Fei kept Sheng Wen's corpse and smiled. So what if he knows? Can he enter the sealed world to kill me? You are thinking too much. But do you know what will happen to you? Su Kai was startled. He couldn't find a reason to retort. It seemed like it wasn't easy for the United One sect to kill Di Tian. As long as he hid in the sealed world, the elders of the United One sect could only watch. Send a clone? These half-step giants with spears could easily tear his clone into pieces. If 10 came, he could kill 10 of them. Don't tell me you want to kill me. You aren't that stupid. Lin Fei smiled. The blood heaven seal smashed down from the sky. Curse technique. Just as the all heavens Buddha was in front of him, the immense power of the blood heaven seal surged over. Su Kai found himself unable to move. He had lost control of his body, and his blood was churning from the impact. The heavy spear soldiers attacked. The sound of air being pierced could be heard as they landed on Su Kai's body. Su Kai was turned into a beehive. His battle armor was destroyed. His physical defense became a joke. With the blood heaven seal and the strange curse technique, Su Kai, who was an initial giant expert, was having a hard time dealing with them. The heaven Buddha lost half of its power. The heavy spear soldiers were unafraid of death. It gave Su Kai a headache. Diton, you are shameless. You are bullying us with numbers. Su Kai persisted for an hour and was at the end of his rope. He didn't know why these half-step giants with spears were so durable. Even a giant expert couldn't kill them in one strike. They could only leave marks on their bodies. The spears in their hands. They could also unleash terrifying power. So what if you have more people? You are a giant. Lin Fei laughed and activated the blood heaven seal. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Kai was covered in wounds, and he wanted to leave. However, Di Tian refused to let him go, and he couldn't escape at all. If you don't surrender, you're dead. Lin Fei gained the upper hand, but he had to sacrifice more than 300 heavily armed soldiers. Lin Fei was quite satisfied to be able to take down a giant. Surrender, surrender. Su Kai could only surrender helplessly. He had many thoughts of taking this chance to escape. As long as he returned to the Unity sect, he would definitely make Di Tian regret this. As soon as he surrendered, the blood sky seal pressed down. The heavily armed spearman also came forward. He brought a pair of syringes. This is good stuff. You're the first to enjoy it. The power of the puppet worm was still beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Once this thing entered the other party's head, it would produce an extremely powerful control ability. Although his consciousness was clear, Su Kai knew that he was like a walking corpse. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Fortunately, the puppet worms were like a tide, disappearing without a trace. During this period, Su Kai experienced the immense pain brought by the puppet worms. It was a pain that he couldn't understand. It was worse than death. Even though he was a giant powerhouse, he hadn't experienced pain for many years. But in front of the puppet worms, even his strong willpower couldn't withstand the torture of the puppet worms. Su Kai accepted his fate. Di Tian, who was younger than them, now had the strength to kill an early-stage giant powerhouse, but no one in the sacred world knew about this. You should know many giant friends. Lin Fei asked Su Kai with a smile. It wasn't easy to subdue a giant powerhouse, so Lin Fei definitely had to display the power of a giant powerhouse. Yes, Your Majesty, I do know some giant friends. But they're all early-stage giant powerhouses. Su Kai answered carefully. Not long ago, he saw Sheng Wen being killed and turned into a puppet giant by Di Tian, and he was completely stunned. Send a message to them. It's best if they come one by one. Just say that they found a treasure in the World Wall battlefield. You should know how to describe it. Lin Fei gave him a you understand look. This subordinate understands. Su Kai silently sighed for his friends. I'm not the one who harmed you. I didn't have a choice. It's best to start with the weaker ones. Of the two giant powerhouses from the United Sect, One was dead and the other was injured. In the end, they were both used. Lin Fei surrounded the giant overlords, and the pressure was reduced a lot. He arranged for them to be the main force, and their efficiency immediately increased. The only thing he was unhappy about was that the puppet giants were very different from when they were alive. They weren't as agile as Su Kai. The puppet giants were still giants. In terms of combat strength, they were far above the heavily armored spearmen. This was something that couldn't be compared. Lin Fei simply equipped the star armor and slaughter spear, and his strength increased a lot. On the 7th day of killing the giant overlords, Su Kai's first friend came. He contacted Su Kai as soon as he came in, and after getting Lin Fei's approval, he sent his location. Not bad, you've made a great contribution. If possible, Su Kai really didn't want to make a contribution. He would be tricking his teammates. Su Kai's friend was called Sanger. He was a giant primary stage expert from another faction. Back then, the two of them had joined hands to kill a giant demonic beast. When he heard that there was a treasure, he immediately came. Sanger believed in Su Kai's character. Most importantly, Su Kai was from the United Sect. The United Sect was a big sect, and they definitely wouldn't trick themselves. The World Wall battlefield might be dangerous, but there were all sorts of rumors outside. They mentioned that there were all sorts of treasures in the battlefield, and whoever obtained one of them would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Sanger carefully came in and saw Su Kai's good friend. "Where is the treasure?" he immediately asked. The treasure was truly tempting. "It's here." Without waiting for Su Kai to reply, the heavily armored spearmen appeared and surrounded Sanger. "I didn't have a choice either." Su Kai threw out these words and took out the All-Heaven Stupa. Lin Fei's Blood Heaven seal followed closely behind. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense and directly attacked. Sanger's face turned black. He had been tricked. The moment he appeared, the three giant overlords attacked fiercely. At the same time, the Curse Mage was put to use, continuously casting spells, and all sorts of support spells landed on his body. If it was during normal times, it might not be a big deal, but it was different this time. "You are D. Tian." Sanger quickly understood who this person was. Other than D. Tian, who else could it be? "That's right, it is me. Do you choose to surrender, or do you choose to be killed by me and then refined into a puppet giant?" Lin Fei went straight to the point. Chapter 2247. Su Kai, you will die a horrible death. "You're a bastard, Su Kai. Su Kai, let me go, and I can give you anything." Inside the boundary wall battlefield, Su Kai's friends were tricked over one by one. There were a total of 8 of them. Among them, apart from 3 who resisted with all their might, the rest chose to surrender. Then, they were successfully controlled by the puppet insects, becoming Lin Fei's strongest trump card. In a short time, Lin Fei had 10 magnates by his side. Clearing the boundary wall battlefield became a lot easier. They only needed to deal with the magnates. The number of memory crystals in Lin Fei's hands also increased. If this continues, the magnates will be cleaned out in a few days. Seeing the 10 of them besiege the magnates, Lin Fei was very satisfied. For the time being, Lin Fei had not tricked the magnates of the Unity sect. With 10 early-stage magnates by his side, he could deal with a lot of things. He also did not want to alert the enemy so quickly. The Unity sect had lost 2 early-stage magnates. With Su Kai's return, they could hide it for a period of time. Moreover, the early-stage magnates were very free in the Unity sect. Usually, when the magnates went out, unless it was an important matter, it was normal for them to disappear for 3 to 4 years. With Su Kai as a spy, Lin Fei did not have to worry about the Unity sect finding out the truth. Almost a month later, the boundary wall battlefield was almost cleared. There was only one place left. Right now, there were almost no dead souls in the boundary wall battlefield. After clearing out all the magnates, Lin Fei went straight to the center of the boundary wall. According to Little Fiend's monitoring, the center of the boundary wall battlefield was closely related to the formation of the boundary wall battlefield. Thus, Lin Fei came. With 10 magnates under his command, Lin Fei became very confident. Blade Slave and Sword Slave became the vanguard. Several teams went straight to the center. Lin Fei used the system to monitor. It was just as Little Fiend had analyzed. There was indeed an unsafe factor in the center. As soon as the vanguard got close, they were frozen by the cold air and turned into glaring ice sculptures. Lin Fei also felt a trace of cold air assaulting him. Invincible defense was activated immediately. Your Majesty, rumor has it that during that great battle, an unrivaled expert fell in the World Wall battlefield. To be able to release such a dangerous aura, perhaps this is the place where that unrivaled expert fell. Su Kai said very proactively. Ever since he cheated his friend. Su Kai also knew that his life and death was in the hands of Di Tian. His attitude had also changed. Everyone here was a subordinate of His Majesty. How could they gain Di Tian's favor? Su Kai naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. No wonder little Demonis told me not to go near the central area from the beginning. Maybe this is the reason. Lin Fei secretly analyzed, feeling that it made more and more sense. Your Majesty, look, souls are coming out. The cold air here can nurture dead souls. The giants behind him exclaimed. Lin Fei noticed that in the area with the cold yin qi, there were indeed dead souls forming. As soon as the dead souls formed, they possessed battle prowess. This was truly shocking. These days, Lin Fei had always been curious about one thing. Why would the dead souls still appear when they had clearly been wiped out? Now, he finally found the answer. Unrivaled expert, this is a good material. Lin Fei was even more interested in the origin of the cold yin qi in the depths of the central area. The yin qi in the central area was something that even the giants didn't dare to underestimate. In front of this cold yin qi, they all felt a certain degree of suffocation, and it was extremely uncomfortable. At the beginning, Lin Fei also felt uncomfortable. After using the origin energy units, the uncomfortable feeling of suffocation disappeared completely. Lin Fei had to use the origin energy units to resist the invasion of the cold yin qi. Your Majesty, we can't hold on anymore. We can't hold on anymore. The energy in our bodies can't even circulate. This aura is too terrifying. Su Kai and the others were the first to be unable to hold on. Their expressions changed. Their movements became slower and slower. You guys just guard outside. Lin Fei knew how terrifying the cold yin qi was. He didn't intend to let them continue forward. If they all died here, his efforts would have been in vain. Soon, only Lin Fei was left. The dangerous aura also made Lin Fei secretly pay attention. Could it be that, in this central area, there was really a corpse of an unrivaled expert, and this power was released by the corpse? With this thought, Lin Fei wanted to see what was going on. As the position got closer and closer, Lin Fei felt more and more pressure. Thanks to the protection of the origin energy units, he was able to resist. These corpses. Lin Fei walked in and saw corpses one after another. The corpses were covered with frost and looked lifelike. Their faces were also different. Some were ferocious, some were desperate, and some were unwilling. Lin Fei casually touched a corpse. The originally lifelike corpse instantly turned into a puff of smoke. This made his heart sink. Sigh, such a good material is gone. At the beginning, Lin Fei was very excited. Judging from the appearance of the corpse, it was basically a giant-level expert. If he brought it back and modified it by the system, wouldn't it be great? Unfortunately, with a puff of smoke, his beautiful dream was completely shattered. The corpses on the road began to lessen. However, the wounds on the corpses made Lin Fei's scalp tingle. Most of the corpses had a scar on them. They were either beheaded or missing half of their bodies. Basically, they were killed with a single slash. Other than saber wounds, there were also sword wounds. This kind of combat power should have reached the unrivaled realm. Did these break in recently? Lin Fei thought as he moved forward at a constant speed. Soon he saw a different scene. More than 10 complete corpses appeared on the road. There were no wounds on their bodies. Along the way, there were wounds on the corpses. But these 10 corpses did not. They were all intact. Could it be that they were killed by the cold yin aura? Lin Fei guessed. Other than this reason, he could not think of any other reason. After some observation, Lin Fei made a discovery on the corpses. Could it be the fortune gate that created the 10 great cultivation techniques? Among the 10 great cultivation techniques, there was one called the Fortune Divine Art. It possessed heaven-defying might, and it was rumored that when cultivated to the peak, it would have the effect of defying nature and death. Hanging on the waists of these corpses was a token with the word fortune engraved on it. It was impossible for Lin Fei not to associate it with the fortune gate. Lin Fei did not dare to touch the things on the corpses, but the appearance of the fortune gate's people made him ponder deeply. Could it be that they're here for the treasures left behind by the unrivaled masters? Lin Fei dared not be sure, but this thought was very strong. After 2 hours of continuous running, Lin Fei saw a few scattered corpses. Just like before, they were still intact, and the engraved token still said, Fortune Gate. Chapter 2248. The storm roared towards him. Lin Fei's vision turned completely dark. A great terror enveloped him. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. His invincible defense was activated at all times, and the origin energy units were pushed to the limit. The frigid chi in the storm fell on his body. A sea of white. In an instant, Lin Fei turned into an ice sculpture. The storm dispersed. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sculpture exploded, and Lin Fei stepped out. How terrifying! I was almost killed in an instant. Lin Fei was visibly shaken. No one knew better than him what had happened just now. If it weren't for the origin energy units protecting him, he would have died without a doubt. Perhaps, these people were killed by this storm. Lin Fei had a new idea. Little devil, help me keep an eye on this place. If there's another storm, inform me immediately. I don't want to experience the feeling of being frozen in ice again. It's not a pleasant feeling. After the storm dispersed, Lin Fei's vision widened. Something appeared in front of him. Lin Fei saw a corpse. A corpse. A corpse as big as a mountain. The sacred majesty formed a unique domain around the corpse. Before Lin Fei could get close, he felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on him. It wasn't that Lin Fei had never seen a large corpse, but this was his first time seeing one like this. Could this be the corpse of a peerless master? The corpse in the distance did not fall down. Instead, it was standing, like a towering mountain, towering and unmoving. Lin Fei looked tiny in front of this giant. The corpse was clad in heavy armor, and its grade was unclear. It held a giant axe in its hand, and its eyes stared straight ahead. The axe was raised high, as if it would fall at any moment, giving off a feeling that it was going to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Fei observed the corpse for a moment. He could tell that this corpse was different from the rest. It must have been in a high position, and there was only one wound on its body. Subconsciously, Huang Xiaolong tried to reconstruct the corpse. Most likely, this person was about to make a move, but was killed by someone from afar. Clean and swift, without any hesitation. This is probably not a Fortune Gate's master. While he was observing the corpse, many dead souls condensed on the surface of the corpse. Lin Fei was very shocked. Even though he had some guesses when he came in, he was still shocked to see it with his own eyes. Lin Fei tried to get closer, but the pressure was like a mountain crushing down on him. Even if he had origin energy units, he couldn't get close for a while. He had no choice but to give up. Lin Fei was very interested in obtaining a well-preserved corpse. With a little modification, it would be an existence that could sweep through everything. Lin Fei tried to use the system to collect the corpse, but it didn't work. Even if the corpse was dead, it wasn't something he could suppress right now. It wasn't like there was no chance. Lin Fei didn't want to have no trump cards. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the black storm struck again. Lin Fei had used up a lot of origin energy units in the last black storm. If he had to do it again, he would die of heartache. After the storm appeared, Lin Fei chose to leave immediately. Outside the boundary wall battlefield, Lin Fei appeared in a sorry state. Luckily, I escaped in time. A trace of relief appeared on Lin Fei's face. The second wave of the black storm was stronger than the first, as if it could destroy everything in its path. The only good thing was, the black storm did not expand outwards. For the time being, the outside was safe enough. At this point, the boundary wall battlefield was successfully opened. Other than the central area, where he couldn't guarantee his safety, the outer areas. As long as he arranged for his subordinates to patrol and eliminate the wandering dead souls, there was basically no danger. To Lin Fei, the boundary wall battlefield was too useful. To ensure his safety, Lin Fei once again ran around the entire boundary wall battlefield, checking from top to bottom, except for the central area. The rest of the area was safe. The central area was a terrifying place, so Lin Fei decided not to go in for the time being. Who knew how many layers the Black Storm had? If it came a few more times, he might not have enough origin energy units left. Huff! Standing on a small piece of land, Lin Fei felt refreshed. The majestic heavens will energy flowed into his body, as if he had eaten honey. At this time, Lin Fei was in the Holy Realm. Even though there was still a long way to go to the Holy Realm, it did not matter. The heavens will energy in the Holy Realm was far above that of the sealed world. Here, Lin Fei could absorb the heavens will energy as much as he wanted. After the boundary wall battlefield was opened, Lin Fei immediately occupied this piece of land in the Holy Realm. In a few days, he built a huge city, and at the same time, he sent giant puppets to guard it. At the same time, he set up many defensive energy towers. Even if a giant expert attacked, they would not be able to easily break through the city. Lin Fei arranged for more than 10 giant experts to stay in this place. As for the heavy armored spear soldiers, he left 10,000 of them in the city, enough to protect the city from being occupied. Lin Fei also sent people to spread the news. The sealed world was no longer unknown and unknown. Everyone knew that Di Tian watched over the sealed world. All the experts of the Saints' world could do was watch on helplessly. As for the Association of Adventurers, no one thought much of it. Without them opening the path, Di Tian's plan to establish the Association of Adventurers would be in vain. But just as everyone was about to forget, another piece of news spread, and the Holy Realm was in an uproar. Di Tian has occupied the boundary wall battlefield. Di Tian has broken through the path of death that is the boundary wall battlefield. Di Tian is here. When the news spread, everyone did not believe it at first. Everyone knew how dangerous the boundary wall battlefield was. There were many hegemon-level experts who had fallen there. How could a single Di Tian conquer this area? It was simply impossible. The larger forces did not believe it, but some smaller forces held a wait-and-see attitude and rushed over. They saw the city. They saw the city rising from the ground, and saw many black towers. After paying a certain fee, they entered the city. The city was very quiet at the moment, so they went straight to the boundary wall battlefield. That's it. That's great. We can enter the sealed world from now on. The Association of Adventurers that Di Tian mentioned is coming soon. After the first group of people returned, the news spread again. The boundary wall battlefield had really been occupied by Di Tian. Countless souls had disappeared without a trace. Other than that, the giant leader had also disappeared without a trace. The Holy Realm was in an uproar. The larger forces could not sit still anymore. Is that Di Tian really that capable? The giant experts could not laugh at this news. Boom, boom, boom. After everyone was shocked by Di Tian's boldness, the city that Lin Fei had named Sealed City exploded with a sky-piercing aura. The giant experts of the 33 holy heavens all looked over. This is the aura of a giant expert. Could it be that one of Di Tian's subordinates has become a giant expert? This seems to be the aura of the earth. The aura of fire. How many is this? Before everyone could react, the auras of the giant experts were like sharp swords that stabbed into the sky. Chapter 2249. The entire Saint world was in an uproar. Unconcealed auras of giants broke through one after another. Everyone was blinded. Since when did giants break through in batches? Now that Di Tian had matured, he was no longer as easy to deal with as before. He began to set foot in the Saints' world. The various giants and experts were the best proof. Regular organizations could do nothing to Di Tian. Everyone wasn't a fool. They all knew that after Di Tian cleared out the world wall battlefield and obtained the memory crystals of the hegemonic lords, he would be able to create hegemonic lord experts in batches. Even if those hegemonic lords were to be stuck at the initial phase of the hegemonic lord realm forever, they would still be hegemonic lords. That Tian in their eyes was no longer a small fry in the sealed world. He had the ability to enter the saint world. Everyone's mood changed. In just a few days, the 6 Harmony Worlds united one sect in the 20th level started to cause trouble for Tian. They accused him of killing their giants. When this news came out, everyone was shocked. The United One sect also lost a giant expert? That Tian was so capable? This wasn't a good thing. The Unity sect also recently learned that a great master of Xianxia had fallen in the boundary wall battlefield. In addition, another great master, Su Kai, had also disappeared without a trace. This was a huge loss for the United One sect. When the news of the world wall battlefield being wiped out was exposed, the United One sect immediately bit onto Tian. Other than Tian, who else dared to act recklessly? The United One sect sent out a public notice. Their stance was very firm. They wanted Tian to personally apologize to them. If not, they would send people to capture him. If you have the ability, come and capture me. This was what Lin Fei said. The United One sect was furious. That Tian was too cocky. He dared to ignore the United One sect. Tian was the first. Before the United One sect could digest this news, another piece of news came from Sealed City. That Su Kai, who was rumored to have died, shouted at the United One sect. He expressed that he didn't like the United One sect's attitude. For a treasure, the United One sect sent experts to kill them. Luckily, Tian appeared and repelled the enemies. He said that he was willing to join the Invincible Palace and work for His Majesty Tian. This was a huge matter. The United One sect sent experts to kill the giants? Tian helped? The news spread like wildfire. After the Union sect learned of this, they were infuriated once more. This was blatant slander. Tian was simply too shameless. It would affect the reputation of the United Sect. Sealed City. They want to attack our Sealed City? Lin Fei was lying down lazily. Su Kai stood at the side. They've just sent word that they're mobilizing the sect's experts, saying that they're going to capture Master. Lin Fei smiled. That's a good plan, and the reason is good too. That's perfect. My Sealed City really does need a great battle to show off our might in the Saints' world. Let them know that I am not a country bumpkin from a small place. Su Kai said worriedly, Your Majesty, even though the United Sect isn't the strongest sect in the 6 Harmony world, they are still a first-rate sect. Since they have announced this, they will definitely use their strongest force. Shouldn't we? Lin Fei shook his head. There's no need to prepare. I'm already prepared. We're just waiting for them to show up. Ever since the Sealed City was built, Lin Fei knew that such a day would come. If the United Sect didn't come looking for him, he would find a small saint's world to attack. The United Sect was going to attack the Sealed City. The news spread across the entire saint's world under the influence of some people. No one had high hopes for this Tian. No matter which aspect, Tian's side was much weaker. There was a huge difference in strength. Even if they had a giant expert, they wouldn't be able to block the attacks of a few mid-stage giant experts. Tian would definitely lose. This was the common thought of all the factions. Since the United Sect was going to attack, they definitely wouldn't fail. They would definitely go all out to destroy the Sealed City and even charge into the world wall battlefield to destroy Tian's forces. Apart from being a country bumpkin, Tian was also a rich person in the eyes of others. Moreover, he was a rich person without any deterrence. If they caught him, Curse Palace. The higher-ups of the palace were all here. That Tian fellow is really dishonest. He offended the United Sect the moment he arrived. This is going to be a good show. A giant was very disappointed. The United Sect is only slightly weaker than us. Tian probably won't be able to block the attacks of the United Sect's old ghost. I heard that the United Sect is going to send a late-stage giant expert to lead them, along with 3 mid-stage giant experts and 10 early-stage giant experts. The giants present all had complicated feelings towards Tian. Firstly, when the factions snatched the source fruit, this fellow conned them silently, causing them to be beaten up by the top factions. Everyone was still brooding over this matter. Now, everyone felt that the Curse Palace and Dition were working together, which was why they were being suppressed in Fuyun World. All of this was caused by Dition. It wouldn't be wrong to say that they hated Dition. However, Dition had given them hope. After they obtained the curse arts from Dition, everyone's strength soared by leaps and bounds. Even though they had to pay a heavy price, it was clear that they weren't on the same level as Dition. Palace Head, should we help that Dition who loves to cause trouble? All the giants looked towards Palace Head Cursed Huan. Especially young Master Cursed Thunder. His gaze was even more passionate. As the Palace Head, Cursed Huan was also gritting his teeth towards Dition. If it was an ordinary person, he definitely wouldn't protect him in such a matter. However, Dition was different. If this person was captured by the United Sect, the Curse Palace would suffer a huge loss. If he really stood up to protect Dition, Cursed Huan would have to face pressure from within Fuyun World. This matter wasn't easy to handle. Our Curse Palace isn't in a good situation now. We have to save Dition. Cursed Huan made a decision. If Dition falls into the hands of those people from the United Sect, it'll be very bad for us. Everyone agreed with Cursed Huan's words. They had to save Dition. The Curse Palace couldn't lose Dition. Of course, it would be best if they could control Dition. Dition is dead this time. These were the words of Saint Qin Hao, who had suffered multiple times. He only knows how to cause trouble. He really thinks that he can do whatever he wants in the sacred world just because he messed around in the sealed world. The demonic rainbow was in a good mood when she said this. Among the young prodigies, none of them thought highly of Dition. Even though Dition had cleared out the world wall battlefield, in the eyes of outsiders, it was like helping someone else. For example, the United Sect. Everyone's gaze was focused on the small sealed city. Chapter 2250. The United One sect came with a murderous aura. The attention of the sacred world shifted to this small sealed city. Secretly, the big shots were watching the boundary wall battlefield. The secrets in the depths weren't secrets in the eyes of the big shots. The United One sect thought that they were going to torment Dition, which was equivalent to giving everyone a chance to watch. He's here. The one in front seems to be the old man Fong Ming who has been cultivating in seclusion. He hasn't shown up for thousands of years. So it's him. I didn't expect him to lead the team. The United One sect attaches great importance to Dition. I'm afraid ordinary people aren't qualified to let him lead the team. Dition is doomed this time. Giant Fong Ming has been famous for a long time. I'm afraid he hasn't fought for thousands of years. I'm afraid his realm is infinitely close to an unparalleled expert and he has cultivated his own great Tao. Let's just wait and see. The leader was a white-haired old man. He stood straight like a towering tree. He was the leader of the United One sect, Giant Fong Ming. As soon as Giant Fong Ming arrived, the pressure of a late-stage giant covered the sky. Those who saw it were terrified. The scenery behind him changed. There were beautiful pavilions and pleasant sounds. At the same time, a Jingguang Great Tao rose and fell, revealing a chilling, dangerous aura. I didn't expect him to take such an important step and condense the Great Tao pattern. I'm afraid Dition doesn't have the strength to resist. The United One sect has another expert. In the void, several powerful divine senses were communicating. Their tone was also much more serious. The Great Tao pattern could only be condensed by an expert who was infinitely close to an unparalleled expert. No matter who it was, they would be one of the elites in cultivation when they reached this step. Throughout history, even the most talented people might not be able to cultivate the Great Tao pattern. Giant Fong Ming of the United One sect had cultivated the Great Tao pattern and had a high chance of success in the future. Because of this, it was hard not to pay attention to it. Behind Giant Fong Ming, 3 mid-stage giants and 10 early-stage giants followed closely. If one looked closely, a hint of pride would flash across their faces. Sealed City. Giant Fong Ming stopped and looked at the sealed city in the distance. Didn't come out. There were many powerful auras peeping around, which made Fong Ming very uncomfortable. However, those people were not people he could easily offend. This would create a group of enemies for the whole sect. Therefore, Fong Ming could only let them watch. Boom boom boom. The sound was neither loud nor light, but in the ears of the crowd, it was like a bolt out of the blue. Those with weaker cultivation levels swayed, and their faces turned pale as they coughed up blood and fell from the sky. An invisible attack blasted towards the sealed city. In the sky above sealed city, ripples were produced, blocking the invisible attack. Just this attack alone caused the spectators to tremble in fear. The strength of Fong Ming from the Unity sect had reached such a level, it was truly terrifying and invincible. On the other side, the sealed city had blocked the attack from the late-stage powerhouse, which made people have a whole new level of respect for it. Those who were observant also noticed the changes that occurred to the black pagodas. Old man, you have quite the temper. You're already so old. Is there a need for this? Just when everyone thought that Di Tian would hole up and not come out, in the sky above sealed city, Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone in a black robe, looking at Fong Ming with a smile. Fong Ming didn't like being called an old man, so his impression of Di Tian became extremely bad. You still have some guts, Fong Ming said. However, it's useless. No one has ever dared to call me an old man to my face. You're the first one who dares to do so. Either you come out yourself, or I'll personally break your sealed city. The giant behind Fong Ming glared at Fong Ming. His eyes seemed to want to shoot Di Tian on the spot. Haha, I'm very satisfied to be praised by the old man. Lin Fei laughed. However, I can only say that you're not qualified to ask me to go out. Everyone knows the purpose of your Unity sect. If you want me to go out, show me what you're capable of. You're just a country bumpkin. We don't need our elders to do anything. We can deal with you. The 3 giants in the middle stage behind Fong Ming shouted and charged over with 10 giants in the early stage. Fong Ming didn't stop the people behind him from going up. He was just there to keep watch, just in case. With the great path lines that he had cultivated, he could suppress the restless thoughts of many people. The 3 giants in the middle stage were enough to deal with a small sealed city, even if there were 100 of them. Open! The 3 giants in the middle stage each took out their treasures, and so did the 10 giants in the early stage behind them. Boom, 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 boom. More than 10 treasures bombarded the sealed city. In their opinion, the first wave of attack could destroy the sealed city. Even if the formation was there, it wouldn't be able to withstand the bombardment. Well, the attack is not bad. Continue. A throne appeared behind Lin Fei. He turned around and sat on it, saying unhurriedly, "It's not broken? Impossible." Ripples swept across the sealed city. The 3 giants in the middle stage also showed a trace of surprise. It's useless to try to scare us. The dozen or so people attacked once more. Every single one of their treasures blasted down, bringing with them world-shaking might. Not enough strength. Continue. Haven't you eaten enough? No matter how the 10 overlord powerhouses attacked, the sealed city still stood firm and did not collapse. When the huge barrier of light landed on the sealed city, the various factions watching in the dark were greatly startled. They all fixed their gazes on the barrier of light. What a powerful formation! This is the attack of a giant in the middle stage. What formation is this? Why haven't I seen it before? That's right, this is a defense system built by Di Tian's defense towers. I didn't expect it to be this powerful. Soon, someone recognized it. People kept coming to ask, "Do you see those black towers? Rumor has it that they are defense towers. They are very mysterious." That person explained proudly, "These defense towers will automatically absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Unless the heaven and earth collapse, it is very hard to break." Everyone held a skeptical attitude. Was there really such a powerful formation? The experts from the United One sect attacked for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In their eyes, the sealed city was still the same. They couldn't even break the defense. It still doesn't work. What the hell? How can there be such a formation? A formation that could block the attacks of a giant in the middle stage was enough to make people take it seriously. The faces of the giants from the United One sect turned ugly. This was a huge setback. They already had a bad impression of bullying the weak. Now that they couldn't even break the sealed city, It wouldn't take long for the news to spread throughout the sacred world. Lin Fei didn't have it easy either. Little Fiend was constantly analyzing the flow of data. This was the first time he used them as test subjects. Master, I just analyzed. According to this attack efficiency, they won't have a chance to break the defense. Little Fiend sent the analysis. According to the analysis, 10 defense towers can block the attacks of a giant in the late stage. Especially in a place like the sacred world, the heavens' will energy is endless. There is no need to worry about the defense towers running out of energy. Good, very good. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Chapter 2251. The entire space fell silent when they heard this. After a while, all kinds of laughter could be heard. This Tian is really different from the rest. This is too extraordinary. He actually has the mood to promote this kind of array at this time. What a top-grade item. I have to say that the energy defense formation that Tian is promoting is not ordinary. If it's a second or third-rate sect, they can just place a few defense towers there. Even the big shots would have to stare at them helplessly. A few defense towers are nothing. That's right, that giant Fang Ming hasn't made a move yet. That person has cultivated great Dao veins. Once the great Dao appears, it can destroy the heavens and the earth. So what if Tian has a defensive pagoda? Everyone had the same thought. However, the appearance of the defense towers tempted many bigwigs. Others might not be able to see through it, but in the eyes of the big shots, the defensive capabilities of the defensive towers were extraordinarily strong. Who didn't want their sect's great array to be strong? If they could set up such a defensive tower, their defensive capabilities would increase by at least a few levels. No matter what, we can't let the United Sect capture them. Deep within the void, the masters of the Curse Palace were ready to teach him a lesson. After witnessing the terrifying defensive capabilities of the defense tower, there was no longer any hesitation. The Curse Palace required such a defensive tower. The experts from the United Sect were flustered and exasperated. Their attacks were not as stable as before, and their rhythm was disrupted. They couldn't wait to charge in, drag Tian out, and give him a good beating. Only then could he vent his anger. After the time it took for another incense stick to burn, even the overseer Fang Ming's expression turned ugly. A single layer of defense was enough to keep them out. This was simply outrageous. All of you, stand down. Fang Ming clearly saw that his men could not break the defense. If they continued, they would only make a fool of themselves. His hatred for Tian increased even further. When he came, Fang Ming had heard of Tian. This person was one of the dukes of the sealed world, War Emperor realm? What was this? He didn't even need to do anything. His subordinates could capture Tian. Only now did Fang Ming realize that he was gravely mistaken. This fellow really couldn't be treated like an ordinary person. We must capture Tian. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Fang Ming thought to himself. If the Unity sect has this kind of defense tower, the benefits will be unimaginable. Immediately, Fang Ming called his men down and prepared to take action himself. His thoughts also became urgent. What? You can't take it anymore? Lin Fei smiled. After analyzing the data, Lin Fei was quite relieved. We have plenty of time today. Attack all you want. This emperor will not stop you. The experts who went down almost coughed out blood. After such a ferocious attack, the heavens' mandate in their bodies was completely depleted. How would they have the mood to continue attacking? Tian was truly too shameless. What a sharp tongue. Fang Ming stepped forward and an invisible pressure surged toward the defense tower. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you're playing some dirty tricks. In my eyes, you're nothing. Fang Ming naturally didn't want people to look down on the United Sect. As soon as he came up, he put a crooked hat on the defense tower, making it worthless. This was obviously a blatant lie. He had no choice but to continue. Lin Fei chuckled. Crooked ways? Why don't you try? Fang Ming took the field in person. The big shots in the void all attached great importance to it. If Tian's defense tower could withstand Fang Ming's attack, they would have no choice but to re-evaluate the young Tian. The defense tower would represent unimaginable benefits. They had no choice but to change the way they dealt with D-Tion. The big shots who originally didn't want to intervene had changed their mentality. They didn't want D-Tion to fall into the hands of the United Sect. This old man has been cultivating in seclusion since 1,000 years ago, pursuing the supreme Tao. I'm not interested in anything else. You have already piqued this old man's interest. Fang Ming took a step forward and arrived above the sealed city. Then let this old man experience it. Fang Ming stomped down, and only a loud rumbling sound could be heard in the entire world. The power of this stomp far exceeded the attacks of the 10 big shots from before. Rumble! Rumble! Lin Fei on the throne. The surrounding void exploded one after another. In front of this stomp, his body seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart. His qi and blood also began to churn. He immediately activated his invincible defense, and the heavens mandate energy dissolved the traces of pressure. What a terrifying stomp. This was the first time he saw an attack from a late-stage big-shot powerhouse. The ripples on the sealed city were extremely bright, as if it couldn't be stopped at any time. Master, our defense tower is about to reach its limit. Little Devil reminded. Lin Fei had been prepared for this. D-Tion, this is still the power of one of my stomps. Fang Ming said lightly, I'm afraid your defense tower is about to reach its limit. Fang Ming wanted to see fear on D-Tion's face, which would be more interesting. Unfortunately, Fang Ming was destined to be disappointed. Who said this is all it can bear? Lin Fei said with a smile and snapped his fingers. Old man, look again. In the sealed city, black defense towers rose from the ground one after another. In a moment, 30 defense towers appeared and joined the defense. What about now? Fang Ming's face darkened. I've underestimated you. Rumble. Another stomp followed, setting off a muffled thunder. This time, Fang Ming didn't dare to have the slightest contempt. Lin Fei smiled again. Attack! Boom! Boom! At close range, hundreds of black cannons emerged from the sealed city. They fired at the same time, and the black light bombarded Fang Ming's body like dense raindrops. My energy unit! Lin Fei felt a pain in his heart. Continue with the second wave. The first wave of attack caught Fang Ming off guard. He couldn't maintain the power under his feet, and the pressure on the defense tower was reduced sharply. A black armor appeared on his body and blocked the attack. What a shameless move! The big shots who were watching were also shocked. They didn't sense the existence of danger at all. They were shocked that D-Tion had such a good thing in his hands. The attack of hundreds of cannons was very shocking. Some giants and powerhouses were so scared that their faces turned pale. If that wave of attack had been aimed at them, they would have been skinned if they didn't die. It was too terrifying. That guy is too shameless. I can't believe he attacked without warning. This time, he has aroused the anger of giant Fang Ming. Fang Ming was very angry. His face was gloomy and scary. If the floating cloud armor hadn't blocked the attack, he would have suffered a loss. Who would have thought that D-Tion would be so shameless? Who said that you can attack and I can't fight back? What a joke! While they were talking, the second wave of attack came. You want to hurt me with this kind of attack? It's simply... Fang Ming was ready to attack fiercely. Before he could say the word joke, his left shoulder was blown up on the spot, and it was badly mutilated. You cheated! Fang Ming roared. Curse! Paralyze! Lin Fei chanted a curse, and a curse enhanced by the units of source energy blasted at Fang Ming. Chapter 2252. What a perfect numbing spell! And the destructive aura shot from the muzzle. What kind of energy is that? It can actually blow up Fang Ming's entire arm. What a sinister guy! Fang Ming actually suffered a loss. It's unbelievable! Exclamations kept coming from the void. The big shot's eyes were shining, for fear of missing D-Tion's every move. A long time ago, everyone knew that D-Tion had mastered a very powerful curse. It was rumored that this curse was even more powerful than the curse of the Curse Palace. Many people did not take it seriously. Today, they finally saw the terrible curse that D-Tion had mastered. Fang Ming was paralyzed by the curse technique, and his body went out of control, which was rare for him. Hundreds of destructive beams bombarded Fang Ming's body again. In an instant, more than a dozen holes appeared on his extremely tough body, and blood was flowing out. We must not offend Di Tian in the future. We can't be careless when facing such a perfect curse. Exactly. Just now, Fang Ming's body was numbed and he lost control. From the time Lin Fei used the numbing spell to the orderly attack of the cannons, it only took a breath. Fang Ming was injured again, and the floating cloud armor was severely damaged. Retreat. Fang Ming retreated for the first time. Although he had lost control of his body for only a moment, Fang Ming did not dare to approach again. Who would have thought that such an attack was set up on the city wall? The most terrifying thing was that the opponent's attack could break through his physical defense. This was enough to make people afraid, even if he was a giant powerhouse. His original intention to break through the sealed city was mostly gone now. He was not confident anymore. Unless he used the great path lines. Fang Ming retreated to a distance, and the wounds on his body recovered one by one. After all, he had suffered a small loss in front of so many people. He did not need to think to know that this matter would quickly spread. He had lost one round. No, it should be the second round. Old thing. Isn't it cool? Lin Fei laughed. It was quite painful to hear that. If he did not use the unit of origin energy, he could not break the opponent's defense at all, and the curse would not work. Lin Fei could only use this kind of attack method occasionally. He believed that Fang Ming would never be fooled again. I've really underestimated you. Fang Ming's face darkened as he began to hesitate whether he should continue attacking. You're old and your eyes are blurred. You should go back and enjoy your life. The outside world is so chaotic, it's not suitable for you. Lin Fei ignored the other party's anger. In the void, one had to admit that Di Tian's glib tongue was impressive. You said a big shot is old? This was a slap in the face. That giant was not someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Any one of them could destroy a first-rate force. No one had ever dared to say that a giant was old. What you did earlier wasn't bad, but you're not qualified to make me leave just like that. Fang Ming threw caution to the wind. Even if he utilized the attacks of the Grand Dao markings, he still wanted to capture Di Tian. From the beginning of the attack to his own retreat, Fang Ming saw one secret after another. If he could get the secret, he would be able to get it. Perhaps the Unity sect would strengthen once again and become a peak organization in the Saints' world. Is he going to use his ultimate move? Lin Fei did not let his guard down. Fang Ming was not an ordinary giant, but a cultivator who had cultivated the veins of the Great Path and had mastered a higher level of the power of the Great Path. Even though it was not perfect and was only a vague outline, the power that erupted from it was unimaginable. No matter how powerful your ultimate move is, I don't believe that I can't block it with my origin energy units. Lin Fei was ready to use his origin energy units at any time. Fang Ming was indeed going to use his ultimate move. He had to leave dejectedly. He couldn't afford to lose face, nor could he afford to lose the face of the Unity sect. If he didn't want to be a joke, he had to use his ultimate move. Come out, Great Dao markings. Fang Ming became sacred. Behind him, Jingguang's vague Grand Dao appeared in the air. There was only one Grand Dao left between heaven and earth. Everyone felt a sense of suffocation that they had never felt before. This Grand Dao was blurry. Fang Ming landed on the Grand Dao. Slash. The blurry Grand Dao and runes flickered one after another. The huge blurry Grand Dao turned into a golden long sword, and the golden light blasted towards the sealed city. Everyone's eyes were filled with golden light. Master, this level of power is extremely dangerous. The defense tower can't withstand it. As soon as the golden long sword appeared, Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Even if he activated the invincible defense, there was still an unstoppable sense of suffocation emerging from the bottom of his heart. This was definitely a terrifying ultimate move. It was far beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Origin energy, bless my body, invincible state. A golden light appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes and fell heavily on his body. I'm going all out. The origin energy formed a brand new defense, and then his entire body was submerged in a golden light. Fang Ming put away the great Tao markings and sighed in his heart. In order to deal with Di Tian, he had paid a huge price. Especially the great Tao markings, which were not perfect and not mature. It would take a long time to recover after activating them. Compared to the importance of Di Tian, Fang Ming felt that everything was worth it. No matter what, he had to bring Di Tian back. I don't believe that you can block the attack of the great Tao markings. Fang Ming was very confident. There had never been a war emperor who could block an attack of this level. Jingguang dispersed. The terrifying aura was still lingering. In his field of vision, the sealed city had turned into ruins. There was a sinkhole in the original position, and the defense towers were all over the place. The power of the sword was terrifying. Is Di Tian dead? Divine senses covered the sky above the sinkhole. At the same time, everyone had the same plan. If Di Tian died, they would send people into the sealed world and eat the invincible palace that Di Tian had left behind. It was a big piece of meat. If Di Tian didn't die under the attack of the great Tao markings, then from this moment on, Di Tian was qualified to enter their field of vision. To put it bluntly, he was a top figure. Without any warning, black defensive towers appeared on the rubble. There were several dozen of them, and they quickly formed a powerful defensive formation. Before everybody's love could even react, their defenses were already connected. Cough, cough. A voice came from the sinkhole. I'm sorry to disappoint you all. A figure jumped out of the sinkhole and appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this moment, Lin Fei looked rather disheveled. The armor on his body was completely destroyed, and there were sword marks all over his body. It was as if he had just come out of a pool of blood. Only his eyes were bright and full of expression. He's still fine. What the hell? What treasure does Di Tian have? He can still survive the attack of the great Tao markings. Seeing Di Tian's disheveled appearance, the big shots were dumbfounded. They had never heard of anyone surviving the attack of the great Tao markings. Di Tian was an exception. Rumor has it that in that era, the unparalleled expert, Curse, had mastered all kinds of powerful curse techniques. One of them was called Body of Curse, which could block all attacks. Could it be? The big shot of the Curse Palace couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 2253. Fang Ming was so angry that he vomited blood. There's no justice in this world if he doesn't die. No one knew better than him how powerful this move was. Even a giant late-stage expert would have to pay with half his life if he were to face the sword. Those of other realms would definitely die. He thought that everything would be perfect. When he saw Di Tian jumping around, Fang Ming completely collapsed. That was an attack derived from the great Tao patterns. Could it really be the body of 10,000 curses? Fang Ming didn't know if the big shot of the Curse Palace did it on purpose or if he had other thoughts. Everyone in the void heard it clearly. It was hard not to know. No, I can't give up. That guy might be pretending to be strong. Fang Ming decided to attack again. But this time, Fang Ming was going to be disappointed. Big shot Fang, you're already a giant. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at for bullying a small combat emperor? The person who stopped Fang Ming was a big shot of the Curse Palace. He was a late-stage giant. You want to help that kid? Fang Ming's heart sank and his eyes twitched. With his strength, he wasn't afraid of anyone but the experts of the Curse Palace. He couldn't figure out why the people of the Curse Palace would be willing to help him. The late-stage giant from the Curse Palace turned around and smiled at Di Tian, who was on the ruins. Little friend Eden, with me here, no one can touch a single hair of yours. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged, took out an elixir and consumed it. He laughed in his heart. Fang Ming is destined to be disappointed this time. If I don't die, no one will dare to make things difficult for me in the future. Anyone who could block an attack from the great Tao patterns would have to consider the consequences. Body of 10,000 curses? That's a good excuse. Lin Fei felt that it was a good deal to get the curse technique from young Master Curse. The fact that the experts of the Curse Palace came out to stop Fang Ming was a good proof. Everyone could see how important Di Tian was. To be able to survive Fang Ming's attack, the significance of it was great. That was why the Curse Palace came out to help. At the very least, Di Tian would owe them a favor. If they worked together again in the future, the Curse Palace would gain more benefits. Fang Ming was stopped by the experts of the Curse Palace. He realized that it would be very difficult to deal with Di Tian today. Big shot Fang, you're a big shot. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small combat emperor? Why don't we all sit down and talk about it? Maybe there's some misunderstanding here. After the Curse Palace stepped out to protect Yi Futian, other forces in the void also stepped out to protect Yi Futian. They were all secretly cursing the Curse Palace for being so shameless and coming out first to leave a good impression. In order to not fall behind the others, these powers all jumped out one after another. Although their words sounded high-sounding, in reality, they were all standing on Di Tian's side. If it was just the Curse Palace, Fang Ming might not be afraid. However, if one or two major forces stepped forward, it would not be easy to deal with them. Especially after activating the Great Path patterns, the consumption was very serious, and his combat power was only about 50% of his usual. Ding, just you wait and see. Fang Ming was not a simple-minded person. It would be stupid to take action when he knew that it was impossible. Fang Ming left with his men after leaving behind these ruthless words. He knew clearly in his heart that this trip was a complete failure, and he might not be able to leave if he didn't leave now. Fang Ming's intuition was right. On the way to Huani's sect, they were attacked by a mysterious force. They lost 6 experts at the early stage of the Giant Realm, plus 1 expert at the intermediate stage of the Giant Realm. Fang Ming himself was seriously injured. Of course, this was a story for another time. Little friend Ditan, recuperate well. We are very supportive of your adventurer guild. I wonder when you will open it to the public. Little friend Di Tian, what's the price of your defense tower? We are very interested in this thing. After Fang Ming left, some forces in the void took the initiative to express their goodwill. Even if they were separated by an array, it was better to leave a good impression first. After this battle, Lin Fei's name shook the entire sacred world. It was rumored that the body of 10,000 curses could block all attacks, and it also spread like wildfire. After that battle, Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace to recuperate. Although the attack of the Great Path patterns was blocked by the origin energy, a part of it still landed on his body. It was a pity that the heavenly mandate energy had to constantly neutralize the suppression, and the number of consumption had reached a terrifying figure. A month later, Lin Fei's injuries were completely healed. Your Majesty, the sealed city has been rebuilt. We have rearranged it according to your instructions. There are also many forces in the sacred world that have contacted us privately, wanting to buy the defense tower. During this month, Lin Fei was very relaxed. Although he had consumed a large number of energy units before, which made Lin Fei's heart ache, it was all very worth it. At least, he was no longer a country bumpkin in the sacred world, and no force dared to carry the slogan of killing him. Now, everyone knew that Di Tian had the ability to injure a giant late-stage expert. Because of this, no one dared to act recklessly. In addition, Lin Fei became famous after this battle, and the Adventurers Association attracted the attention of various sacred worlds. Originally, everyone had a lot of resentment about the sacred world restricting them from entering the sealed world, but after the boundary wall battlefield was opened, everyone saw hope. In less than half a month, the sealed city had become a decent city. How is the preparation of the Adventurers Association? Lin Fei took a break from his busy work and paid attention to the Adventurers Association. According to your Majesty's instructions, the preparations are almost done, and we can open it to the public at any time, said the Supreme Demon Emperor. All right, from now on, you will be responsible for the Adventurers Association. You must spread the benefits of the Adventurers Association throughout the sacred world as soon as possible. Lin Fei ordered. 2 months later, under everyone's expectations, the Adventurers Association was established. Cultivators from various sacred worlds entered the sealed world through the boundary wall battlefield. These people who came in were very obedient. This was a place where even the avatars of giants couldn't interfere. On the first day of the Adventurers Association, there were 100,000 people who registered as one-star adventurers. On the second day, there were 150,000, on the third day, 300,000, and on the sixth day, The number exceeded 1 million. The Adventurers Association's energy points were recognized by everyone, especially after the first mission was completed and the energy points were exchanged for a pill. This drove everyone's eagerness to complete the mission. Half a year later, the number of registered members in the Adventurers Association reached hundreds of millions. The source of the Adventurers Association began to spread. Want good things? Go to the Adventurers Association. Want to exchange for powerful puppets? Go to the Adventurers Association. Want good weapons? Go to the Adventurers Association. There was no need for Lin Fei to spread the news. The members of the Adventurers Association were all bragging to their friends. In fact, the Adventurers Association had indeed brought unimaginable benefits to the cultivators of the sacred world. Those things that were thought to be impossible to obtain were no longer extravagant dreams. At this time, Cursed Thunder from the Curse Palace came. After calculating the time, you guys should be here by now. Lin Fei received Cursed Thunder and his group in a courtyard. I heard that your majesty is interested in powerful corpses. These are a small gift from the Curse Palace. Cursed Thunder brought a gift as soon as he arrived. The corpse of a giant of the United Sect. Chapter 2254. This was a valuable gift. I didn't expect you guys to be so capable. You actually brought the corpses of the United One Sect. Aren't you afraid that the experts from the United One Sect will come after you? Lin Fei might be tempted, but he didn't show much emotion on his face. Cursed Thunder said with a smile, Your Majesty, you don't need to worry about this. The United Sect doesn't have the mood to seek revenge. They have lost 6 experts at the initial stage of Giant Realm and 1 at the intermediate stage. The United Sect can only accept this loss. 6 early-stage giant corpses and 1 mid-stage giant corpse would be a great help to Lin Fei. With a slight modification, they would be a proper pseudo-giant, and they would be stronger than the heavy spearmen. Then I will accept this gift. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Just tell me what you want. I won't accept your gift for nothing. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless looked at each other. Joy flashed in their eyes. These corpses were actually obtained by the Curse Palace in collaboration with outsiders. They wanted to leave a good impression in Di Tian's eyes. As for why they would use the corpses as gifts, this was something that the Curse Palace had spent a lot of effort to find out. They were right. Di Tian really liked the corpses of the giants. We would like to exchange for some powerful curse techniques from your majesty, such as numbing curse techniques or the body of 10,000 curses. No matter what your majesty wants, the Curse Palace will fulfill it. Cursed Thunder stood up and said, After the battle in Sealed City, the Curse Palace didn't dare to underestimate this young Di Tian anymore. Currently, the organization that Lin Fei wanted to cooperate with the most was none other than the Curse Palace. This is not impossible. Lin Fei said, I need to talk to your higher-ups. It would be best if your palace lord could come. For example, we can deal with the United One Sect together. Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless were shocked. Di Tian's appetite is huge. After sending Cursed Thunder and Cursed Lawless away, Lin Fei inspected the 7 corpses. Every corpse was in good condition. It could be seen that this was an ambush without any warning. The results were gratifying. I've finally created a true giant puppet. An early-stage giant could only be made into a pseudo-giant puppet by Lin Fei. A mid-stage giant could make a complete early-stage giant puppet. Lin Fei was in a good mood because of this. The heavy spearmen could only deal with half-step giants. It was not impossible to deal with an early-stage giant expert, but the losses would be great, unless it was absolutely necessary. Lin Fei would never use it. After the corpse was made, Lin Fei had a good knife in his hand, and it was the sharp kind. Chu Huan had arrived. In order to show his sincerity, the palace master came one night. Your Majesty is so capable. I have long admired you. Chu Huan didn't bring any outsiders with her. He was very polite the moment he arrived. This was something that would never happen outside. Di Tian had the right to do so. Di Tian was a late-stage giant, yet he didn't die under the attacks of the great Dao patterns. He was definitely someone capable. I have also heard a lot about you, Palace Master. Flattery was free. Since the other party was polite, Lin Fei would naturally be polite as well. The two of them chatted happily. I heard that His Majesty wants to deal with the United Sect? Chu Huan asked. I am never one to suffer losses. Lin Fei expressed his attitude. The United Sect framed me for no reason, and I am very unhappy. I am prepared to deal with the United Sect. I wonder if Palace Master Chu is interested. Of course she was interested. If she wasn't interested, Chu Huan wouldn't have come in person. You know the strength of the United Sect. Although it isn't a first-rate sect, it still has a peerless expert. Chu Huan frowned. No, it is that easy to deal with. How could Lin Fei not know what the other palace masters were thinking? Palace Master Chu, as long as you stop the United Sect when they send out a late-stage giant or even a peerless expert, I can give you the paralysis technique. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. I don't believe that you won't take the bait. Chu Huan was indeed scheming. However, Di Tian was too direct with his words and threw out what he wanted. For example, the paralysis technique. Compared to the paralysis technique from young Master Chu, the power in Lin Fei's hands had increased by quite a bit. Even though it could not reach the level of origin energy units, it was still more than a little stronger than a normal numbing curse. You know, we will also give you a paralysis curse scroll. Palace Lord should know what to do with this kind of thing. With such a treasure scroll, it will be able to lend you a helping hand at a critical moment. Lin Fei gave her some sweeteners. Also, as long as your curse palace kills a giant and gives the corpse to me, I can give you a batch of curse mages at the War Emperor level. The benefits were great. Joy flashed in Chu Huan's eyes. Since a long time ago, Chu Huan had known that Di Tian was interested in powerful corpses. The gift that he had given Di Tian was actually a test. Without a doubt, this test was very successful. Although she didn't know what Di Tian wanted the corpses for, it didn't affect what was going to happen next. Since the benefits were so great, Chu Huan also knew that she had to give an answer. One high-level curse technique is not enough, I need at least 10. She began to bargain. Lin Fei wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. If he gave it all at once, it would be hard to negotiate in the future. An overlord and a new feudal lord began to bargain. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they finally came to an agreement. Lin Fei gave 3 types of curse techniques and a giant's corpse in exchange for 150,000 curse mages. The half-step giant's corpse in exchange for 10,000 curse mages. The curse palace needed to expand its strength. The giant's corpse in exchange for curse mages that Lin Fei mentioned was the best choice. Thinking that the half-step giant's corpse could be exchanged for 10,000 curse mages, Chu Huan couldn't wait to go out and kill a batch of half-step giant's corpses. No one knew that the corpses trade that would affect the entire sacred world would start today. Those rogue half-step magnates, and even rogue magnates, started to suffer. The hunting giant adventurers became the nemesis of these powerhouses. Of course, this was a story for another time. Chu Huan returned to the Curse Palace immediately and gathered all the giant powerhouses for a meeting. Palace Master, this is a good thing. If we can continuously obtain curse mages, saber slaves, and sword slaves from Di Tian, it won't take long for the Curse Palace's strength to increase by more than 10 times. Palace Master, I'm willing to go out and kill giant powerhouses and even half-step giants. This concerns the future of the Curse Palace. After hearing about the cooperation, the powerhouses of the Curse Palace all revealed looks of joy. This was definitely a good opportunity to expand the Curse Palace. Kill giants? They weren't afraid. The Curse Palace was very satisfied with the first batch of curse mages. If the Curse Palace were to nurture them themselves, it would take at least 1,000 years. The giants were very satisfied with the curse mages that came from Di Tian. Chu Huan agreed with this method of cooperation. Where else could they find such a good deal? Did Di Tian have a motive? Wasn't it just corpses? Since they were useless to them, they might as well exchange them for a batch of powerhouses. Palace Master, regarding the half-step giants, we can start from our prefecture cloud world. We can use this opportunity to clean up some of the people of the Curse Palace who oppose us. Chapter 2255. Those people from Curse Palace are really interesting. This is a good reason. Lin Fei could not help but laugh when he heard the news from his spies. Ever since the battle at Sealed City, Lin Fei had secretly sent out a large number of spies to various small sacred worlds to build an intelligence system. At least now, Lin Fei could know some of the major events in each sacred world. That was the situation in Cloud Prefecture World. It turned out that after the Curse Palace Master returned, 2 days later, an energy wave erupted from Curse Palace. The wave did not calm down for a long time. After he left, a giant powerhouse made a move. The next day, Curse Palace announced to the outside world, "Last night, a mysterious person invaded Curse Palace and stole their curse techniques and treasures. Curse Palace is very angry and has decided to take action against the forces in Cloud Prefecture World." Cloud Prefecture World was very big. Although Curse Palace was not the strongest force, it was still top-notch. Even the Holy Lord had to give them face. Moreover, after such a thing happened, it would be inexcusable if Holy Lord Fu Yun did not let Curse Palace vent their anger. If they caused trouble, Holy Lord Fu Yun would not feel good either. Holy Lord Fu Yun turned a blind eye, but the forces in Cloud Prefecture World suffered. Those who had conflicts with Curse Palace were directly suppressed by Curse Palace. Half-step giants. Dissatisfied? Killed. Giant powerhouses were dissatisfied. Killed. That was how domineering Curse Palace was. This time, Curse Palace suppressed and destroyed dozens of forces, killing 5 early-stage giant powerhouses and more than 100 half-step giant powerhouses. This was only after Holy Lord Fu Yun saw that the situation was not good and personally talked to the Curse Palace Master. Only then did Curse Palace order a retreat. "Your Curse Palace is so amazing." On a dark and windy night, Cursed Thunder came with a gift. 5 early-stage giant powerhouses and more than 100 half-step giant powerhouses. Cloud Prefecture World. The Curse Palace's actions made the forces in Cloud Prefecture World realize that Curse Palace was not as good-tempered as they thought. "It's just SOSO." Although Cursed Thunder said so, he still had a hint of pride on his face. "If not for Holy Lord Fu Yun coming to stop us, I would have destroyed 3 or 4 first-rate forces to reduce their prestige." Lin Fei checked the corpses. They were in good condition. The corpses are not bad, just like what we said last time. 1 half-step giant for 10,000 curse mages. 5 giant powerhouses for 500,000 curse mages. The exchange for curse mages was not as troublesome as before. War Emperor level curse master. Lin Fei had arranged for them to be at the level of 1 to 2-star combat emperors. To the Curse Palace, it was still a precious treasure. Everyone knew that curses weren't easy to cultivate, let alone reaching the combat emperor level. "Father asked me to pass this message to His Majesty. The Curse Palace is ready. We can set off to the 6 Harmony World at any time." Cursed Thunder said respectfully after completing the transaction. Lin Fei nodded. "Tell him that we will depart from the 6 Harmony World 3 days later." 6 Harmony World, the 20th floor of the 33 Sacred Worlds. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to this place. On a lofty peak in the 6 Harmonies world, Lin Fei had been waiting for Chu Huan. Chu Huan's main body had come personally. At the same time, he had brought along 3 Curse Palace elders who were at the later stage of the Great Divinity Realm. "My apologies, I was delayed on the road. Sorry to keep you waiting." When Chu Huan arrived, Lin Fei was already there. He took the initiative to apologize. Their previous cooperation had also given the Curse Palace some peace of mind. "It's all right, I just arrived." Lin Fei changed the way he addressed Chu Huan. Chu Huan was not anxious or impatient towards Di Tian. His impression of Di Tian improved a lot. This Di Tian was indeed someone who could do great things. Even though he was very jealous of Di Tian's method of nurturing curse masters and had once thought of snatching them away. In the end, he suppressed this thought. Especially when he saw that Di Tian was able to block the attack of an expert with great Dao patterns, he was glad that he didn't make a move. Otherwise, he would really become the biggest joke in the sacred world. Now, the Union sect had become a joke for everyone. During this period of time, the disciples of the Union sect didn't dare to go out. No one was willing to be criticized by others, but they couldn't do anything about it. "Little friend, how do you plan to do it?" Chu Huan was very curious. To be able to launch an attack against the Union sect at the Combat Emperor realm. Not many people in the entire sacred world would dare to do so, even with Chu Huan's help. I heard that the Union sect has a fiefdom in the Six Harmony world. I plan to attack them head-on, and no matter what, I will make the Union sect pay the price. Palace Master Curse only needs to block the sect leader of the Union sect. If you can block the expert with great Dao patterns, I will be extremely grateful. Lin Fei cupped his hands and said. Chu Huan said straightforwardly, Little friend, you are very bold. The Union sect is not a top power. If the Union sect leader dares to make a move, I will naturally help you block him. The Union sect was a first-rate power. In the Six Harmony world, any first-rate power could have a piece of land, which was bestowed by the Six Harmony Holy Lord. Recently, the Union sect had not been having a good time. First, one of the two great leaders had died, and the other had betrayed them. Then, they had fallen in front of a little bumpkin, and had helped someone else's reputation. On the way back, the unlucky Union sect was ambushed by an expert, and in a single round, they killed 6 of the early-stage great leaders and 1 of the middle-stage great leaders. In this situation, Fang Ming had no choice but to use the great Dao patterns to attack again, barely intimidating the other party, and hurriedly left with his men. This time, the Union sect's vitality was greatly damaged. The disciples of the Union sect were also restrained, and the entire Union sect was shrouded in a gloomy cloud. The entire Union sect had a deep grudge against that bumpkin, Di Tian. If it was not for him, the Union sect would not have suffered such a heavy blow. In the small saint world, the other first-rate powers took the opportunity to cause trouble, and during this period of time, the Union sect was in a rather bad situation. This was the rule of every sacred world. The high and mighty Holy Lord would never interfere in such matters, and would only come out to stop it when it was a big problem. Usually, they would not care about small matters. The Union sect's situation was not good, but in the Union sect's land, the Union sect did not look any different from usual. In the night sky, a group of people descended above the land. Master, what we are seeing now is the Union sect's land. Su Kai was wearing a black robe, and he stood beside Lin Fei. In this land, the Union sect controls over a dozen important mining areas. Before coming here, Lin Fei had understood the situation of the Union sect, and he had a rough idea. Now that he saw the entire Union sect's land, he had a better idea. Do as I said, bring your men and take action. Behind Lin Fei, a few people flew out. Apart from them, the most important trump card was brought over, the heavy armored spearmen. Kill! In the night sky, there were a total of 50 heavy armored spearmen in a team of 1,000. They charged towards the Union sect's land. At this moment, a ferocious tiger came out of the cage. It had taken a long time to accumulate these 50,000 heavy spearmen. In the Union sect's land, at an important mining area, a treasure the size of a small mountain smashed down, and there was a loud explosion, and it was really ear-piercing in the night sky. Enemy attack! A half-step giant flew out, and his face was filled with rage. This was the Union sect's land, and someone actually came to attack? What an audacious act! So. A sound spread out and covered the half-step giant. Then this fellow fell from the sky and smashed into a pile of ores, and he died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 2256. That night, as miserable cries reverberated in the night sky, the assault on the Union sect began. In the night sky, Lin Fei stood quietly. Within his field of vision, the nearest mining area had been breached by the heavily armed spearmen. The half-step magnates were riddled with holes the moment they arrived, not to mention the rest. Lin Fei's figure flashed and appeared in the mining area. He sneaked into the mining area and released the devouring worms that he had exchanged. No one could tell what was going on, and it wouldn't take long before the mining area became an empty shell. Every mining area was quickly breached, and 1 or 2 half-step magnates became meaningless. They couldn't stop the charge of the heavily armed spearmen at all. Swish, swish, swish. The sky was filled with the sound of long spears piercing through the air, and a large number of mining area guards were swept down. Even combat emperors suffered the same fate. What powerful spearmen! They must be Di Tian's trump card. Chu Huan's eyes were filled with shock. He had seen half-step magnates before, but it was rare to see one as ferocious and terrifying as the one in front of him. So terrifying. The armor on the spearman's body, and even the weapons in his hands, are all very rare. I wonder what they are made of. Palace Master, if our Curse Palace can get a half-step magnate of this level, we won't have to fear any forces in the future. No one will be able to stop the charge of the spearmen. The elders at the back were completely moved. It was impossible for them not to be moved. They had originally thought that Di Tian's greatest trump card was the Curse Sorcerer, but from the looks of it, it wasn't as simple as they had imagined. Di Tian's mysteriousness was beyond their imagination. Hee, those fellows who look down on Di Tian are probably going to suffer a great loss. Chu Huan realized that he had made the right decision to come here. Who knew that this kid had another trump card? How brilliant! Chu Huan continued, when the experts of the Union sect come out, all of you have to do your best. Don't let Di Tian look down on us. In the beginning, Chu Huan did have some thoughts, but when he saw the tens of thousands of spearmen coming out, he didn't dare to have other thoughts. Instead, he started to take this cooperation seriously. No matter what, he had to succeed this time. Enemy attack. This is too terrifying. Even half-step magnates can't stop the charge of the enemy. How are we going to fight them? Retreat. At the back of the Union sect, there were panicking cultivators everywhere. The half-step powerhouses of the Unity sect gathered together and rushed out, but they were attacked by the heavy armored soldiers. More than half of them were wiped out in an instant, and the remaining half were also injured. They were not willing to give up and counterattacked again. Just like the last time, many of them fell. Looking at the other side, the number of people they killed could be counted on one hand. When their attacks landed on the other side's body, it was as if they were bombarding a hard rock. The other side's spear was even more terrifying. Even if they were wearing battle armor, it was useless. They were completely terrified. They were of the same realm, but in terms of equipment, they were far inferior to the other party. It was a complete massacre. Since they couldn't win, they could only retreat. At this moment, in their eyes, these armored fellows with spears in their hands seemed to have transformed into terrifying demons. The Unity sect suffered heavy losses. This is the sealed area of the one sect. How can you behave so atrociously? A long howl came from the center of the door. Then, a sharp light shot out and hit a small team. Great. The elders have made their move. They can't stop them. Kill them all. The fleeing Unity sect disciples all revealed a look of joy. To them, the giant elder would definitely be able to kill them all. Many furious shouts rang out. Blades and swords whistled, blasting the heavy armored spearmen away. They smashed into the building of the Unity sect, causing many ruins to appear. The next scene caused them to be shocked, and a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. The heavy armored spearmen that were blasted away weren't killed as expected. Apart from a few unlucky fellows, the rest of them only had their battle armor dented. They didn't seem to be injured at all. They headed straight for the giant elder. The giant elder would never look down on a half-step giant. But at this moment, the heavy armored spearmen launched a ferocious attack. For a moment, the giant elder was flustered. This was a very rare occurrence. The giant elder can come over here too. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. Seeing the giant elder fly out, Lin Fei didn't care. Especially since he was only at the initial giant realm. Although he was much stronger, it was nothing to the armed heavy armored spearmen. Giant spearmen, move out. Lin Fei prepared a set of gifts for the giant elder. Everyone, let's attack together. These spearmen aren't as strong as us. They only have strong defenses. Once we break through their armor, they'll be nothing. A giant elder of the Unity sect shouted. After exchanging blows for a while, the giant elder realized the weakness of these heavy armored spearmen. However, the treasures and spears on them were very stimulating to them. Relying on their armor and spears, they were able to fight with them. This was something that was impossible under normal circumstances. If the Unity sect could obtain these armors and spears, it would be of great help to the sect's strength. This was something that was unimaginable under normal circumstances. Palace Lord, their giant elder has made his move. Should we go and help? Seeing Di Tian's trump card, the Curse Palace's elders decided to go all out. They wouldn't embarrass the Curse Palace. Not for now. Chu Huan shook her head. Di Tian should be prepared. Even Chu Huan wanted to see what Di Tian could do. Swish, swish, swish. Without any warning, the sound of something tearing through the air reverberated. It was a team of 8 people. They were dressed like heavy armored spearmen, but their auras were much stronger. Their spears swept toward a giant elder, and their momentum was even more shocking. In just a single exchange, the giant elder of the Unity sect was sent flying, and he crashed into a building. The second round of attacks followed. 8 figures followed closely behind and blasted into the ruins. A huge crater appeared in the ruins, and dust flew everywhere. Inside the ruins, the giant elder's body was filled with bloody holes. His pupils shrank as the third wave of attacks blasted over. One of the spears pierced through the elder's head. The defense of a giant elder was clearly not enough in front of the spear. They killed the elder. Everyone felt as if they had been hit in the head. They had only been fighting for a short period of time, but their Unity sect had already lost an early-stage giant elder. Under the encirclement of 8 spearmen, he couldn't even last for a few breaths. Everyone be careful. They are all giant experts. They were all puppet giants. Lin Fei had also equipped them with weapons. Apart from that, he had also infused a trace of origin energy into the spearhead, causing that bit of power to reach a terrifying level. This was also the main reason why they could break through the giant expert's defense. What a powerful team! Chapter 2257. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The 8-man squad transformed into fierce tigers. Spear shadows followed them as they pierced through the air. They really came and went without a trace. However, all of the giant powerhouses who came up to greet them would show signs of defeat after a few exchanges, not to mention the heavy armored spearmen who were chasing after them. Often, when they managed to deal with one side, the other side's attack would arrive, and they would be in a mess for a while. Hurry up and inform the elders. They're too ferocious. We can't stop them. The elders looked at each other. This mysterious person was extremely terrifying. Although they were furious, they could only count on the elders of the upper echelons. From the start of the attack until now, the United Sect was in a disadvantageous position. The loss of a half-step giant would definitely be heart-wrenching, not to mention the fact that they had lost an initial giant realm elder. With such a huge commotion, the entire Unity Sect was alarmed. When they saw the corpses outside, all of them looked as if they had lost their lives. How dare you come to the Unity Sect and act so presumptuously? Don't even think of leaving. A late-stage giant powerhouse rushed out. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand pressed down, killing more than 10 heavy spearmen on the spot. Yes, the United Sect is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Hearing the noise, Fang Ming came out of his closed-door training. When he saw the United Sect in a mess, he was also furious. Since he suffered a loss in the sealed city, he had been suppressing his anger. Even though the United One Sect's vitality was greatly damaged, not everyone could touch the United One Sect. As soon as Fang Ming arrived, he, together with a few other experts in the late stage of the giant realm, formed a powerful force of the United Sect. They turned the situation around and killed thousands of heavy armored spearmen. As expected of a great sect, Lin Fei had been monitoring the situation through the system. It's time for them to make their move. The reason why Lin Fei invited the experts from Curse Palace was to deal with the late-stage giant powerhouses. In addition, there was also the old ancestor of the United Sect. If it was not for the fact that he did not have the strength to deal with powerhouses of this level, Lin Fei would not have invited the experts from Curse Palace. This was the correct move. Lin Fei had already prepared himself for the death of 1,000 to 2,000 heavy gunner soldiers. Heavy spear soldiers are still too weak in the face of a giant mid-stage powerhouse. Lin Fei sighed softly. Now it's time for us to act. Chu Huan kept watching. After this battle, the Unity Sect will need at least 1,000 years to recover their current strength. That brat Tion has such a trump card. No matter which faction it is, it will be very strenuous to deal with it. The three late-stage powerhouses behind him were ready to make a move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Three late-stage powerhouses dressed in black robes attacked the powerhouses who were massacring the heavily armed spearmen. Paralysis curse. Weakened curse. Curse technique, cloud extinguishing slash. The three late-stage magnates attacked with all their strength, and their minds were connected to each other. He attacked a late-stage giant powerhouse as soon as he appeared. The experts of the Unity sect didn't expect that there would be a giant expert hiding. This late-stage giant elder was out of luck. He was weak and had been hit. F***ck, I hit it. Spell master. This giant expert was terrified. The crescent moonlight cloud extinguishing slash descended from the sky and killed this late-stage giant on the spot. This was also one of the curse palaces that had been strengthened. Its might was much greater than before, and its might was even greater when used. This was especially so when used in a situation like this where the opponent was completely defenseless and could kill an expert of the same cultivation level. That was very normal. The three elders of the Curse Palace who attacked were also shocked. They had the intention of repelling the enemy, and they didn't expect to kill the enemy. The people of the Curse Palace are here. Why are they here? This is the Six Harmony world. When Fang Ming and the other two elders saw this scene, they gasped from the bottom of their hearts and were immediately filled with endless rage. Curse, cloud extinguishing slash. Curse, weakened curse. After killing the late-stage giant expert of the Unity sect, the three elders of the Curse Palace didn't stop. They charged toward the giant experts. They had received orders from the palace master to kill as many giant experts as possible. If they killed one, the strength of the Curse Palace would increase. The giant experts of the Unity sect were unlucky. This was especially so for the elders of the early-stage giant experts. Facing the ferocious experts of the Curse Palace, they were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. In a short period of time, they lost 5 early-stage giant experts. Quick, stop them. Fang Ming's eyes were bloodshot. Preposterous. This matter isn't over between the Unity sect and the Curse Palace. At this moment, the sect master of the Unity sect, Xianxia, charged out angrily. He took out a treasure and killed over 100 heavy spearmen on the spot. Even so, it couldn't extinguish the burning anger in his heart. These were the foundation of the Unity sect. It was an absolute annihilation blow. Lu Hezi wasn't at the unparalleled realm. Like Fang Ming, he had condensed a great Tao pattern, but it took him a little longer. The three experts of the Curse Palace were able to withstand the attacks at the beginning. However, when the opponent used the Great Tao pattern to attack, they were immediately at a disadvantage, and injuries were left on their bodies. Xianxia, your opponent should be me. A sacrificial altar came crashing down. The boundless aura of the curse formed a terrifying domain. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. He threw more than 10 punches at the sacrificial altar while retreating rapidly. Palace Master Curse. That's right, it's me. Chu Huan revealed herself. Do you still want to fight me? The attack from the sacrificial altar made Lu Hezi feel immense pressure. Palace Master Curse, what do you mean by this? Why did you attack the Unity sect? If you don't give an explanation, the Master of Sagely Sky won't let you off, Xianxia shouted, his eyes filled with fear. Chu Huan laughed loudly. The Unity sect killed the disciples of the Curse Palace. Is that a reason? As soon as she finished speaking, Chu Huan took out a curse technique. Curse technique paralysis. Her target was Xianxia. Chu Huan pointed with a finger. Curse technique in curse finger. Xianxia was infinitely close to the unparalleled realm, but there was still a gap between him and Chu Huan. The finger pierced through his chest. You can't do it. Get your old ancestor to come out. Chu Huan stood with her hands behind her back. I don't want people to say that I'm bullying the weak. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia vomited blood. Fang Ming and the other two rushed back immediately. They stood beside the sect master and glared at Chu Huan's group. Without the help of Fang Ming and the other late-stage powerhouses, the three elders of the Curse Palace had nothing to worry about. They continued to hunt down powerhouses at the level of powerhouses at the level of giants. Even half-step giants were their targets. Puff, puff, puff. Chu Huan still stood with her hands behind her back. However, Fang Ming and the other two had wounds on their bodies. Traces of curse technique energy surrounded them, preventing them from healing. Chu Huan, you're going too far. Xianxia was furious. The few strongest elders of the Unity sect attacked together, but they couldn't do anything to Chu Huan. Instead, wounds were left on their bodies. My disciples aren't that easy to kill, Chu Huan said. If your old ancestor doesn't make a move, I'll destroy the entire Unity sect. How arrogant! You dare to destroy the Unity sect? Try it if you dare. With a rumble, 3 palm shadows shot towards Chu Huan from the depths of the Unity sect. At the same time, a disdainful aura shot into the sky, shocking the entire Six Harmony world. Chapter 2258. Unparalleled Expert. They were top figures in any small saint world. They were able to build a top faction for a long time because they had enough accumulation and weren't afraid of time. If one could live after offending a giant expert, then one would definitely die if they offended an unparalleled expert. There was no such thing as luck. The moment the old ancestor of Unity sect appeared, all the factions in Six Harmony World were shocked. Six Harmony World, Six Harmony Peak. This was an endless mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was covered in white mist and one couldn't see the end of it. Six Harmony City was on this mountain peak. Six Harmony Saint Leader lived on this mountain peak and was also the controller of Six Harmony World. Cursed Joy, he actually attacked Unity sect. He is really bold. Is he trying to deal a heavy blow to Unity sect? Within the palace in the city, Six Harmony Saint Leader walked out and frowned. He didn't like what Cursed Joy was doing. After all, this wasn't Floating Cloud's world. Saint Leader, should we send someone to stop him? His aide asked carefully. Six Harmony Saint Leader relaxed his brows. No need for now. I heard that Cursed Joy's curse techniques are heaven-defying. I want to see what is worth him causing trouble in Six Harmony World. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Six Harmony World. The old ancestor actually came out. Even the Curse Palace head came personally? This is unbelievable. When did Unity sect offend Curse Palace? They have suffered huge losses this time. Curse Palace is so terrifying. Their subordinates are actually so strong. Also, those people with spears are even more terrifying when they kill people. The commotion spread out from Unity sect and all the factions stared at Unity sect. Unity sect was a top faction in Six Harmony World. With an unparalleled old ancestor who dared to offend Six Harmony World. Even Six Harmony Saint Leader had to give them face. Curse Palace sent troops to attack Unity sect? It was a very rare occurrence. No one knew. Recently, after Unity sect suffered a loss at the hands of Tion, they had been keeping a low profile. Many people predicted that for a long period of time, Unity sect would keep a low profile until the day they recovered their strength. Curse Palace killed their disciple and the palace had personally attacked them. They even forced the old ancestor out. Wasn't this making a big deal out of nothing? No matter what the reason was. This was the first time that the Curse Palace had displayed its terrifying prowess in front of everyone. Palace Master Mantra, who had yet to ascend to the unparalleled realm, dared to face the wrath of the Unity old ancestor at this time. Unity ancestor. Above the mining area, Lin Fei was secretly shocked. This aura is too strong. I wonder if Palace Master Curse can withstand it. In the entire space, powerful auras tore apart the void. Even from far away, one could still feel the pressure from the supreme experts. You think I'm afraid of you? The 3 palm prints came one after another, and each of them contained terrifying mysteries of the Great Path. Will become insignificant. However, Chu Huan did not show any fear. He had long wanted to compete with a matchless expert. If it was in the past, he might be afraid. But after mastering a higher-level curse technique, he became more confident. His curse techniques were close to the 10 great cultivation techniques and were not any weaker than them. His combat power was naturally not to be underestimated. Curse technique in Curse Finger. Curse, paralyze. Curses. Great prophecy technique. A sacrificial altar landed below Chu Huan. When he stood on it, his entire aura surged. Originally, his aura was inferior to the Unity Old Ancestor. But with the help of the sacrificial altar, his aura was not inferior to the Unity Old Ancestor. No wonder you dared to mess around in the Unity sect. It turns out that you have brought a matchless treasure, the blood-cursed divine altar. The Unity Old Ancestor sneered, "This old man will tell you that external objects are external objects after all. Even if your aura is not inferior to this old man, you are still inferior to this old man. You will know after you try." Chu Huan activated the sacrificial altar. Phantoms appeared one after another, emitting a powerful aura and opening up a terrifying domain. Tyrannical and terrifying curse techniques were cast from his hands. I didn't expect that palace master mantra to be so powerful. This is almost the combat power of a matchless expert. No wonder he has the confidence to fight against the 6 Unity Old Ancestor. From today onwards, this curse palace lord has stepped into the level of matchless experts. No one will dare to look down on him anymore. The 6 Unity Old Ancestor was a matchless expert after all. His combat power was far beyond Chu Huan's imagination. Although he had the blood-cursed divine altar to enhance his combat power, he was still inferior. All kinds of curse techniques came out one after another, but most of them were defeated by the great Tao energy. He was gradually at a disadvantage. However, it was not easy for the 6 Unity Old Ancestor to make a move against the most troublesome curse palace. Compared to the previous curse techniques, the power of this curse technique had increased by a lot. It was not easy to deal with it. He did not dare to take it lightly. In the sky, the 2 experts exchanged blows and kept a distance between them. The surroundings of the 2 had formed a zone of death. Even the late-stage magnates could feel the aura of death. This is not good. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. Chu Huan's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he dared to fight against matchless experts. As expected of the mainstream of that era. As time passed, Lin Fei could see that the balance of victory was tilting towards the Unity Old Ancestor. This was not what Lin Fei wanted to see. No, I have to help him. As long as Chu Huan could block the Unity Old Ancestor's attack and cause the other party to be fearful, the Unity sect could only endure this loss and plan for the long term. Curse technique, weaken. Curse technique, paralyze. Curse technique, poison. Lin Fei did not know anything else, but he was confident in casting curse techniques in the dark. In order to not be discovered, Lin Fei instructed the little devil to conceal his aura. He believed that the Unity Old Ancestor would not be able to find his whereabouts. 3 curses weren't that powerful. This was where Lin Fei was sinister. On the surface, curse techniques and ordinary curse techniques did not pose any threat. It was especially so in the eyes of a peak expert like the Unity Old Ancestor. They were nothing. The great Tao circled around them and they could be easily nullified. However, this time, the Unity Old Ancestor fell for it. When he discovered that the curse techniques were flying towards him, he swept his divine sense and no longer paid attention to it. He focused on dealing with the powerful enemy, Chu Huan. The 3 curse techniques landed on the Unity Old Ancestor's body. The great Tao power did not have the destruction curse technique. It passed through the seal and landed on the Unity Old Ancestor's body. On the spot, the Unity Old Ancestor's face turned green. He was poisoned. After that, his movements began to slow down. His heart sank and his pupils contracted. The most terrifying thing was that this curse technique could not be dispelled in a short period of time. It was very difficult to deal with. He has been hit by the curse technique. Quickly do it. Lin Fei transmitted his voice to Chu Huan. In fact, Chu Huan revealed a hint of joy when he saw that the Unity Old Ancestor was acting strangely. The heavens are helping me. Unity Old Ancestor, receive my ultimate move. A terrifying curse technique was cast out. Sun-Moon Double Kill. Chapter 2259. The 6 Harmony Worlds expression changed the moment the double death of Sun and Moon was unleashed. Everyone was shocked by the power of this curse technique. After all, this was Chu Huan's trump card. Under normal circumstances, he rarely used it. Even if he used it, no one could spread it. Because they were all dead people. Is this the Curse Palace's most powerful skill, the Sun-Moon double kill? The Six Directions Sacred Lord looked over and revealed a look of surprise. I've long heard that the Curse Palace has a few great curse techniques, and one of them, the Sun-Moon double slaughter, is the strongest. It contains the Tao of Yin and Yang. Now that I've seen it for myself, I can see that it lives up to its reputation. The rest of the bosses were also very shocked. They were all trying to find a flaw in the curse, trying to crack it so that they wouldn't be at a loss when encountering such a top-notch curse in the future. Unfortunately, this kind of rare curse technique was not something they could easily break. This is too mysterious. As expected of an era's legacy, I can't break it. From now on, it's best if I don't provoke the powerhouses of the Curse Palace. They're really not easy to deal with. So what if he used a curse technique? Old Ancestor He Yi's strength is not something that Happy Curse can resist. In the end, it was all for nothing. First Yang, the utmost Yang. The month was filled with extreme Yin. The sun and moon intersected, the moon within the sun, and the sun within the moon. They released a dazzling light that instantly exploded in everyone's eyes. Chu Huan didn't have any doubts. He was very confident in Di Tian and could sense the minute changes on the body of the Unity Ancestor. No one was clearer than him about how terrifying the curse arts Di Tian had mastered were. They had to win this battle. Chu Huan was ready to risk everything. Boom boom boom. The terrifying shockwave spread out from the position of the old ancestor of the Union God. Within sight, all the buildings were turned into dust and the entire battlefield was covered. The last few 100,000 miles had turned into a no-man's land. The experts who were watching from the void suffered a calamity this time. They were forcefully obliterated by the curse technique. Not even their bones were left. Those who were lucky enough to survive. His face was filled with fear. This was a nightmare that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Even the giant powerhouses were filled with shock. If one took a closer look, they would see that their bodies were trembling slightly. This was something that would only be revealed in extremely dangerous situations. What a terrifying sun-moon double kill. The combination of these two powers will result in destruction. Just now, there was a half-step giant who was directly killed. That unwillingness in his eyes was too terrifying. No matter who it was. When he looked at Chu Huan in the sky again, he was filled with fear. From this moment onwards, regardless of victory or defeat, Curse Joy had left a strong impression in everyone's hearts. From now on, no one would dare to say that the Curse Palace didn't have any powerhouses. What a great sun and moon double kill, cough cough. It was still in the same position. Old Ancestor He seemed to be in a terrible state. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips and his face was a little pale. Anyone could tell that he was an unparalleled expert. Finally, he was injured by Curse Huan. Even though she knew that Di Tian had helped her, Chu Huan was still very excited. She suppressed her excitement. Thank you for letting me win. Chu Huan cupped her hands. He's actually injured? How is this possible? The Six Directions Divine Lord was dumbfounded. The Unity Ancestor is an unparalleled realm. Could curse arts really be that powerful? This outcome was completely beyond the Six Combination Divine Lord's expectations. He frowned slightly. He knew that news of this would spread very quickly. The sacred world would soon have another Palace Lord incantation. This was definitely something big. The Six Directions Divine Lord was shocked. The others were the same. They were almost speechless. The entire place was silent. No one would have thought that the joyful Curse Palace Lord was so powerful that he could actually injure the unparalleled old ancestor He. It was the same logic as the sun rising from the west. The sect leader of the Unity sect, Xianxia, looked at the old ancestor in disbelief. He muttered to himself, the old ancestor is actually injured. The Unity sect, who had all sorts of expectations, felt as if they had been smacked in the head. Their heads were spinning. That was an unparalleled old ancestor. He was a peak existence that could easily defeat a giant. Palace Lord incantation, Let's go. Lin Fei, who was far away, carefully transmitted his voice. He did not expect that the joyful Curse Palace Lord would be so powerful that he could injure the old ancestor. It seemed like he had gone too far. He had already killed him, established his dominance, and plundered the resources. If he did not leave now, then when would he retreat? Joyful Curse was not naive enough to think that he was very powerful just because he was heavily injured. In reality, Di Tian was helping him. He believed that the battle today would soon spread throughout the sacred world. No one in the Cloud Prefecture world would dare to look down on the Curse Palace anymore. With a command, the people who were fighting all retreated. On this point, Lin Fei was very cooperative with Palace Lord Incantation. In the eyes of others, they would think that it was the power of the Curse Palace. Joyful Curse did not mind others misunderstanding it. Fake and real, real and fake, this was one of the arts of war. Wah wah wah. Everyone retreated quickly, like flowing water. Today, I have vented my anger. I forgive the Unity sect for killing my disciples. Joyful Curse looked at the old ancestor. If the old ancestor is not satisfied, you can come to the Curse Palace. I'm not afraid of trouble. Joyful Curse turned around and left. Old ancestor, you can't let them leave. Xianxia flew up. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He did not know why the old ancestor did not stop them from leaving. The old ancestor did not make a move. He watched them leave with a calm expression. You can handle the aftermath of the sect. Come and see me when you are done. Xianxia watched the old ancestor disappear in front of him. His heart was filled with questions. What exactly is going on? Cough, cough, cough. In the forbidden ground of the Unity sect, layers of arrays were set up in the sky. Even the 6 directions Saint Lord was unable to spy on everything in the forbidden ground. The old ancestor appeared once again and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The blood was green in color and corroded the limestone the moment it landed on the ground. His face revealed a painful expression. Such powerful and terrifying curse arts. When did the Curse Palace have such an expert? The painful expression on his face turned into a malevolent one. He took out a bottle of elixir and poured it all into his mouth. The old ancestor didn't dare to give chase as he was afraid that the expert in the dark would ambush him. The other party was the true unparalleled expert in curse arts. 3 types of curse arts had caused his combat strength to plummet. He was at the weakest point in his life. He didn't dare to imagine that such a thing would happen to him. Even though he was helpless to let the other party leave, he could only endure the fact that he might be ambushed by an unparalleled expert. This old man will definitely take revenge. Fortunately, the old ancestor did not chase after us. Lin Fei was the last to leave the scene. Master doesn't have to be so worried. The old ancestor should be frightened by now. He definitely won't take the risk to chase after Curse Palace Mistress. The little devil didn't think much of it. He is now suspecting that Master is an unparalleled expert. Actually, when Lin Fei thought of this, he was shocked by the strength of the source energy. It could really affect unparalleled experts. It seems like I still have to make some preparations. Chapter 2260. Big news, big news. The main force of the Joyous Curses Palace is suppressing old ancestor. I suspect they have the power of an unrivaled expert. 6 Harmonies World's 1 Patriarch is no match for the Mantra Palace's Joyous Mantra Palace's Mantra Palace Master. The United Sect has suffered heavy casualties and is greatly weakened. The Curse Palace has regained its former glory. After the battle in the 6 Harmony World, the influence of the Curse Palace increased rapidly. All the forces in the Cloud Prefecture world came to congratulate them. Even if they couldn't be summoned, they still wanted to leave a good impression. Old Ancestor Unity 1 was an unparalleled expert, but he still suffered a loss in the hands of Palace Lord Curse. Furthermore, he left a message for Old Ancestor Unity 1 that the Curse Palace did not fear the other party. What kind of spirit was that? No matter what, the Curse Palace had become famous, and the Palace Lord, Chu Huan, had shocked everyone with a single feat. Everyone in the sacred world realized that the Curse Palace was about to rise. News of what happened in the 6 Harmony world spread like wildfire. Everyone paid more attention to the fact that the Curse Palace was far more powerful and terrifying than they had imagined. Within the Cloud Prefecture world, the Curse Palace's influence was close to Holy Lord Fu Yun's, and it became a top faction. Within the Cloud Prefecture world, only Holy Lord Fu Yun could suppress the Curse Palace. This feels great. When everyone's attention was on the Curse Palace, as the Palace Lord, Curses Huan took the opportunity to leave the Curse Palace. He avoided everyone's attention and arrived at the Invincible Palace. The reason why the Curse Palace was able to rise to fame and become one of the top forces was because no one knew better than him how important Di Tian was. Without Di Tian's help, he would definitely not be able to defeat the old ancestor of unity. Congratulations, Palace Master Curse. You've made a name for yourself in a single battle. There's no one in the Saints world who doesn't know about the strength of the Curse Palace now. Lin Fei smiled and raised his cup. Even though she knew that it was not the truth, Chu Huan was still very happy to hear it. She raised her cup and said, "Cheers." The two of them drained their cups in one go. These are the corpses of the half-step magnates and even magnates of the Unity sect. I have brought them to you. Chu Huan didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Lin Fei didn't collect the corpses of the experts from the United sect that day. In any case, the Curse Palace would come knocking on his door. Moreover, they wouldn't leave any traces behind. Lin Fei accepted it with a smile. Awesome. Little friend Di Tian, this time around, I don't want an incantation mage. What do you want then? Lin Fei smiled. Looking at Lin Fei, Chu Huan's expression turned solemn. I think little friend is here. In order to obtain the strengthened version of the Sun Moon double kill, I am willing to help my little friend Di Tian hunt down 20 powerhouses. Lin Fei had seen the curse technique, Sun Moon double kill, before. It was a very terrifying killer move. If it was used to deal with a giant late-stage powerhouse, it would be extremely accurate. There was no way to block it at all. 20 great powerhouses, your Sun Moon double kill is too cheap. Lin Fei could more or less guess what the other party was thinking. He wanted to increase his combat strength so that he could have a trump card to fight against Old Ancestor He. Although Chu Huan had a small victory over the Unity Old Ancestor, it was merely because Di Tian had secretly intervened, causing the other party to be fearful and mistakenly believe that there was an unparalleled expert in the Curse Palace. He did not dare to act rashly. Once the other party found out the truth, they might really make a move on the Curse Palace. He had to increase his strength. If he wanted to take a shortcut, he could only think of a way through Di Tian. For this trip, Chu Huan had thickened his skin. He had to succeed no matter what price he had to pay. During the battle against the Unity sect, Chu Huan had witnessed Di Tian's strength. Those half-step giant spear-wielding giants were nothing to scoff at. Just by surrounding and attacking the early-stage giant powerhouses, they had a terrifying deterrent effect. Lin Fei needed a powerful ally, and the Curse Palace was undoubtedly a good one. He also needed to obtain the corpses of the experts from the Curse Palace. I will give you the strengthened version of the curse technique. It won't be too big of a problem. After all, we are partners. This time, Palace Master Chu has put in a lot of effort in attacking the Unity sect. I am very grateful for that. Lin Fei said seriously. However, I am quite interested in the powerful curse techniques that you guys have now. I wonder if I can take a look at them. For example, the Sun Moon double kill, body of 10,000 curses, and other similar curse techniques. Lin Fei was indeed very interested in the curse techniques of the Curse Palace. Up until now, the powerful curse techniques that Lin Fei had mastered were the paralysis and great prophecy techniques. This was such a good opportunity, and Lin Fei was not willing to miss it. Chu Huan frowned slightly. He did not understand what was going on. He did not believe that Di Tian did not have any powerful curse techniques. If it was someone else, Chu Huan would have rejected him. But Di Tian was different. He had a certain relationship with the Curse Palace. He was afraid that if he rejected Di Tian this time, he would not be able to have any relations with Di Tian in the future. That would be a great loss. I am very curious. Why are you interested in curse techniques? Curse techniques are the main legacy of that era. No one can guarantee that the curse techniques that everyone has are the most primitive versions. I want to understand more about curse techniques from them. Through our curse techniques, I can study curse techniques. Is this a good reason? Lin Fei was not worried that Chu Huan would reject him, unless he did not want to miss the opportunity to strengthen the curse palace. Based on what you said, I agree. Chu Huan was not an ignorant person. He needed help from Di Tian. Finally, there are 15 giant puppets. Looking at the row of black-armored giant puppets, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Although he could not reach his peak, it was not a problem to surround and attack a mid-stage giant. Even if he could not win, he could still delay his opponent. It's a pity that the giant puppets' corpses are all dead. If I could bring some of them back, their combat strength would be even stronger. Lin Fei suppressed the thought in his heart. This matter could not be rushed. After keeping the giant puppets, Lin Fei flipped through the top secret curse techniques that he had obtained from the Curse Palace. The Curse Palace had indeed obtained most of the legacy from the Curse Dao era. This was also an eye-opener for Lin Fei. It turned out that curse techniques could be used in this way. Curse technique, in curse finger. Curse technique, sun and moon double kill. Curse technique, curse cloud arrow. This time, all the high-grade curse techniques were used, including the top-grade curse techniques. Lin Fei spent 3 days reading. The system was also calculating and analyzing. Millions, tens of millions, trillions, billions of calculations and analysis. Regardless of whether it was a high-grade or a top-grade curse technique, there was a possibility that they could be upgraded after analysis. This was not the end. Body of 10,000 curses, this is interesting. Among the top-grade curse techniques that Chu Huan had sent, there was one that Lin Fei was very interested in. It was the body of 10,000 curses. This was a powerful curse technique that focused on defense. Once mastered, the defensive ability would be abnormally terrifying. It was not inferior to the system's invincible defense. This made Lin Fei very happy. With the system's invincible defense, Lin Fei was very interested in the body of 10,000 curses. The former consumed a lot of energy. If he could master the body of 10,000 curses, he would consume less energy in battle. Let's give it a try first. Although Lin Fei knew nothing about curse techniques, with the existence of the system, studying the body of 10,000 curses was not as difficult as he had imagined. Chapter 2261. The battle between the Curse Palace and the old ancestor of Unity 1 had attracted everyone's attention. The Invincible Palace, which was originally in a mess, was forgotten by everyone. No one would pay attention to it, and this gave Lin Fei time to develop. After all, the rise of the Curse Palace would soon affect the power structure of the Prefecture Cloud world. This was something that everyone could see clearly. More people were waiting for the Unity ancestor to come knocking on their door. No one believed that the Union ancestor would be able to tolerate this. Whether or not the Curse Palace could withstand the wrath of the Unity sect master had undoubtedly become a topic of concern for many people. No one had expected that after a month had passed, the Unity ancestor still hadn't taken any action for revenge. This made everyone's jaws drop. This didn't make sense. After going through this battle, the United Sect had suffered a great blow. If they wanted to recover, they would need at least 1,000 years. And this was the shortest amount of time. If it was anyone else, they would definitely seek revenge on the Curse Palace. The wrath of a sect master-level expert was extremely terrifying. 1,000,000 miles of floating corpses was considered a light punishment. However, under such circumstances, the great ancestor of the Unity sect actually chose to swallow his anger. This was undoubtedly out of everyone's expectations. Could it be that the Curse Palace was far more terrifying than what they saw now? Ancestor, we've become the laughing stock of the Saints' world now. I can't take this lying down. Closed gate, forbidden area. Xianxia couldn't control his emotions. He didn't understand why the Patriarch didn't go to the Curse Palace for revenge. However, the person in front of him was the Patriarch, so he didn't dare to say anything. To be honest, it would be a lie if the Union old ancestor wasn't angry. He was tricked by the Curse Palace and had to spend a month to expel the energy from his body. At the thought of this, he was burning with rage. "Shut up!" Unity ancestor shouted, Look at yourself now, do you still look like a sect master? Xianxia shrunk his neck, not daring to breathe too loudly. How's the investigation of the matter I asked you to investigate? After suffering a small loss at the hands of Huan Chu, how could old ancestor he endure this? That day, he was ambushed and his strength was suppressed. He could only helplessly let the other party leave. Patriarch, please take a look. Xianxia didn't dare to go against the mission given by the old ancestor. He sent all the spies out to investigate. Everything that was related to the Curse Palace was collected. There's actually no news about that group of half-step powerhouses with spears at all? Patriarch Unity frowned slightly. The Curse Palace has really hidden themselves well. They've hidden such an elite force. Everyone is going to be shocked. Old Master, he flipped through it and his expression turned solemn. Does the Curse Palace really not have any cult master experts holding the fort? Elder Ancestor, the Curse Palace is just relying on the mysteriousness of curse techniques. I've never heard of a sect master-level powerhouse holding down the fort. Xianxia was very sure. I can also guarantee that they don't have a sect master-level expert. If they did, then Sacred Master Fu Yun wouldn't have an easy time. Don't look at the sacred world. There were 33 small saint realms, and the competition in each of them was very intense. However, the sacred lords who controlled the small saint realms would definitely not allow a sect to rise. After all, two tigers could not live on the same mountain. This applied no matter where it was. If the Curse Palace were to rise, it would be like a ferocious tiger baring its fangs. Then this Curse Palace is really not simple. The body of 10,000 curses has been broken. Sun and Moon double kill, upgrade successful. Dark Curse Finger, upgrade successful. The curse technique had been upgraded. It was far more difficult than Lin Fei had imagined. He spent an entire month to upgrade the top-notch curse technique. The expenditure during this period was huge. Fortunately, it wasn't a unit of origin energy. Lin Fei didn't feel that much pain. Lin Fei left the Invincible Palace, passed through the void, and arrived at the World Wall battlefield. The World Wall battlefield was more or less under Lin Fei's control. Other than the central region, there were basically no dead souls being born. The guards patrolling the battlefield were not to be trifled with. Once they encountered a soul, they would swarm over and kill it. Dark Curse Finger. Lin Fei started chanting. With a flick of his finger, an illusory finger silhouette condensed and shot out explosively. With a loud rumble, it forcibly tore apart the aura and pressure of the central domain. What a powerful curse technique. Its power is several times stronger than the last time. Lin Fei opened the system to analyze the data. It was indeed several times stronger than the last time. If word got out, the entire sacred world would definitely go crazy. Curse technique, Sun and Moon double kill. The aura of the central region was extremely terrifying. But now, under the attack of Lin Fei's curse technique, an opening was torn. It lasted for a long time until the curse technique's power was completely removed. The aura of the aura returned to its original state. Let's try this. Previously, Lin Fei had mastered high-level curse techniques. In terms of grade and power, they were far from these top-notch curse techniques. He could cast them at will. Body of 10,000 curses. This curse technique was the most troublesome to break. At the same time, it was also the curse technique that took the longest time to break. Lin Fei had high expectations for the body of 10,000 curses. Once Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses, he immediately experienced the profoundness of the body of 10,000 curses. It was a different kind of defense. Curses condensed into a terrifying world of curses behind him. In the center of the world of curses, there was a gigantic figure that could support the heavens. Lin Fei knew that this illusory figure was the ancestor that created the curse technique. Let me see the power of the body of 10,000 curses. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed into the central region. Wave after wave of aura of pressure came crushing over. The moment the aura of pressure met the body of 10,000 curses, it was immediately dispersed by the curse technique. Lin Fei did not need to do anything. The curse world behind him would automatically shatter the aura of pressure. This is not bad. Lin Fei rushed forward. The aura of pressure coming from the central region was blasted away by the curse technique of the body of 10,000 curses. It also made him realize why the body of 10,000 curses was the most difficult top-notch curse technique to cultivate. The curse technique's power consumption is not bad. It's much less than activating the invincible defense. As he advanced, he experimented. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. After persisting for a while, he turned and left the central region, returning to the invincible palace outside. Oh right, the body of 10,000 curses should be able to continue upgrading and strengthening, right? Lin Fei asked Little Devil. This is the most basic level. If Master wants to master a stronger body of 10,000 curses, you will need time to upgrade it. According to my calculations, the next level will take 3 months. 3 months? Lin Fei was not surprised. He had heard from Little Devil that the system could perform long-range calculations as long as there was sufficient energy. Then let's continue upgrading and strengthening it. 3 months? Lin Fei could afford to wait. After the curse technique was successfully upgraded, Lin Fei immediately contacted Curse Huan. In the past month, Curse Huan had been under a lot of pressure. She had become famous, but the pressure from the Fu Yun world was not small either. For example, Holy Lord Fu Yun had started to target her everywhere. She had even arranged for people to investigate the hidden strength of the Curse Palace. Chapter 2262. P.S. I've been very busy these past 2 days. Plus, I'm stuck with writing, so I haven't written much. I have no choice but to apologize. While Curse Huan was waiting anxiously, a piece of good news finally arrived. There were results on Di Tian's end. Great! When Chu Huan saw Di Tian again, she felt as she had wished. Even though there were not many changes to the upgraded curse technique, its might had unknowingly increased by several times. In fact, it even surpassed her expectations. Chu Huan could not help but smile. It was incredible to be able to push the power of the curse technique to a higher level in a short period of time. It was not that he had not tried the curse technique. Every time he deduced it, it would consume a lot of his mind. In the end, he could not hold on. After trying a few times, he completely gave up this method of hurting his mind. Could it be that this kid Di Tian has a sect leader backing him up? But even a sect master-level powerhouse doesn't seem to be willing to expend a large amount of energy to deduce and upgrade a curse technique. Suspicion arose in Chu Huan's heart. She did not dare to underestimate Di Tian, placing him on the same level as her. In order to get on Di Tian's good side, Curses Huan had brought 20 corpses with him. For these corpses, the Curse Palace Fiend had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they have to carry them out secretly, but they also had to avoid the attention of the major factions. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the giant's corpse. He knew that it was not easy to obtain the giant's corpse. Palace Master Curse, if I may be so bold as to ask, if you learn the complete body of 10,000 curses, will it be the same as stepping into the unparalleled realm and gaining the strength to fight against a cult master? Now that the body of 10,000 curses has been cracked, Lin Fei will naturally have to promote it. If I don't promote it, where will I get the benefits from? Chu Huan's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils contracted slightly. It was a very subtle reaction, but it was all seen by Lin Fei. He himself did not notice it. Ah, the body of 10,000 curses. The Curse Palace had received the legacy. But when it came to the body of 10,000 curses, he had always been unable to grasp it well. Especially when it came to Mantrajoy's generation, the body of 10,000 curses seemed to have become a legend. Up until now, he had yet to grasp the threshold of the body of 10,000 curses. Yes, it's the body of 10,000 curses. Chu Huan was about to lose control of his emotions. Back then, he had suspected that Di Tian had mastered the body of 10,000 curses, but he didn't dare to say anything. As for forcefully demanding it, even if Chu Huan was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to do something like that. Your Majesty Di Tian, the Curse Palace is willing to pay any price for the body of curses. No one knew better than Chu Huan that as long as he grasped the body of 10,000 curses, he would definitely reach supreme realms and become a renowned cult leader in the Saints' world. Moreover, he would be one of the more powerful ones among the cult leaders. This was also why Mantra Joy had such a huge reaction. The body of 10,000 curses was very important to him. Once he successfully cultivated it, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against Sacred Leader Fu Yun. Recently, Sacred Lord Fu Yun was extremely dissatisfied with the Curse Palace's commotion and the extraordinary strength it displayed. He had even given the Curse Palace a warning in secret. We are partners. Good for you, good for me, good for everyone. Lin Fei grinned. That's easy. The 10,000 incantations body cultivation technique. I can give them to Brother Curse, but Brother Curse needs to send me 100 giants within the next year. And they have to be alive. Yes, it's that simple. The dead giants were easy to deal with, but the living giants were all overlords of a region. Wanting to capture them alive was not an easy task. Once he failed to capture them, he would have to face the revenge of a giant powerhouse. That would be quite terrifying. Mantra Joy didn't hesitate. 100 living giant powerhouses. I agree. Every one of them must be at the mid-stage giant realm. Lin Fei added. I believe that Palace Master Curse, who has stepped into the cult leader realm, naturally wouldn't care about these people. Mantra Joy had indeed considered capturing early-stage giant powerhouses. After all, they were all giant powerhouses. After hearing what Lin Fei said, he laughed dryly. As you wish, fellow Taoist. After making the oath, Lin Fei gave the cultivation technique to Mantra Joy. This guy was very happy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he left Invincible Palace. Sacred Leader Fu Yun, you're going to have a headache soon. Lin Fei grinned evilly. Everything in the sealed world was now under Lin Fei's control. Lin Fei had created a batch of giant puppets. There were about 50 of them, and they could easily kill ordinary early-stage giant powerhouses. Now, Lin Fei was about to start something important. He had to occupy a territory in the sacred world. The size of the territory could be or it could be. The system didn't force it. Finally, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These days, Lin Fei had arranged for spies to enter the various small sacred domains. Among them, the strongest was the first layer of the small sacred domain. It was called the Heavenly Mark Sacred Domain. It was above the other small sacred domains in every aspect. Lin Fei couldn't go to the Heavenly Mark Sacred Domain to occupy a territory. That would be looking for trouble, and he would be the unlucky one. Heaven Wasteland Domain. This was Lin Fei's final choice. The weakest of all the sacred domains. The sacred leader of Heaven Wasteland had also just stepped into the unparalleled realm. It was rumored that he was currently at the first small realm. He was the easiest to deal with among all the cult leaders. Last time, the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Nether Domain caused a big fight between the two sacred domains. They suffered heavy losses. Compared to their usual strength, the strength of the two sacred domains was not what it used to be. This was an opportunity for Lin Fei. Heaven Wasteland Domain. The usually peaceful Heaven Wasteland Domain was not so peaceful recently. The reason was simple. The son of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was killed by the people of the Nether Palace. At the same time, they also lost several half-step giant experts. They naturally couldn't take this lying down. The big fight between the two forces caused the people of Heaven Wasteland Domain to panic. After a few months of fighting, both sides suffered heavy losses. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain didn't pay much attention to the Curse Palace and the Unification Sect. Their attention was on the Nether Palace. From a small-scale battle at the beginning, it had almost broken out. What was originally a matter of half-step giant experts was now a matter of giant experts. Both forces wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to occupy a certain territory in the other's sacred domain and obtain resources from the other's world. The bigger the fight, the better. Quietly, a figure appeared on a mountain peak in Heaven Wasteland Domain. Master, we have chosen our target. Not long after, a few flowing lights flew over and landed in front of Lin Fei, reporting respectfully. How to occupy a piece of land was also very particular. For this matter, Lin Fei had spent a lot of time and effort. In the end, he chose to support a local power. This was the most common method, and if it was done secretly, no one would suspect it was the Invincible Palace. Who? The Zhong family of Heaven Wasteland domain. Before he came here, Lin Fei had done some research on the Heaven Wasteland domain. If one were to talk about the inheritance that lasted the longest, it would be none other than the Zhong family. Back then, the Heaven Wasteland domain was controlled by the Zhong family. Later on, the Saint Lord of the Zhong family died, and the Zhong family was constantly suppressed. Until now, they could only occupy a remote area. Chapter 2263. The battle between the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Netherworld Palace had caused a series of changes within the Heaven Wasteland domain. Under the night sky, the Zhong family was brightly lit. What a vicious and merciless move! They want to wipe out the Zhong family. Patriarch, we can't just sit around and wait for death. Let's go all out. Our Zhong family is not that easy to deal with. We have to make them break a mouthful of teeth. The Zhong family's upper echelon elders gathered together. At this moment, all the elders were furious, their eyes red and filled with murderous intent. Zhong Shengtian's face was cold and gloomy. As the current clan leader of the Zhong family, he had always hoped to lead the Zhong family back to glory. Now that he had suddenly summoned all of them, the Zhong family was undoubtedly pushed onto the path of no return. At the first moment, Zhong Shengtian gathered the core elders of the family to discuss the next step. This was related to the future of the Zhong family. Big brother, the Heaven Wasteland Palace is forcing us like this because they are afraid that we will rise again. Why don't we join the Netherworld Palace? Zhong Shengshui was Zhong Shengtian's younger brother and had a great influence in the Zhong family. Join the Netherworld Palace? If it was not necessary, Zhong Shengtian did not want to give up the foundation of his ancestor. The current situation was very bad. Zhang Di Hao, the head of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, had ordered the major forces to send a team to deal with the Netherworld Palace. As the leader of the Heaven Wasteland domain, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had the right to do so. Everyone knew what they were planning, which was to weaken the strength of the major forces. The Zhong family had received the order to organize a team to join the battle at the border within a limited time. This team required 10 half-step giant experts, 3 early giant experts, and 1 mid-giant expert. It was equivalent to 2/3 of the Zhong family's strength. If this team suffered heavy losses at the border, it would be a problem for the Zhong family to protect their foundation in the future. Big brother, this is our only way out, Zhong Shengshui advised. If we don't go to the Netherworld Palace, that bastard Zhang Di Hao will definitely use us as cannon fodder. Zhong Shengtian smiled bitterly. It's difficult. Zhang Di Hao arranged for people to monitor our Zhong clan's every move. If there's any movement, Zhang Di Hao will definitely send troops to attack our Zhong clan. Do you think our Zhong clan can withstand it? Lin Fei silently arrived in the air above the Zhong clan's fief. The top forces of the past have declined. A divine sense swept over. The Zhong clan's strength was fully displayed in Lin Fei's eyes. 2 late-stage big shots, 5 mid-stage big shots, and 15 early-stage big shots. Lin Fei smiled. It wasn't that difficult to control such a force. Master, they should be discussing orders from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. On the way here, Lin Fei had learned about the Zhong family situation. Currently, the Zhong family was in a very bad position. If they sent troops, they would definitely become cannon fodder. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had an excuse to deal with the Zhong family. Let's go meet the Zhong clan. Right now, the Zhong clan was in chaos. The elders continued to debate, but there was no good result. No matter which choice it wasn't a good choice for the Zhong clan. It could be said that the Zhong clan was in danger. If things went wrong, the Zhong clan would disappear in the long river of history. This was also the reason why the Zhong clan had always maintained a low profile. They had no choice but to keep a low profile. It was a pity that the Heaven Wasteland Palace didn't give them time to slowly increase their strength. Or if the Patriarch had advanced to the unrivaled realm, he would have the ability to contend with the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Boom! Just as Zhong Shengtian was feeling helpless, a terrifying aura came crushing down from the meeting room. The pressure was so strong that everyone felt suffocated. What was even more unacceptable was how the other party came in without them noticing. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Get down here. Xianxia was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow. His aura surged as he raised his palm, wanting to force the other party out. This was the Zhong clan's territory. How could an outsider be allowed to enter? A palm strike filled with anger was extraordinarily powerful. After all, this was the attack of a late-stage hegemon. Lin Fei smiled, allowing the palm strike to land on his body. With a "vipeng" sound, the expected situation didn't happen. Instead, a calm voice rang out, "Your strength is too light." Xianxia thought he could injure the other party, but the scene in front of him caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. A sect leader-level expert? Is this the Zhong clan's way of doing things? Lin Fei retracted his aura. The strength displayed by Lin Fei caused the Zhong clan's elders to be shocked. To be able to block that palm strike so easily, his battle prowess was definitely close to that of a sect leader-level expert. You guys leave first. Song Shengtian stopped his second brother from continuing. He had seen that palm strike clearly, but regrettably, even with his many years of experience, he couldn't see any changes in the other party. This was obviously the best proof that the other party was stronger than him. Song Shengtian didn't know the other party's purpose, but he didn't dare to offend him easily. He immediately made up his mind. No matter who the other party was, if they had evil intentions towards the Zhong clan, no matter how strong they were, he wouldn't allow them to succeed. The elders in the meeting room all left, leaving only his second brother, Xianxia, remaining behind. He kept surveying the black-robed fellow, trying to probe him with his divine sense several times, but it was blocked by a unique energy. He couldn't see through the other party's features, causing his heart to be filled with shock. He had never heard of such an expert before. "Sir, now that everyone has left, can you state your purpose for coming here tonight?" Song Shengtan stared at the black-robed figure in a low voice. After failing to see through the other party's features, he completely gave up. This black-robed figure was even more mysterious than he had imagined. An opportunity, a chance for your Zhong clan to rise again. I just don't know if your Zhong clan has the interest or the courage to do so. Lin Fei smiled. Song Shengtian and his brother looked at each other, a strange light flashing in their eyes. An opportunity? Song Shengtian sneered. I'm afraid our Zhong clan will have to pay a high price. In this world, you have to pay to get something back. Lin Fei wasn't angry. Don't your Zhong clan want to regain the glory of the Zhong clan? Or are you waiting for the Heaven Wasteland Palace to make a move on you? Whether you choose to submit to the Netherworld Palace or follow their orders, your Zhong clan doesn't have a good choice. However, I have an opportunity for you that can help you get rid of the threat of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Are you willing to see the Zhong clan decline in your hands? Lin Fei's words were very simple, but they were very practical at this time. They were like a knife that stabbed into their hearts. Who said we are afraid of the Heaven Wasteland Palace? If they dare to make a move, we dare to fight with our lives? Xianxia retorted, his heart feeling weak. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, the Heaven Wasteland Palace has a sect leader. Can you win? Can they win? The Zhong clan brothers couldn't help but ask themselves. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, who would be willing to fight with the Heaven Wasteland Palace? They had no chance of winning at all. Chapter 2264. Faced with the threat of Heaven Wasteland Palace, the Zhong family indeed had no way to resist. Fight to the end? No matter which choice it was not a perfect choice. The person standing in front of them, from the very beginning, had displayed extraordinary strength that was shocking. Song Shengtian could not figure out the other party's strength, and most importantly, the other party must come from a great force, with a high position of power that the current Zhong family could not compare to. I want your Zhong family to be loyal to me for 1,000 years. The reason why he proposed 1,000 years was to make it easier for them to accept. Loyalty? This result was within Song Shengtian's expectations. Fortunately, it was 1,000 years, which was still within the acceptable range. He only frowned slightly, but the second brother beside him was not too happy. Why should our Zhong family believe you? Lin Fei chuckled. Just based on the fact that I can help you rise in the Heaven Wasteland domain, Even that person will not dare to act rashly. Furthermore, this is a good opportunity. If your Zong family rises again, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will definitely be caught in a pincer attack and it will definitely not be easy. Hua hua hua! Lin Fei waved his hand, and the spear puppets appeared in front of the two Zong family brothers. The instant the spear-wielding puppets appeared, killing intent gushed forth. Even the two brothers from the Zong clan couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air because they could sense a threatening aura from the spear-wielding puppets. This was an inconceivable matter, yet it actually happened right before their eyes. Just a half-step giant. Zong Xianxia said. The conference room was not big, and there were thousands of spear puppets. Hee, I have tens of thousands of such subordinates by my side. Even a giant powerhouse can be killed. Lin Fei put away the spear puppets and replaced them with 20 giant puppets. This time, the two Zong family brothers were shocked. If it was such a force, it was indeed not something that any force could resist. The two could not help but swallow their saliva. I'll give you 3 days to consider. You must think clearly. If you miss this opportunity, there is no more shop. The price you have to pay is only 1,000 years, in exchange for the glory of the past. This is a very good deal. Lin Fei turned and left. Big brother, this person has disappeared. Zong Xianxia's spiritual sense had been locked onto the other party. In the blink of an eye, the other party disappeared without a trace. This was rather surprising. What terrifying strength! Song Shengtian smiled bitterly. His divine sense had also lost its target, as if the other party had never appeared. If he wants to kill us, the consequences would be unimaginable. Both of them fell silent. Big brother, what do you think we should do? Zong Xianxia had always followed his big brother's opinion. He would only listen to his big brother on such a big matter. Song Shengtian's mood was very complicated. His opponent had displayed a terrifying strength right from the start. It was already shocking enough that he was able to resist a late-stage giant powerhouse's attack head-on. Not to mention, he had also released a spear puppet that contained the aura of a half-step giant. Who would dare to look down on the puppet of a giant? Let me think about it. Master, they are tempted. The little devil said. In the night sky, a figure emerged from the void. If they aren't tempted after taking on an attack, then they must be thinking of annihilation. Lin Fei smiled. As long as they are smart, they will know what to choose. Especially when the Zong family was once the ruler of Heaven Wasteland domain. Their descendants have fought for the glory of the family. This time, I will definitely eat them. Lin Fei naturally could not only target the Zong family if he wanted to obtain Heaven Wasteland domain. The matter of the Zong family is half resolved. The other half is to make some common enemies to deal with Heaven Wasteland Palace together. The Nether Realm. Recently, the Nether Palace had launched hundreds of battles against Heaven Wasteland Palace. Both sides had suffered certain losses. Wars broke out at the border every day. Inside the Nether Realm, forces of all sizes sent out teams to cooperate with the Nether Palace in the battle. The one in control of the situation was a late-stage giant powerhouse of the Nether Palace, Elder Yu Jiutian, who was also one of the most powerful figures in the Nether Palace. You are really a bunch of trash. It has been so long, but you are still blocked by the people of Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Palace Master is very angry. A thunderous roar came from a valley at the border. The people outside subconsciously shrank their necks. This was Elder Yu's unique way of doing things. Every time there was a roar, it meant that Elder Yu was angry. Especially during this period of time, it had become normal for him to roar every day. Inside the palace, a group of people drooped their heads, not daring to look at the black-faced Elder Yu Jiutian. Tonight's roar lasted for an hour, and they were all scolded. You can all get out. Yu Jiutian was dressed in a white robe and his face was black. He looked at the people in front of him with anger. They were all a bunch of trash. Everyone ran out as if they had been pardoned. In the blink of an eye, only Yu Jiutian was left in the palace. This can't go on. The palace master is very angry. It seems that we have to attack with all our strength. No matter what, we have to put a nail in Heaven Wasteland Palace. Yu Jiutian said to himself. Elder Yu, I don't think your method will work. All of a sudden, a voice reverberated in the spacious palace. When Yu Jiutian heard this, his expression immediately changed, but he did not make a move. To be able to sneak into the palace and listen to him, the other party's realm must be higher than his. Even if it was not a sect master-level figure, it was not far from it. After all, he had mastered a trace of the great path pattern to attack. Who are you? Yu Jiutian tried hard to find the other party, but the other party seemed to not exist, which scared him. You're not bad. You didn't act rashly like those damn guys. In the palace, a figure emerged, his body rippling with a trace of a terrifying aura. The unparalleled realm, sect master. As soon as he saw the other party, the trace of the aura that belonged to an unparalleled expert made Yu Jiutian's expression change, and his body trembled slightly. A sect master. I didn't disturb your thoughts, did I? As a giant late-stage expert, Yu Jiutian was infinitely close to the unparalleled realm, but he was still a step away. If a sect master-level figure wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. He completely lost his temper, and a respectful expression appeared on his face. No! Lin Fei was secretly proud. Imitating the aura of an unparalleled expert really has a lot of benefits. Thanks to the old ancestor of the Unity sect, I really couldn't imitate it. That day, when Cursed Joy injured the old ancestor of the Unity sect, Lin Fei took the opportunity to obtain a trace of essence blood. Through the system's analysis, he obtained some information about the unparalleled expert. The current aura imitation was thanks to that drop of essence blood. If the old ancestor of the Unity sect knew about it, he would probably be furious. Chapter 2265. Netherworld Palace. Did that person really say so? Dressed in a black robe, Netherworld Z was shrouded in a door that looked like the entrance to hell. He emitted a sinister aura. It was the palace master of the Netherworld Palace. Yes, that person is very mysterious. Even I can't see through his background, but the sect master aura on him is not something that others can imitate. Yu Jiutian reported back immediately. The appearance of a sect master was definitely not a small matter, so he naturally did not dare to delay. The days of the Heaven Wasteland Holy Lord are coming to an end. Although Netherworld Z did not know who the other party was, he could clearly see that this sect master was not on the same side as the Heaven Wasteland Holy Lord. To him, there was no doubt that there was a certain degree of manipulation. Recently, what made Netherworld Z the most unhappy was the war started by the Heaven Wasteland domain. Killing the son of Emperor Hao? This was a big black pot. Until now, Netherworld Z was still full of anger, hating the person who had secretly attacked him. The war between us and the Heaven Wasteland Palace should not continue. If that sect master is here, we might have a chance to make him suffer. Yu Jiutian said worriedly. Wouldn't that help that mysterious sect master? Netherworld Z laughed. That depends on whether he has the ability or not. The next day, on a mountain peak at the border, Yu Ming Z had come personally to prevent himself from offending an expert of the same level as him. Another reason was to test if this person had truly entered that realm. You can show yourself now. Netherworld Z secretly checked. He was slightly shocked when he found nothing. This was the place they had agreed to meet. Taoist friend Netherworld, you're quite early. Without any warning, the black-robed Lin Fei appeared on a huge rock on the mountain peak, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He actually appeared? There is no fluctuation, no formation aura. What kind of technique is this? I can't see it. With just one glance, Netherworld Z was inwardly shocked. This technique was much more powerful than him. Apart from the sect master, who else could do it? At this moment, he had complete trust in this mysterious sect master-level expert. Netherworld Z believed in his own judgment. No one could deceive him in front of him. Such a person had not been born yet. Fellow Taoist is quite capable. I didn't expect the sacred world to have another powerful sect master. Yu Mingzi said, It's just a small path. It's nothing. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. But fellow Taoist Netherworld was able to come. I made a good choice. For example, that person is going to be unlucky. Ha! Yu Mingzi laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist, I wonder what brilliant plan you have to make that person suffer? Why don't you tell me? It was impossible for Lin Fei to not be nervous when facing a sect leader-level figure. Fortunately, he had the system to simulate everything. Light had appeared silently. It would definitely surprise the other party. In reality, it was just as Lin Fei had predicted. Even the slightest change in the other party would not be able to escape the system's monitoring. This is not a problem. Interesting fellow. From the beginning to the end, Yu Mingzi had never asked for the other party's name. There was no need. Unity Ancestor? From the aura released by the other party, Yu Mingzi was able to determine who the other party was. He knew all the sect leader-level figures in the sacred world, except for those sect leaders who hid their names. Yu Mingzi was shocked. The Unity sect had suffered a great loss recently. They actually interfered with Heaven Wasteland domain at this time? What were they planning? He could not figure it out at this moment. But it was fine as long as he knew that the other party was the Unity Ancestor. Unity Ancestor, you are even more unfathomable than what the outside world says. With this concealment technique, everyone will be afraid of you. Yu Mingzi turned and left. Not long later, Yu Mingzi reappeared on the mountain peak. He looked left and right before leaving again. What the sneak attack? Unfortunately, you have underestimated me. Lin Fei remained near the mountain peak and did not leave. With the system's powerful shielding function, and using the unit of origin energy, it would be strange if Yu Mingzi could see through it. The Unity sect. Such a big scapegoat. It will be hard for you to defend yourselves. Lin Fei purposely did not mind him, but he revealed the aura of a sect leader-level expert. This was equivalent to a mark, the best proof in the circle of sect leaders in the sacred world. When he thought about how this matter would blow up, that Unity Ancestor would probably vomit blood and wouldn't be able to clear his name. We promise you. 3 days later, Zhong family. Song Shengtian personally agreed to the mysterious person's request. During these 3 days, it wasn't that the Zhong family didn't investigate, but the other party was too mysterious. They mobilized some resources and still didn't find anything. But one thing was for sure, the other party was definitely a sect leader expert. Relying on an expert wasn't something they couldn't accept, and the time limit was just 1,000 years. The Zhong family could accept this time limit. For any expert to cultivate, a small seclusion would take 200 to 300 years. 1,000 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and the price and rewards wouldn't be ordinary. Song Shengtian secretly had confidence in breaking through to the next realm. Perhaps in less than 1,000 years, he would be able to break through to the unparalleled realm and become a sect leader expert of the sacred world. At that time, he would naturally have the capital to contend against this mysterious fellow. Patriarch Zhong, you will definitely rejoice in the future. This is the most profitable deal you have done in your life. Ordinary people really don't have this opportunity. Lin Fei said with a smile. The following matters were simple. After Song Shengtian chose to agree, Lin Fei's task was half completed, and he inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. Bring me to a secret place of yours. Before Song Shengtian broke through to the unparalleled realm, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the other party going back on his words. To break through to that realm wasn't an easy matter, and many monstrous geniuses were stuck at this step. Hua hua hua. The people of Heaven Wasteland Domain and Nether Domain were fighting at the border, and Lin Fei would not miss the opportunity. Since he was going to make a move, this was undoubtedly the best time to do so. These are 20,000 heavy spear soldiers, each one of them is a half-step giant. They have the ability to kill half-step giants of the same level. They will be the sharpest knife for you to expand your territory. Lin Fei said. In addition, I will also leave 20 giant puppets for you. As for that person, you naturally don't need to do anything. With this power, you should know what to do. The dense mass of heavy spear soldiers exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. 20,000 heavy spear soldiers gathered together. Even the two brothers Song Shengtian were inwardly shocked. Big brother, fortunately we made the right choice. If such a large army attacked our Zhong family, the result would definitely be a great loss, and we might really be completely removed from the family. Zhong Shengtian felt numb and did not doubt the other party's words at all. This guy, what is his background, to take out 20,000 heavy spear soldiers in one go? This is too unbelievable. No force in Heaven Wasteland domain can take out this kind of force. Zhong Shengtian was previously unwilling, but now he no longer had any thoughts. Chapter 2266. 3 days later, Heaven Wasteland domain. A special envoy from the Heaven Wasteland Palace had come to inspect the recruitment mission arranged by the higher-ups. At the same time, he brought along an inspector from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It seemed that if Zhong Shengtian showed the slightest reluctance, they would act against the Zhong family. The prepared Zhong Shengtian politely invited them into the Zhong family. On the surface, he was very polite, but when they were unprepared, he killed all the special envoy and the inspector. Not long after the Zhong family killed the special envoy, a dark cloud floated in the sky. On the dark cloud stood a giant expert, his face filled with killing intent. Zhong Shengtian, you have indeed rebelled. The palace lord had long expected this and specially arranged for me to deal with you, ha! On the dark cloud, the old man's eyes were like lightning shooting over. After today, your Zhong family will be completely erased from Heaven Wasteland domain. Wu Lang, erasing is not up to you to decide. Zhong Shengtian threw everything aside, rejoicing in his heart that he had made a choice. Otherwise, if he really had such thoughts, the Zhong family would not be able to survive this disaster. Zhong Shengtian exploded with a tyrannical aura, charging towards Wu Lang. He raised his hand, and a treasure was thrown over. The Zhong family has rebelled. We obey the orders of the palace lord, destroy the entire Zhong family, kill without mercy. Wu Lang roared, his voice rumbling throughout Heaven Wasteland domain. In the surrounding void, a black shadow appeared. Heaven Wasteland Palace had already secretly arranged for people to be hidden within the formation, hiding from an expert like Zhong Shengtian. Wu Lang took out his treasure, and the two treasures constantly collided in the sky, setting off terrifying shockwaves. Zhong Shengtian, your Zhong family is finished. This time, I have personally brought an order from the palace lord, and specially deployed 3,000 Heaven Wasteland domain soldiers, 50 giant experts. No matter how monstrous your strength is, don't even think of resisting. Wu Lang laughed loudly. Brother He, you can come out now. Black blood floated over from the sky, its blood chi soaring to the heavens. Those with lower strength felt as though their blood chi was about to burst out of their bodies. Heaven Wasteland Palace, black blood consecrated. Zhong Shengtian's face darkened slightly, because the other party was also a late-stage giant expert. At the same time, he was also very powerful in the recruitment of Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Black Blood Giant stood on the Black Blood Mountain. Blood-colored shadows coiled around his body, forming a blood-colored cloak that fluttered in the wind. Clan leader Zhong, so you still remember me? Wu Lang laughed. Do you see that? This is the power your Zhong clan has no way to resist. The Empyrean has already said that as long as you all surrender, your entire Zhong clan won't die. In the eyes of Sovereign Black Waves, the Zhong clan had no other choice. Resist? It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhong Shengtian's eyes flashed with determination. The Zhong clan won't allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. As for you guys, there's no need to leave. All of you can stay behind. Heavy gunner soldiers, move out. As the sound of his voice faded, numerous black shadows shot out from the Zhong clan. Bang! A heavy gunner soldier stabbed a half-step giant with his spear. His sturdy armor could not withstand a single blow and was easily penetrated by the other party's spear. The other party was sent flying, smashing into a mountain top and vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Bang! 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 A series of air-piercing sounds were heard, followed by a figure. They blasted into the orderly ranks of Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers. Immediately after, the figures smashed into the ground like meteors. So fast. What a fierce attack! The two brothers, Zhong Shengtian, could not help but gasp. They were at the same realm, but they could completely crush the other party. In just one move, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers disappeared. This was simply unbelievable. Song Xingtian and Zhong Xingshui were full of confidence. They each took out their treasures and attacked the Black Waves Giant and the Black Blood Giant. In an instant, the two sides were entangled. How is this possible? There's something wrong with the situation. The elders and masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were greatly shocked. They had not expected such a situation to occur. The 3,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers were the strongest force of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, yet they were defeated by the Zhong family in a single move. Was this still the Zhong family that was constantly being suppressed according to the information? The two of them blocked the attacks of the Zhong brothers, and at the same time, mobilized the other hegemonic level experts to join the battle. First, they would kill the two Zhong brothers. Once they were dead, they would then move on to kill the half-step hegemonic level experts. The 50 giant experts were immediately attacked by 10,000 heavy gunner soldiers. At the same time, there were also 20 giant puppets and a few giants of the Zhong family. In less than an hour, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's momentum was lost. More than 1,000 of the 3,000 Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers were killed and the remaining 1,000 were captured. The heavy gunner soldiers surrounded the 50 giants and killed 15 of them. The rest were seriously injured and had no choice but to raise their hands and surrender. The two brothers, Song Xingtian, used all their trump cards and killed Elder Black Waves and Black Blood Master on the spot. The Zhong family won. We've won. Zhong Sheng took a deep breath. It would be a lie to say that the two brothers did not feel pressured in the face of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's encirclement. Who knew that the heavy gunner soldiers and the giant puppets that were left behind would be so ferocious and solve their worries? We need to act as soon as possible while the Heaven Wasteland Palace is still unaware of the situation. While they are reacting, we need to expand our territory and wipe out the forces of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Song Xingtian also revealed a smile. He was confident in this battle. Killing and arson is the golden belt, it's not fake at all. Lin Fei did not leave Heaven Wasteland domain. He had been paying attention to the development of the situation. From the day he entered the Zhong family, he knew of the ambush in the void, but he did not tell them. Heaven Wasteland domain's rich people, sacrificing 3,000 half-step giants, 50 giants and 2 late-stage giants. This is a great harvest. Lin Fei's heart was filled with elation. Such a good thing was really hard to come by. Lin Fei rejoiced that he had come to the right place. By the time the Heaven Wasteland Palace reacted, the strength around him would have increased greatly, and they would definitely regret it. Right now, let's first transform the 2 late-stage giants. These 2 late-stage giants were far weaker than Song Xingtian, so it was normal for them to be killed. To Lin Fei, these were the strongest corpses in history. If the transformation was successful, they would have the strength of a late-stage giant, provided that they were equipped with the corresponding equipment. Lin Fei now hoped that the Zhong family would make a big fuss. The Zhong family's attack was very sharp. No one knew better than them that these were forces controlled by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. On that day, the 20,000 heavy gunner soldiers were divided into 5 groups. Each group had 4,000 gunner soldiers, and launched a fierce attack on 4 of the larger forces. A day later, the 4 forces suffered heavy casualties and were removed from Heaven Wasteland domain. Chapter 2267. P.S. There was a mistake yesterday. Let me correct it. It should be attacking 5 major powers, not 4. While the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the Netherworld Palace were at war, the Zhong family suddenly emerged and destroyed 5 major forces in one day, shocking the entire Heaven Wasteland domain. Crazy. What is the Zhong family trying to do? Do they think they can fight against that person? Who would have thought that the Zhong family would be defeated so quickly? Who would have thought that they would have such a card up their sleeves? They destroyed 5 major forces that the Heaven Wasteland Palace admired in one go. Zhong Xingtian is still too reckless. He is playing with fire and burning himself. The people of Heaven Wasteland domain were not optimistic about the sudden rise of the Zhong family. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was able to control Heaven Wasteland domain because they had unparalleled experts, which was far from what the Zhong family could compare to. Even if they caught the other party off guard, they would definitely suffer the revenge of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The result was predictable. After destroying 5 major powers, the Zhong clan did not stop their advance. They gathered their scattered forces and once again fiercely attacked the direction of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. One after another, the territories of the major powers were destroyed, unable to withstand a single blow. By the time the Heaven Wasteland Palace reacted, the Zhong clan had already destroyed over 100 major powers and controlled 1/3 of the Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was naturally enraged. No one wanted their backyard to be on fire, especially when it was the Zhong family who was once their archenemy. They immediately sent out 10,000 heavenly soldiers. It was not easy to mobilize such a force. The heavily armed troops and the heavenly soldiers clashed again. The result was the same. The heavily armed troops gathered together and attacked ferociously. 10,000 heavenly soldiers could turn the tide of the battle, but they were far inferior to the heavily armed troops. The 10,000 heavily armed troops were defeated. The Heaven Wasteland Palace once again left behind more than 10 corpses, including a giant late-stage expert. On the Zhong family side, they lost more than 1,000 heavily armed troops, most of whom were killed by giant experts. Compared to the losses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, it was really nothing. The Zhong family had won this battle. The various forces that thought the Zhong family would be defeated were once again dumbfounded. Especially when they knew that the Zhong family had more than 10,000 heavily armed troops, they could no longer remain calm. After the second victory of the Zhong clan, those powers who had been watching from the sidelines and weren't doing too well all chose to side with them. Wanting to have a good future, the strength of the Zhong clan increased tremendously. On the border battlefield, when the backyard of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was on fire and the 10,000 soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were killed, Elder Yu Jiutian of the Netherworld Palace launched a surprise attack and tore open a gap, causing the Heaven Wasteland Palace to suffer heavy losses. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was a dazzling sight. What a good Zhong clan, to think that they've hidden so deeply. Inside the palace, a low and deep voice reverberated. Palace Lord Zhang Dihao's face darkened when he heard the news from his subordinates. Ever since the Heaven Desolate Palace took control of the Little Saint World, they had never suffered such a great loss. For a declining ancestral clan to be able to turn into a sharp knife and stab the Heaven Desolate Palace at this time was no less than a ruthless slap to the Heaven Desolate Palace. Zhang Dihao was filled with regret. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have held back so much. I would have directly annihilated the Zhong clan, and there wouldn't be such trouble now. He had lost twice in a row. Once the flag of the Zhong clan was raised, the Heaven Wasteland domain was in chaos. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost 13,000 soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, which had hurt their foundation. They were originally at the bottom of all the Little Saint domains. Now that they had suffered such heavy losses, Zhang Dihao didn't know where to put his face. The elders, deacons, and masters of the Heaven Wasteland Palace all lowered their heads and endured Zhang Dihao's anger. Palace Lord, the plan now is to immediately annihilate the Zhong clan. We can't let them continue to cause trouble. If this drags on, our Heaven Wasteland Palace will have no advantage at all. Zhang Difei stood up and said, as a powerful figure of the Zhang clan, Zhang Difei was more anxious than anyone else. I think that we should immediately mobilize the Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers to suppress the Zhong clan. Zhang Difei continued, and I hope that the Holy Lord will bestow us with a Saint Rune to deal with that old fart, Song Shun. Once we get rid of them, the Zhong clan will not be able to turn the situation around. Zhang Difei had a bad temper, and his battle strength was very strong. He was on the same level as Song Xingtian. The others in the palace agreed with him. Elder Zhan is right. As long as we annihilate Brother Song Xingtian, the rest are nothing to be afraid of. In fact, we can even capture and control those 10,000 heavy-armored spearmen, which can make up for our previous losses. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace all knew that the Zhong clan's strongest force was that batch of heavy-armored spearmen. Every single one of them had extremely strong battle strength, surpassing even the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. If the Heaven Wasteland Palace could capture that batch of heavy-armored spearmen, they could indeed make up for their previous losses. However, there was still a doubt in their hearts. How did the Zhong clan manage to pull out such a powerful group of heavy-armored spearmen? They even managed to hide it from the eyes and ears of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they didn't figure this out, everyone would feel a tinge of unease in their hearts. That was 20,000 heavy-armored spearmen, which was more than what a force could handle. Did they really think that they were cabbages? Zhang Dihao hated the Netherworld Palace, and he hated the Zhong clan even more. They just had to create trouble at this time and bring them so much trouble. The losses they caused were also unforgivable. Di Fei, I'll leave the matters of the Zhong clan to you. I'll get the Saint Talisman for you, but you must ensure that you destroy the Zhong clan as soon as possible. Zhang Dihao said solemnly. As for the others, they'll all be at the borders to prevent the Netherworld Palace from continuing their invasion. This was something that could not be helped. The Heaven Wasteland Palace controlled a large amount of resources. Over the years, the number of Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers they had created was only about 50,000. At the same time, this was also the strongest trump card that the Heaven Wasteland Palace had used to deter the other major forces. The Saint Master's Saint Talisman was naturally a nuclear weapon that would not be used easily. The Zhong clan's trump card had destroyed 13,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. It would have been fine if it had been any other time, but now that the Netherworld Palace had launched a large-scale invasion, they could easily destroy the Zhong clan. Who would have thought that they would suffer such a huge setback at the hands of the Zhong clan? For the Heaven Wasteland Palace, they only had a little more than 30,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers left. They did not have much confidence in themselves, so they had to ask for the Saint Talisman to kill the Song Shengtian brothers. This was also the fastest way. In order to resolve their worries, the Heaven Wasteland Palace mobilized the few remaining Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers they had and sent out another 10,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. At the same time, they asked for the Saint Talisman bestowed by the Saint Master. The Saint Talisman contained a powerful attack from the Saint Master, which was enough to kill a powerful figure like Song Shengtian. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had come again. The Zhong clan had won twice in a row and destroyed 13,000 Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers. This kind of battle record was enough to make anyone proud, especially when it came from a clan like the Zhong clan. In just a few days, a large number of people had gathered around the Zhong clan. When it reached a certain scale, even the forces that had been watching from the sidelines began to have different ideas. The Zhong clan organized a great army and marched forward, crushing everything in their path. For those powers and territories that blocked their way, they either surrendered or were completely annihilated. Chapter 2268. Heaven Wasteland Palace once again launched an attack on the Zhong family, but this time, no one was optimistic about Heaven Wasteland Palace's chances. In these few days, Zhong family had displayed terrifying strength and defeated Heaven Wasteland Palace twice. Other than the Holy Lord, they didn't believe that Heaven Wasteland Palace had the strength to deal with Zhong family, especially under such circumstances. On the battlefield at the border, Netherworld Palace was eyeing them covetously. Zhong family moved very quickly, subduing forces one by one and killing their way to Heaven Wasteland Palace's territory. On this day, Heaven Wasteland Palace and the main family met again. Old man Zhong, you really hid your strength well, but you won't be so lucky this time. Battle Di Fei was very angry with Song Shengtian, but he suppressed his anger and didn't arrange for the Heaven Wasteland Palace's soldiers to move out. Song Shengtian became more and more confident. With just the few of you, I advise you not to worry too much. Big brother, he is from the Zhong family, let's kill him first. Zhong Shengshui's battle intent surged as he took out a treasure and charged forward. You killed our Zhong family's disciples back then, I will have my revenge today. Battle Di Fei was very strong. Even though they were at the same cultivation realm, they fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Not only did they not have any chance of winning, they even fell into a predicament. Zhong Shengshui had already expected this, it was just to exhaust their energy. Saint Talisman, Icy Finger. The Saint Talisman was completely golden, and after Battle Di Fei tore it apart, an oppressive aura from an unparalleled expert instantly enveloped the entire area. Traces of coldness turned into frost and fell from the sky. Shameless. Song Xianxia and his brother's expressions changed drastically as they desperately circulated the energy in their bodies to resist the oppressive aura. Their movements also became sluggish as frost covered their bodies. Old man Zong, we could destroy you once back then, we can do the same to your Zong family now. Battle D. Fei revealed a look of joy. Amidst the endless frost, a snow-white finger jabbed at the two. Between the heavens and the earth. At this moment, it seemed to be quiet. Song Xianxia and his brother lost control of their bodies. Even though the great Tao runes appeared, they were still forcefully suppressed. I didn't expect it to be a saint talisman. Song Xianxia was still very proud of his own strength, and he believed that he could block the attack from the Holy Lord. Now, the attack from the Holy Talisman, with just a condensed finger, had caused them to lose the ability to resist. The Holy Lord was the Holy Lord. I hope that person can make a move. At this moment, Song Xianxia pinned his hopes on the mysterious man. At this moment, only he could help her get through this calamity. The tyrannical aura of the saint's symbol engulfed the entire heaven wasteland domain. All the forces, big and small, were moved, and some old ancestors who were in seclusion also came out. The Saint Lord had made a move. It was something that hadn't happened in a long time. These seclusion old ancestors couldn't sit still any longer. They had to pay attention to the development of the situation so that they could make the correct choice. As for those powers that had pledged their allegiance to the Zong clan, all of them were thinking that the two strongest experts of the Zong clan would soon be killed by the Saint Talisman. The Holy Talisman appeared. He would definitely die. No one had ever heard of anyone surviving under the attack of the Saint Talisman. Even if this Saint Talisman wasn't fully condensed, it could easily kill a late-stage giant-level expert, even if the other party had condensed great Tao patterns. He has indeed made a move. The reason why Lin Fei didn't leave the Heaven Wasteland domain was because of that person from the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Everything was as he had imagined. The other party had indeed made a move. Even though it wasn't his true body, a simple Saint Talisman was enough to solve all the problems. If the true body were to make a move, it would be more troublesome to deal with it. An attack from a Saint Talisman, I can still deal with it. It's just a waste of my origin energy. Lin Fei could imitate the aura of the Unity Ancestor through the system, not to mention everything that was contained in the blood essence. Go! It was a very ordinary finger attack. Bang! The icy jade finger collided with the finger attack in the void, instantly setting off a terrifying wave of air. The two Zong clan brothers were sent flying. Battle D. Fei, who had a smug look on his face, was also sent flying. A terrifying aura lingered at the scene and didn't dissipate for a long time. Cough, cough, cough. Song Xianxia came out from the ruins. He had sustained serious injuries, and the frost between heaven and earth had also disappeared. Heavy armored troops, move out. The biggest problem had been solved. Song Xianxia was completely relieved. Without any hesitation, he launched his attack. More than 10,000 heavy armored troops charged out. Sect master-level experts. Battle D. Fei came out in a sorry state. He looked at the heavy armored troops in the sky. The Saint Talisman that he had high hopes for was dissolved just like that? He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. No wonder they dared to attack. It turns out that they have backup. Before Battle D. Fei could think any further, the two Song Xianxia brothers charged over and used their two giant treasures to suppress him. After losing his biggest trump card, Battle D. Fei was forced to retreat. Coupled with the impact of the airwaves, he didn't last long before he was killed by the two brothers. Without Battle D. Fei to hold the fort, the Heaven Wasteland domain's heavenly troops and magnate experts were utterly defeated. In just a short while, they were killed or captured. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had failed once again. Dead. When another aura appeared, Battle D. Hao's expression changed. His heart sank as he realized that there was a mistake in the information. Zong family. The instant Battle D. Fei's aura disappeared, a terrifying aura erupted from Battle D. Hao's body. The people of the Heaven Wasteland Palace could feel the anger from the Palace Lord's aura. After this battle, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had suffered a huge blow. It wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. The Netherworld Palace, which had been under attack all this while, suddenly launched an attack without any warning. A battle broke out at the battlefield at the border. Elder Yu Jiutian also personally joined the battle. Battle Di Hao, do you dare to come out and fight? A stern voice floated over from the sky. It turned out that Yu Mingzi had taken out a treasure and was charging over. A few of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's magnate experts were sent flying. All of them were heavily injured. Yu Mingzi, you are really good. A battle broke out at the border. Lin Fei, who had been observing the battle, passed down an order to the two brothers of the Zhong family. They were to continue their attack and wipe out the major powers that were loyal to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. It had to be said that the Zhong family had the backing of a sect master-level expert. This caused those who had pledged their allegiance to the Zhong family to beam with joy and excitement. This caused the morale of the Zhong family to soar. From their point of view, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would suffer a great defeat under the pincer attack. Even if that person appeared, he might not be able to block the attacks of the two armies. The forces that were loyal to the Heaven Wasteland Palace were all wiped out by the Zhong family. In a short 2 days, the Zhong family had wiped out and conquered 70% of the forces of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Almost as soon as the army arrived, those who surrendered. Now, everyone could see that the Zhong family had the backing of a sect master-level expert. Their morale was high and they were far from being able to resist. If they didn't surrender, what else could they do? The major powers that were absolutely loyal to the Zhong family wavered. After the first one surrendered, the second one immediately followed. On the third day, the army of the Zhong family penetrated into the territory of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. On the other side, on the battlefield at the border, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was retreating step by step. Their forces were constantly shrinking and the people they had on hand became fewer and fewer. In the end, they retreated back into the territory of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Two forces appeared at the border of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's territory. Chapter 2269. A great battle was about to break out. The entire Heaven Wasteland domain was dumbfounded. No one had expected that the Heaven Desolate Palace would be in such a bad situation. Everyone had thought that the war between the Heaven Desolate Palace and the Netherworld Palace would end in a draw. The scene before them was beyond everyone's imagination. The rise of the Zhong family involved the shadow of the sect master, which undoubtedly posed a very bad threat to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Everyone was waiting to see how the Heaven Wasteland Palace would deal with this threat. If they did not handle it well, the losses that the Heaven Wasteland Palace would suffer would be great. At the very least, they would not be able to stop the rise of the Zhong clan for a long period of time. If not for the Saint Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, everyone believed that the Zhong clan had the ability to remove the Zhong clan from their lofty position. Good move, sir. Under the night sky, on a mountain peak, Yu Mingzi greatly admired the other party's methods. Previously, he had thought of using this method to support a few forces in order to cause some trouble for the Heaven Desolate Palace. Fortunately, he did not carry it out, or else all his efforts would have been in vain. The strength of the United Sect undoubtedly caused Yu Mingzi to have all sorts of doubts. With such strength, why couldn't they block the attack of the Curse Palace that day? Could it be a ruse to injure himself to gain confidence? No matter what, Yu Mingzi started to take this seriously. Average. Lin Fei appeared in a black robe. Thanks to the approach of your Netherworld Palace, a portion of the Heaven Wasteland Palace's forces have been dispersed. I hope that we can break into the Heaven Wasteland Palace tomorrow. At the very least, we will inflict great damage to their vitality. Yu Mingchild had never thought of approaching the headquarters of the Heaven Desolate Palace, but now that he was at the gates of the city, he naturally had other ideas. At the very least, he could make the Heaven Desolate Palace vomit blood. If the Holy Master of the Heaven Wasteland Palace really makes a move, he will definitely not be able to gain any advantage. You can rest assured. Yu Mingzi would not boast. To be able to get so close to the Heaven Desolate Palace, even if the Heaven Desolate Palace was destroyed, the Netherworld Palace would be able to gain benefits from the Heaven Desolate Palace in the future. The other party could only helplessly swallow this bitter fruit. Yu Mingzi even thought back to when the other party had slandered them. He probably never thought that there would be a day when he would be in such a disadvantageous position. The two then discussed for a while about tomorrow's matters. They wanted to ensure that they would deal the greatest blow to the Heaven-Desolate Palace's strength and not give them a chance to catch their breath. The next day, the two armies launched a fierce attack. The Heaven Wasteland Palace was suddenly caught in a pincer attack. The army crushed their way in. As they approached the main altar of the Heaven-Desolate Palace, the other side was forced to retreat without any ability to resist. Lin Fei had killed more than half of the 50,000 Heaven Wasteland soldiers, and the Netherworld Palace had killed a few more. The remaining 20,000 or so soldiers of Heaven Wasteland domain were terrified. Even if the Heaven Wasteland Palace mobilized more troops, they still wouldn't be able to stop the invasion. In less than half a day, the army arrived outside the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The troops of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were holed up inside the palace, and at the same time, they opened their formations and created ripples to form a barrier, temporarily blocking the fierce attack of the army. At this time, everyone in the Heaven Wasteland Palace was in a state of panic. There were less than 9,000 soldiers of Heaven Wasteland domain left, and their morale was particularly low. They had never thought that they would be suppressed by an opponent of the same realm. Palace Lord Zhan, your men are not good enough. Yu Mingzi stood in the sky. If I were you, I would immediately close the formation and surrender, lest the Heaven Wasteland Palace turn into a river of blood. The morale of the Netherworld Palace was high, and they kept attacking the Heaven Desolate Palace's formation. Zhang Dihao's expression was very ugly. How long had it been, and they had already fallen into such a situation? Even if they could get out of this predicament today, they would become a big joke in the sacred world. Zhang Dihao blamed Song Shengtian for the Heaven Wasteland Palace's current predicament. If they hadn't been stabbed by them, would they have ended up in this situation today? Yu Mingzi, I didn't lose to you, so there's nothing for you to be proud of. Zhang Dihao stared at Song Shengtian in the distance with deep resentment. Song Shengtian, the only thing I didn't expect was that you would take this opportunity to attack. If I had known earlier, I would have destroyed your Zong family back then. Song Shengtian was in a very good mood today. This was a scene that he had wanted to realize even in his dreams. The current scene was very real, and it was something that he had never dared to imagine before. The army of the Zong family would one day kill their way to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Song Shengtian said coldly. Back then, your Zong family was only a subsidiary force of the Zong family. The winner takes all, there's nothing more to say. Today, it's your turn. Zhang Dihao's face darkened. You don't have the right to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Heaven Wasteland domain is still controlled by the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had a holy master. That was the ultimate threat to the outside world. Everyone knows how to talk big. Song Shengtian laughed. At the end of the day, it all depends on your ability. Let's see how you're going to defend once the formation of the Heaven Wasteland Palace is broken. The two great forces attacked together, and their attacks were very fierce. Yu Mingzi found a formation grandmaster, and on the Zong family's side, Lin Fei secretly pointed out where to attack the formation. The formation of the Heaven Wasteland Palace could not last for more than 2 days before it was broken. The army charged in. The entire Heaven Wasteland Palace was in chaos, and the soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were no longer in the mood to fight. The big shots and elders of the Heaven Wasteland Palace were surrounded by experts the moment they arrived. Corpses of big shots fell continuously, and the battlefield was covered with corpses. The battle was very intense, and the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the side of the Nether Palace and the Zong family. Zhang Dihao was also in a sorry state. If your holy master still doesn't act, the Heaven Wasteland Palace will cease to exist. Yu Mingzi suppressed Zhang Dihao, forcing him to retreat step by step, and wounds were left on his body. At this time, Zhang Dihao knew that the situation of the Heaven Wasteland Palace was very bad. If they did not invite an ultimate existence, it would be very difficult to resolve this fierce battle. Gritting his teeth, he took out a golden saint talisman and squeezed it. A golden ripple spread out and disappeared without a trace. Yu Mingzi also stopped attacking, and his expression turned serious. To be able to force the other party to invite the Holy Master, no matter what the outcome was, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would become a big joke in the sacred world. This kind of sorry state was not something that could be resolved with just a few words. Lin Fei was also secretly observing. There was not much information about the Holy Master of the Heaven Wasteland domain. Everyone only knew that he was a member of the Zhan family, and after claiming to be the ruler of the Heaven Wasteland domain, he disappeared without a trace. It was said that this ancestor of the Zhan family was constantly in seclusion, in order to break through to a higher level. In these years, the Holy Master of the Heaven Wasteland domain basically did not make a move, and his specific strength was not known. Lin Fei had always been on guard. An awesome character that could control a small sacred world was not easy to deal with. No matter what, he had to suppress him today. At the very least, he had to fight to a draw. Lin Fei planned to bleed a lot this time. Chapter 2270. The chaos in Heaven Wasteland domain naturally attracted the attention of some sacred lords. Which sacred lord did not want to expand their territory, such as supporting a few forces in other small saint domains, or occupying a piece of land? No matter how much the other party gnashed their teeth, they could not do anything about it. As the weakest domain, it was very normal for Heaven Wasteland domain to be noticed. Right now, Heaven Wasteland Palace was forced to such an extent, which was very unbelievable to the sacred world. Deep within Heaven Wasteland Palace, as the ripples spread, a sharp aura suddenly descended above Heaven Wasteland Palace. Impressive. In front of the sharp aura, everyone felt a strong sense of suffocation. This was unprecedented. Their bodies slowly became unable to move. Who allowed you to cause trouble? These simple words came from deep within Heaven Wasteland Palace, and immediately exploded in everyone's hearts like a bolt of lightning. Yu Mingzi and the Song Shengtian brothers were the first to bear the brunt. The two Song Shengtian brothers vomited blood on the spot, and their bodies swayed as they fell from the sky. The rest of the people also exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. Without even seeing him, the infinite power of the sacred Lord had already made everyone feel an invisible fear. This fear came from the sacred Lord. What a terrifying attack! This should be a sound wave attack. Lin Fei, who was in the dark, saw clearly that when the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland spoke, his voice condensed into a long spear attack that pierced into the other party's mind without any ability to resist. Lin Fei thought that the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland would attack in anger, but it seemed that he had underestimated the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland. All hail the sacred Lord! Zhan Di Hao and the rest finally revealed a look of joy. In front of the sacred Lord, the Zong brothers were nothing, even if the Yu Mingzi was of a higher level than them. The Yu Mingzi's body swayed slightly, blocking most of the opponent's attack. As an unparalleled expert, although he had used a treasure to stabilize his realm, he was still a sect master-level figure. This was also the reason why Zhan Di Hao did not dare to attack. In a one-on-one situation, he was far from being the Yu Mingzi's opponent, and he was very unhappy. Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation. Yu Mingzi had a certain understanding of the sacred master of Heaven Wasteland. The fact that the other party could turn his voice into a sound wave attack made Yu Mingzi take him seriously. Yu Mingzi, you have guts to actually dare to cause trouble in the Heaven Desolate Palace. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand turned into an inescapable net and grabbed at him. Let me see what gives you the guts to be so arrogant. This grab. Yu Mingzi was immediately enveloped by the palm. Who's afraid of who? Yu Mingzi took out his personal treasure and blasted it towards the palm in the sky. This time, he wasn't the only one making a move. The Union Old Ancestor would also make a move. The giant hand in the sky quickly flicked 3 times at the giant treasure. Bang, bang. He flicked it 3 times in a row, each time hitting the giant treasure. The giant treasure was sent flying and smashed into a mountain. The mountain peak was torn apart, and rubble flew everywhere. You can't. If your netherworld's sacred master came, I might be a little afraid, but you... A disdainful voice came from the sky again. That was the disdain of the sacred master of Heaven Wasteland. As expected, you still can't do it. Yu Mingzi shook his head slightly and didn't show too much of a shock. After all, he wasn't a true unparalleled expert. Against a true sacred master, it was normal for him to be slightly weaker. Netherworld River. Yu Mingzi shouted and the great Tao appeared behind him. It was a long black river with surging waves and black fog, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The Netherworld River swept towards the source of the voice. In front of this Netherworld River, Zhang Dihao's expression changed slightly. This Netherworld River was almost entirely filled with Netherworld aura. If one observed carefully, there was still a small portion that had yet to be completely transformed. Once all of it was transformed into Netherworld aura, Yu Mingzi would be equivalent to stepping into the realm of an unparalleled expert. I heard that the strongest move of the Netherworld Palace is the Netherworld River. The Netherworld River specializes in corroding the physical body and destroying the great Tao. Today, watch as I destroy your Netherworld River. This holy master of Heaven Desolate is terrifyingly powerful. He is 1 or 2 realms higher than Yu Mingzi. When Holy Master of Heaven Desolate easily destroyed the attack of the Netherworld River, Lin Fei knew that it was time for him to act. Until now, he still hadn't seen what Holy Master of Heaven Desolate looked like. Have you locked onto his position? Little Evil Demon replied. Yes, as long as Master gives the order, we will definitely be able to threaten him. Yu Mingzi was the vanguard while Lin Fei planned to attack from the shadows. No matter what, he had to give Holy Master of Heaven Desolate an unforgettable memory. Brother Yu, continue attacking. I will help you immediately. Lin Fei transmitted a message to Yu Mingzi. Yu Mingzi was indeed waiting for the other party to attack. Just him alone wasn't a match for Holy Master of Heaven Desolate, and he had suffered a small injury. Alright. The Netherworld River once again transformed into a spear and a broadsword to attack the other party. In the depths of the Heaven Desolate Palace sat an old man. The old man had a head of white hair, but his face was rosy. His eyes were exceptionally spirited, as if he could see through everything. You're courting death. Even though Holy Master of Heaven Desolate didn't care too much about trivial matters, he was still enraged to be attacked at his doorstep. He decided to teach Yu Mingzi a lesson that he would never forget. This is... Just as Holy Master of Heaven Desolate was about to attack, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in his lair. It was a group of black shadows that quietly appeared in the surroundings without a trace of aura. Without any hesitation, hundreds of shadows charged at him. Holy Master of Heaven Desolate blew out a breath of air, and the golden great Tao power killed hundreds of shadows. Not a single one could reach him, but a trace of doubt arose in his heart. How did these guys get here? Not just anyone could sneak into his lair. The current scene was too abnormal. Again! Before Holy Master of Heaven Desolate could look away, a dense group of figures appeared in his lair. They were all half-step giants, and there were more than 1,000 of them. They raised their spears, and the sound of the spears pierced through the air and enveloped him. Who is it? A half-step giant wasn't much, but the fact that the other party could sneak in without him noticing was the biggest problem. Curse art, num. Curse art in cursed finger. Curse art weaken. Curse art poison. While Holy Master of Heaven Desolate blocked the Netherworld River with one hand and killed the half-step giants with the other, Lin Fei quietly made his move. A curse enhanced by origin energy blasted towards Holy Master of Heaven Desolate. Boom. The curse poison exploded on Holy Master of Heaven Desolate. A golden energy appeared around Holy Master of Heaven Desolate, and a crack was created by the cursed finger. Although it wasn't obvious, it was enough. Curse art numb and curse art weaken all drilled into Holy Master of Heaven Desolate's body. Chapter 2271. The curse technique cast by the origin energy was far more frightening than he had imagined, and he could not dispel it in a short time. The Holy Lord of Infinite Wasteland suffered a great loss on the spot. The curse power that had entered his body could not be expelled. It was as if the curse power had taken root in his body and was constantly attacking his internal strength. This is a curse technique. When did the Curse Palace produce such an expert? Just because the Infinite Wasteland's Saint Sovereign didn't care about such matters didn't mean that he didn't know about the Curse Palace. The Curse Palace had a powerful background, and their curse arts were unfathomable and impossible to guard against. The Curse Palace was the hardest to deal with, and he had never heard of a peerless expert emerging from the Curse Palace. The curse came so suddenly that Sacred Lord Heaven Wasteland was immediately affected. Weakness, poison, paralysis, and other curse techniques were unleashed. Heaven Wasteland's Saint took the initiative to slow down, and his strength was greatly reduced. Get out here! Sacred Lord Tianhuang's powerful divine sense swept out as he swore to find the culprit. No one? His vast and mighty spiritual sense entered an uninhabited realm, but he did not discover the existence of anyone. This time he was dumbfounded. You actually managed to hide from my divine sense? Once, twice, 3 times. After searching for a few times, he still couldn't find any trace of the mysterious person who cast the spell, as if the person didn't exist. On the other side, Yu Mingzi used all his strength and gradually blocked the attack from Infinite Desolate Sacred Lord. He understood in his heart, it must be the Union Ancestor. Sacred Lord Tianhuang wasn't the strongest amongst the Sacred Lords, but he was much stronger than normal experts and wasn't easy to deal with. The moment the other party's attacks weakened, Yu Mingzi immediately realized that his chance had come. He controlled the Netherworld River and charged straight into the depths of the Heaven Desolate Palace. No one dared to stop him. How could this be? Zhang Di Hao and the rest were all dumbfounded. How could that Yu Mingzi be his opponent? Wasn't he barely able to unleash the power of an unparalleled expert? Even though he was unconvinced, Zhang Di Hao did not dare to go over. The shockwaves created by the 2 unparalleled martial artists had turned the area into a zone of death. Even an expert of Zhang Di Hao's level would not dare to recklessly charge in. Serious injuries were certain. In the depths of the old lair of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, earth-shattering noises were constantly erupting. The long river of the underworld came and went, and every strike was extremely terrifying. It made one's scalp go numb. The 2 peerless experts exchanged blows. No one dared to approach, and the battle outside continued. Song Shengtian took a healing pill and once again fought against Di Hao. The casualties of the Heaven Desolate Palace increased once more. Sacred Lord is indeed more powerful than ordinary unparalleled experts. Lin Fei kept moving. His hands did not stop moving. The curse technique flew towards the other party's body. The origin energy consumed quickly, but the effect was still very obvious. If I'm not wrong, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland should be at the peak of the first small realm of the unparalleled realm. The small realm of the Sacred Transformation Realm is indeed quite powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been unable to withstand the curse technique and would have been killed. However, the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland was different. Even though he was slightly affected, he was still able to suppress the effects of the curse and maintain 60% of his combat strength. 60% of his combat power was more than enough to deal with the current situation. Lin Fei secretly cast a curse technique and did not reveal his position. Yu Mingzi's attacks were also extremely sharp, and being able to exchange blows with the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland undoubtedly increased his battle experience. This was a rare opportunity. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland was miserable. On one hand, he had to suppress the curse technique, and on the other hand, he had to defend against Yu Mingzi's attack. Using 2 minds at the same time, he was barely able to fight to a draw with the other party. This was something he did not expect. Yu Mingzi, this saint has still underestimated you. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland sent the Netherworld River flying with a palm. He said with a gloomy face, to think that you could invite such an expert. Yu Mingzi was used to the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland's attack rhythm, and a smile appeared on his face. Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland, since your Heaven Desolate Palace can wrongly accuse our Netherworld Palace, we naturally have to make some preparations. With your strength, the outcome of our battle will not be decided in a short period of time. On the other hand, if your Heaven Desolate Palace continues, in this battle, Yu Mingzi did not want to kill the other party. With his current strength, he did not have the ability to do so. He would be very satisfied if he could fight to a draw. This was also a kind of victory. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland's face darkened once again, the killing intent in his eyes turning cold. Do you really think that this saint does not dare to kill you? Yu Mingzi was indeed certain that the other party did not dare to be ruthless. The price he had to pay was too great. He smiled and said, "If you go all out, it will not be difficult for you to kill me. However, after you kill me, you might not have the ability to deal with my friend. In the end, both of us will suffer." Lin Fei, who was in the dark, admired Yu Mingzi for being able to say such words. In terms of martial arts, the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland was no longer able to do so. At the very least, the other party did not have the confidence to withstand 2 waves of attacks. Everything was beyond the control of the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland. An expert hiding in the dark was also at the sacred transformation realm like him. The other party was not at the peak of the small realm, nor was it easy to deal with. The other party cultivated the most difficult curse technique. Do I really have to give up? The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland was very helpless. He had not made a move for a long time, but he had suffered quite a bit. From the very beginning, the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland had treated this matter as a farce. Within the coverage of his divine sense, he was unable to find any traces of the incantation expert. Instead, the other party's incantations continued to bombard him. After another hour, the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland had consumed a lot of energy. The disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had long since been forced to retreat. Even Zhang Dihao was in a sorry state and was at a disadvantage. He had lost. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland knew that he had made a mistake this time. If not for the incantation expert in the dark, it would not be difficult for him to deal with Yu Mingzi. Yu Mingzi, your goal has been achieved. The Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland retreated with a single strike and stopped attacking. If this continued, the losses of the Heaven Wasteland Palace would continue to increase. It's finally over. Seeing the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland retreat, Yu Mingzi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was extremely excited in his heart. He had actually made the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland stop. In this battle against the Heaven Wasteland Palace, his side had won. Yu Mingzi was not arrogant. In his heart, he was very clear that the old ancestor Yu Yi, who had not appeared yet, had been a great help in this battle. He was also shocked by the other party's methods. What methods had made the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland so obviously fearful? This was simply unbelievable. The battle has stopped? The 2 brothers, Song Shengtian, were evidently taken aback. Big brother, we've won. Zhong Shengshui reacted quickly. In an instant, everyone cheered. Master must have blocked the attack of the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland. We've won this battle. Song Shengtian's eyes were brimming with tears. This was something he dared not imagine. When Zhang Dihao and the others received the Holy Lord's words, they were completely dazed. For a moment, they could not accept this result. The Holy Lord in their eyes, the existence that ruled the Heaven Wasteland domain, could not do anything to Yu Mingzi, and thus suffered a crushing defeat in this battle. Chapter 2272. The Netherworld Palace and Zhong clan joined forces to attack the Heaven Desolate Palace, but the battle ended in a draw. The reason why it was a draw was actually very simple. The Heaven Desolate Palace was no match for the attack of the army, and it was simply impossible to destroy the Heaven Desolate Palace. The Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland was not just for show. On the other side, Yu Mingzi and Lin Fei weren't confident that they could truly kill the other party. They might have a chance to defeat an expert of this level, but it would be extremely difficult to kill the other party. This battle was destined to end in a draw. However, everyone was clear in their hearts that the victors of this round were the Netherworld Palace and the Zhong clan. No matter what, the Netherworld Palace and the Zhong clan had crushed the Heaven Desolate Palace's face. This was already a victory. A few days later, the Heaven Desolate Palace made several announcements that caused a huge uproar. The first thing was for the Heaven Wasteland Palace to give a piece of land to the Netherworld Palace. This was tantamount to letting the Netherworld Palace stick a nail in the Heaven Wasteland domain. More importantly, the territory was huge. The second matter was that the Zhong clan was also given a huge piece of land, acknowledging the legitimacy of the Zhong clan's land. This caused everyone to be shocked. Everyone knew that the Heaven Wasteland Palace would not do such a thing. He was definitely going to suffer this loss. At least, that was the case for now. Everyone knew that from now on, the Heaven Wasteland domain would no longer be ruled by the Heaven Wasteland Palace alone. The Netherworld Palace's interference in the Heaven Wasteland domain would soon lead to a situation where two tigers could not share one mountain. Thank you, boss. Without you, our Zhong clan would have really declined. In the Zhong clan's conferred land, the atmosphere was filled with excitement. The Song Shengtian brothers were extremely grateful to the mysterious man in front of them. If not for the mysterious person, although they had to pay a certain amount of time, in comparison, the Zhong family would have gained more benefits. At the very least, they would be able to stand tall in Heaven Wasteland domain again. This was the lifelong wish of the Zhong clan. Since you've paid the price, I, as your boss, will not disappoint you. Lin Fei laughed. He was very satisfied with the attitude of the two Zhong brothers. The origin energy units were not wasted. Most importantly, he had finally completed the system's mission. Having a territory in Heaven Wasteland domain, although there were certain risks, this was not too big of a problem. What you need to do next is quite simple. I'll give you a list in a moment. After explaining everything, Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. The internal affairs of the Zhong clan also needed to be reorganized. Lin Fei wasn't interested in spending too much time on this. Hence, he left behind a batch of 30,000 heavy-armored spearmen. It could solve all the problems of Heaven Wasteland domain. As for the Sacred Master of Infinite Wasteland, he would not dare to act recklessly for the time being. Lin Fei was very relieved. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had suffered a great loss in this battle. The heavenly soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland Palace that they had painstakingly gathered were almost all captured and killed, leaving them with less than a few thousand people. Even if the Heaven Desolate Palace wanted to take revenge, they would need a very long time. They didn't have the strength to suppress the Zhong clan, while the Zhong clan had 30,000 heavy-armored spearmen. The Heaven Wasteland Palace could only silently shed tears. This was a tough bone to chew. Now that the Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost the deterrence of the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers, the forces that had attached themselves to it were also restless and had other ideas. Happy cooperation. Yuming-zi was in a very good mood. It was usually impossible to bite off a large piece of meat from the hands of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, but they had succeeded this time. They now had a chance to intervene in the Heaven Wasteland domain. In these few days, the Netherworld Palace did not stay idle and constantly deployed troops. They were stationed in the fiefdom that belonged to the Netherworld Palace, like a sharp knife that could fall on the head of the Heaven Wasteland Palace at any time. It was tantamount to an invisible threat. Even if the Heaven Wasteland Palace was unhappy, they could only stare helplessly. One knife in the front and one in the back, the threat was really not light. Happy cooperation. Lin Fei raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. At the same time, thank you for the gifts. The cooperation between Lin Fei and Yuming-zi was very simple. Afterwards, Yuming-zi received news from somewhere and sent over a batch of half-step giant and giant corpses, which made Lin Fei even more satisfied. The other party did not mention the use of the corpses at all. It's good that you're satisfied. After all, you've helped us a lot. A small gift is nothing. Yuming-zi really did not care about this. After all, it was of no use to them. If not for the sudden appearance of the Zhong family and disrupting the other party's plan, the Netherworld Palace would not be able to gain any advantage. In addition, Yuming-zi was even more curious about this old ancestor To be able to invite a curse technique expert was completely beyond his imagination. Thinking back to what happened before, he felt that this old ancestor was pretending to be a pig to eat an elephant. The meeting this time was much more cordial. The two talked about some other matters. The main point was to guard against the counterattack of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. They were not worried about anything else, but that Holy Lord. He might not be able to swallow this anger. He won't dare, at least not for the next few years. Yuming-zi laughed. My holy lord said that when the time comes, he will personally make a move. As long as he dares to make a move, he will definitely not be able to gain any advantage. Lin Fei silently mourned for the Heaven Wasteland Palace. For a long period of time, at least for the next few decades, it would be difficult for the Heaven Wasteland Palace to regain control. The first Netherworld Palace would not allow it. Holy Lord, we can't swallow this anger. Heaven Wasteland Palace, Forbidden Grounds. Zhang Di Hao could not accept the blow of defeat and even forced them to give up 2 territories. If not for the Zhong family messing up the rhythm, he would not have lost. Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland's expression was very calm. You have no choice but to accept it. Be it the Netherworld Palace or the Zhong family, they both have unparalleled experts. You have to swallow this anger. The Heaven Wasteland Palace's current strength is not enough to contend against them. You should be clear about this. You should know what to do next. Zhang Di Hao's heart was filled with bitterness. He could not let go of this anger. The Heaven Wasteland Palace had suffered a great loss. There were less than 8,000 soldiers left, and many elders and worshippers had died. They had suffered a crushing defeat, and the most important thing now was to recover. I understand. No matter how unwilling I am, I will endure it. Zhang Di Hao gritted his teeth. The Heaven Wasteland Palace will rise again. Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland said a few more things to Zhang Di Hao before he left the Forbidden Grounds. We really miscalculated this time. After he left, Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland let out a bitter sigh. The other party's curse technique is so terrifying, and I can't get rid of it in a short period of time. The Curse Palace is indeed ambitious, and they secretly set up a trap. You guys think that I won't dare to make a move, but that doesn't mean. Lin Fei returned to the Invincible Palace, and there was no need to worry about the Heaven Wasteland domain. The passage to the World Wall battlefield was opened. The people of the Sacred World could freely enter the Sealed World. The number of cultivators registered in the Adventurers Association reached a huge number. Lin Fei was very satisfied after seeing this. The population of the mysterious Sky World also began to increase, and almost all of them were adventurers from the Sacred World. Those experts who initially looked down on the Adventurers Association, after seeing the good things that could be exchanged with points, were tempted and joined the Adventurers Association, and their influence continued to expand. Back at the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei could finally sort out the huge harvest this time. About 40,000 soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland domain was definitely an unimaginable windfall. After a little forging, 40,000 heavy spear soldiers appeared. This time, Lin Fei did not forge heavy spear soldiers, but refined the long spear into a horizontal blade. Fortunately, after the establishment of the Adventurers Association, he did not need to worry about resources. Chapter 2273. In the Cloud Domain. On this day, a distinguished guest arrived. He was here to see Sacred Lord Fu Yun, who personally received him and invited him to a courtyard on a mountain peak. Brother Emo, you seem to be living a good life. The visitor took a sip of fragrant tea and put down the cup. It's too leisurely. Everyone has a tiring life. Sacred Lord Fu Yun was a title in the outside world. His real name was Mo Yuan, and he maintained his middle-aged appearance. Mo Yuan and Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation were ordinary friends. They weren't very familiar with each other. Since the other had come to see him, he naturally had to welcome him. Even if the Heaven Wasteland domain was ranked last, he was still a Sacred Lord. Haha. The visitor was Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation. It had been half a year since the Heaven Wasteland Palace was besieged. The two chatted casually. Most of it was related to their circle. Even though they didn't go out, they were still very clear about what was going on in the circle. Nothing could escape their eyes. I heard that the Curse Palace in your cloud domain is expanding very quickly. Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation wouldn't come to see Sacred Lord Mo Yuan for no reason. A strange look flashed across Mo Yuan's eyes. If there was a word that he didn't want to hear the most recently, it would be Curse Palace. Ever since the Palace Lord of the Curse Palace injured the Unity Ancestor, the Curse Palace's strength had rapidly expanded. It caused quite a commotion in the cloud domain, which made Mo Yuan very uncomfortable. This was equivalent to seriously affecting the changes in the cloud domain. In particular, some forces had begun to contact the Curse Palace frequently. A mere Curse Palace is nothing. Mo Yuan smiled. In the cloud domain, this Sacred Lord is still the one who calls the shots. Sacred Lord Infinite Desolation naturally noticed the change in the other party. Brother Mo, you can't be too careful about this. Do you know the ancestral family in my territory? Who knew if they would make things difficult for him without any warning? Would it be troublesome? Even in my territory, many people are talking about it. They say that the Curse Palace has the heart of a Sacred Lord. It was true that Mo Yuan was very concerned about the rise of the Curse Palace. If it wasn't for the fact that the Curse Palace was not easy to deal with, if it wasn't for the fact that the Curse Palace was difficult to deal with, he would have suppressed it long ago. Kiki, I don't think they have the courage. This is the Fu Yun world. What does the Curse Palace amount to? Mo Yuan was very unhappy. If the other party wasn't a holy master, he would have already flicked his sleeves and left. Mo Yuan's anger was exactly what the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland wanted to see. Brother Mo, why do I hear that a peerless expert has secretly appeared in the Curse Palace? The Holy Master of Infinite Wasteland threw out another piece of shocking news. Mo Yuan's face darkened. Are you sure? After the Sacred Lord left, Mo Yuan immediately arranged for people to investigate the authenticity of the news. He did not believe that the Sacred Lord was simply passing by the Fuyun world. Everyone in the circle of Sacred Lords knew about what happened in Heaven Wasteland domain. If not for the fact that they had no way of defeating the other party, the Heaven Wasteland Palace might have lost the right to control the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and it would have been difficult for the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland to remain in his position. The Fuyun domain was not something that the Heaven Wasteland domain could compare to. After all, the Fuyun domain was ranked near the top, and there was more than one unparalleled expert guarding it. It was not a place that one could casually act presumptuously. Whether it was intentional or not, Mo Yuan had no choice but to take it seriously. He did not want to become a joke in the circle. The results of the investigation were soon out. The spies that Mo Yuan had sent out had indeed learned some inside information and guessed that there was a true unparalleled expert in the Curse Palace. This is not good news. Mo Yuan frowned slightly after the spies left. I didn't expect the Curse Palace to hide so deeply. The stronger the Curse Palace was, the worse it was for Mo Yuan, who controlled the Fuyun domain. Sealed World, Invincible Palace. In the 6 months since Lin Fei returned, he basically did not go out much. Whether it was the Sealed World or the Heaven Wasteland domain, the current situation was very good. The Heaven Wasteland Palace maintained a low profile, and its disciples rarely went out. They were recuperating. The Zong family's influence was constantly increasing, and the Netherworld Palace was constantly recruiting experts from the Heaven Wasteland domain. Their forces were also expanding very quickly, and they had the momentum of the 3 countries. Lin Fei did not feel proud of this. To be honest, among the 3 forces, the Zong family should be the weakest, and it was not as strong as the Heaven Wasteland Palace or the Netherworld Palace. Fortunately, for a period of time, everyone did not interfere with each other and lived in harmony. During this half a year, Lin Fei did not idle around. For example, he explored the center of the boundary wall battlefield. His strength increased day by day, and he could get close to the center. That place was currently the best place for Lin Fei to improve his strength, because there were corpses that did not rot for tens of thousands of years there. As long as he accumulated enough origin energy, he believed that he would be able to break into that place. Master, I just received news that Holy Lord Fu Yun of the Fuyun domain has attacked the Curse Palace. Lin Fei was enjoying a beautiful morning when he suddenly heard the news from his subordinates. He could not help but be slightly stunned. It can't be. There was indeed a conflict of interest between the Curse Palace of the Fuyun domain and the current ruler, Holy Lord Fu Yun. Lin Fei had known about this a long time ago, but he did not expect it to erupt earlier. It's absolutely true. The Guiyuan sect of the Fuyun domain has attacked with all their strength, and both sides have started a war. The Curse Palace is also impressive, and almost 1/3 of the forces in the Fuyun domain have come to their side. Right now, The Fuyun domain is in chaos. The Guiyuan sect is so powerful, much more powerful than the Heaven Wasteland Palace. Inside the Fuyun domain, many existences invisible to the naked eye were continuously transmitting information and images back. In the Invincible Palace, Lin Fei opened the system and observed the chaos in the Fuyun domain from a close distance. Logically speaking, the Guiyuan sect should not have attacked so quickly. Lin Fei frowned. According to his original calculations, the conflict between the Curse Palace and the Guiyuan sect should have erupted 1 or 2 years later. It should not have happened now. The Curse Palace bought a large number of curse mages from Lin Fei, and in addition to the cannon fodder warriors, such as battle emperors, their strength had greatly increased. In the beginning, the Curse Palace had a slight upper hand. For the next few days, the Curse Palace continuously defeated the attacks of the Guiyuan sect. On the contrary, the morale of the Guiyuan sect was somewhat low. Everyone knew that the Curse Palace was powerful, but they did not expect it to be this powerful. The strength displayed by the Curse Palace had shocked the entire Guiyuan sect. They soon discovered one thing, and that was that the giant experts of the Curse Palace were much stronger than before. When the same curse technique was used, the power was more than 10 times stronger. Lin Fei's name quickly appeared in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Guiyuan sect. Curse mages and battle emperors were not people who could be easily cultivated. For the Curse Palace to be so generous, they must have come from the sealed world. This was bad news for the Guiyuan sect. Chapter 2274. The civil war in the Cloud Realm lasted for half a month. It started on a small scale at the beginning. Then, when the elders of the Cloud Realm took action, an all-out war broke out in the Cloud Realm. This caused quite a commotion in the sacred world. There was the incident in the Heaven Wasteland Realm, and now it was happening in the Cloud Realm. What was the meaning of this? The Guiyuan clan and the Curse Palace of the Fuyun Realm fought fiercely and ended up in a stalemate. The Curse Palace displayed their powerful battle prowess, especially the high-level elders of the Curse Palace. All of them had mastered powerful curse techniques, and the elders of the Guiyuan clan had a headache dealing with them. In the beginning, 7 or 8 great experts were killed consecutively. From then on, the consecrated elders of the Guiyuan clan did not dare to fight against the experts of the Curse Palace alone. This infuriated Mo Yuan, a holy lord. Ever since he suspected that the Curse Palace had an unparalleled expert in their ranks, coupled with the fact that the other party was extremely ambitious, Mo Yuan had made use of this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Curse Palace. Who would have thought that the news would leak out? Not only did the Curse Palace not fall for his trap, they even launched a counterattack. Mo Yuan did not care too much about the loss at the beginning. In terms of strength, the Guiyuan clan was more than 10 times stronger than the Curse Palace. The Guiyuan clan had 2 unparalleled experts, so it was not difficult for them to destroy the Curse Palace. However, the battle continued to go out of control, and the Guiyuan clan did not have any advantage. Mo Yuan, the Divine Lord, was thoroughly displeased. Tianhuang Holy Lord had indeed guessed correctly. The Curse Palace's strength had reached such a level, and the curse techniques that he had seen in the past had also increased by several times. In a one-on-one battle, the leaders of the Guiyuan sect had become helpless, and the influence of the Curse Palace continued to expand. At this point, Mo Yuan had no choice but to mobilize all the strength of the Guiyuan clan to attack the Curse Palace. They were determined to completely defeat the Curse Palace and remove it from the Cloud Realm. The two sides fought fiercely, attracting the attention of various forces in the sacred world. A month later, the leader of the Guiyuan clan, Mo Wu, personally attacked the Curse Palace as a powerful expert. He was prepared to defeat the Curse Palace in one fell swoop and quickly end this farce. Just when everyone thought that the Curse Palace could not avoid this and would be removed from the Cloud Realm, the Palace Lord of the Curse Palace, Chu Huan, appeared. He faced the leader of the Guiyuan clan, Mo Wu. Chu Huan, today is the day that the Curse Palace perishes. As soon as Mo Wu came up, his great Dao patterns opened up and he slapped his palm towards Mantra Huan, blocking the power of the mantra technique in front of him. It was smashed into pieces with a single palm strike. This was the strength of an unparalleled expert. The curse technique was very strong, and unless it was used by an unparalleled expert, it would not be able to cause any harm to an unparalleled expert. We still don't know who will destroy who. Ever since Huan Mantra got the top-level incantation technique, even the body of 10,000 curses, he immediately went into closed-door training. Fortunately, he finally mastered all the top-level incantation techniques and even successfully cultivated the legendary body of 10,000 curses. Although it was not perfect for Huan Mantra, it was more than enough. The moment the two of them attacked, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Mo Wu's unparalleled strength was used at full force. The entire Fuyun world felt a terrifying pressure. That was the pressure from an unparalleled expert. 10,000 curse body. After Huan Mantra had cultivated the body of incantations, he had actually stepped into the unparalleled realm. Dense curses protected his body and blocked Mo Wu's attack. When Mo Wu saw the other party's body of 10,000 curses, he was greatly shocked. How could the joy incantation be successfully cultivated? Wasn't it said that it had long been lost? The Guiyuan sect had never given up on monitoring the curse palace. They had arranged for many spies. Naturally, they knew some of the secrets of the curse palace. The curse palace had never produced an unparalleled expert because it lacked a top-level secret technique. They didn't think that the curse palace would have a chance to produce an unparalleled expert. Mo Wu couldn't accept the scene in front of him. The curse palace had actually produced an unparalleled expert. Coupled with the support of the treasures of the curse palace, Huan Mantra's strength had reached an unfathomable level. Dark curse finger. Cursed fire burns the heavens. With the protection of the body of 10,000 curses, Huan Mantra could finally hold his head high. Even if Mo Wu was an unparalleled expert, he could use the strangeness of the incantation techniques to completely suppress his opponent. At the very least, he could fight to a draw. To those who paid attention to the Fuyun world, the appearance of an unparalleled expert in the Curse Palace was definitely not a small matter. On the contrary, it was a huge matter. The other party had quietly made a breakthrough, which was unacceptable. The incantation techniques of the Curse Palace had always been something that various factions had tried to break. After so many years, they hadn't made much progress. Many sacred lords had once said that as long as the Curse Palace didn't produce an unparalleled expert, there was no need to worry. On the contrary, once an unparalleled expert broke through, he would definitely be a terrifying opponent among the unparalleled experts. Now that someone from the Curse Palace had made a breakthrough and mastered the long-lost top-level incantation techniques, the Curse Palace had immediately transformed into a powerful faction that could fight against the Guiyuan sect. This battle had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. The two experts from the Guiyuan sect and the Curse Palace had fought to a draw. If one had to say who had won, it would naturally be Huan Mantra, who had mastered incantation techniques. Mo Wu attacked fiercely several times, but he still couldn't suppress his opponent. Instead, he used up a lot of energy and had no choice but to stop attacking. It's true indeed. After hearing the news, Mo Yuan's expression darkened. The worst-case scenario had occurred. The Curse Palace indeed had an unparalleled expert, and one that was extremely difficult to deal with. He's indeed difficult to deal with. Mo Wu had to admit that his opponent was difficult to deal with. He has also mastered the body of 10,000 curses, which can nullify most of our attacks. Just like the rumors say, he's extremely difficult to deal with. The worst-case scenario had occurred, and Mo Yuan had to accept it. Mobilize the prefectural soldiers in the mystery territory and attack the Curse Palace. We must exhaust their strength. Mo Yuan said to Mo Wu. Let's order 200,000 soldiers. Mo Wu's expression brightened. Once the prefectural soldiers attack, although the incantation techniques of the Curse Palace are powerful, they might not be able to withstand the attack of the prefectural soldiers. As long as we can eliminate their strength, the Curse Palace will not be able to survive. 200,000 prefectural soldiers were mobilized, and with a mighty momentum, they tore apart the defense line of the Curse Palace. The prefectural soldiers were the trump card that the Guiyuan sect had nurtured. In fact, every one of them was half a step away from the gargantuan realm. Coupled with their full set of armor, Their combat power increased exponentially, and they were an existence that gave everyone a headache. The Guiyuan sect controlled the cloud world and obtained a large amount of resources. Naturally, the Curse Palace could not compete with them. Once the 200,000 prefectural soldiers attacked, the Curse Palace suffered heavy losses. The unparalleled expert, Huan Mantra, was also restrained by Mo Wu, and he couldn't alleviate the attacks of the prefectural soldiers. After a few days, the Curse Palace suffered heavy losses. The Battle Emperor Army and the Curse Masters all suffered heavy casualties. Palace Lord, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous for us. After 5 days, our Curse Palace has lost more than 1 million cultivators. 2/3 of the Curse Master Army has also been killed. If this continues, our foundation will be gone. Huan Mantra didn't expect the other party to act so quickly. If it wasn't for the spies that he had arranged to send back news, the Curse Palace might really have been devoured by the enemy. It's still not enough time. Huan Mantra saw the problem. If this matter wasn't resolved, the Curse Palace would really be finished. We have to find him. Chapter 2275. Here's the May 1st update. Don't go and play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5/15 Fan Festival. You can also watch other events with red packets. Chu Huan's doppelganger came, and Lin Fei was no exception. The Fuyun realm was in chaos. If Chu Huan didn't know how to make a choice, he would be a failure. The Guiyuan clan controlled the Fuyun realm and occupied 60 to 70% of the resources. Over the years, they had become unimaginably powerful. There weren't many top-notch experts, but the number of middle-level and high-level experts they trained was terrifying. Ever since the war broke out, the two sides were like fire and water. One side wanted to resist the attack of the Guiyuan clan, while the other side wanted to destroy the Curse Palace. At the very least, the Curse Palace would suffer a great loss and struggle at death's door. Recently, the Guiyuan clan's divine lord Mo Yuan had spread his intentions. The forces that were on good terms with the Curse Palace became fearful and didn't dare to make any moves. No one was willing to offend a divine lord. The Curse Palace's plan to seek help from the outside world ended in failure. Without external help, the Curse Palace was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. As time dragged on, the situation would get worse and worse. In the end, they would be like fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by the Guiyuan clan. Fellow Taoist D. Tian, you must help our Curse Palace this time. Chu Huan came shamelessly. No one knew the strength of the Guiyuan clan better than him. As long as you help the Curse Palace block the attack of the Guiyuan clan, we are willing to pay any price. Chu Huan could only count on D. Tian now. Although the Curse Palace had displayed terrifying strength, there was still a gap between them and the Guiyuan clan. It wasn't something that could be reversed in a short period of time. If not for the upgraded curse techniques provided by Lin Fei, the gap between the two sides would be even greater. Although they weren't completely vulnerable, the gap was almost the same. Chu Huan could only seek help from D. Tian. He believed that as long as D. Tian agreed to help, they would definitely be able to block the attack of the Guiyuan clan. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the chaos in the Fuyun realm. He knew that this day would come. Ever since he attacked the Unity sect, he had paid a great price. The benefits were unimaginable. For example, the recent attack on the Heaven Wasteland Palace. The number of heavy gunners on hand had increased by a large amount, all of which were provided by the enemy. Fuyun world was in chaos. Lin Fei was the first to clap and cheer. His heavy armored troops could be used once more. Brother Curse, you think too highly of my invincible palace. Lin Fei laughed. The Guiyuan sect is extremely powerful. My small arms and legs are no match for them. Chu Huan didn't believe D. Tian's bullshit. What small arms and legs? It was fine for D. Tian to bluff others, but to bluff in front of her? How shameless. Fellow Taoist, if your invincible palace is weak, then my Curse Palace is nothing. Chu Huan smiled. This time I came with sincerity. The Curse Palace will do its best to fulfill any of your conditions. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't get reinforcements, Chu Huan wouldn't be willing to come here. Lin Fei was just putting on airs. If he agreed so easily, it would be too obvious. It would be easy for others to guess some things, which he didn't want to see. Because of what you said, I have to help you no matter what. Lin Fei refused several times before finally agreeing. Recently, the Adventurer Guild has established a new department to organize mercenaries. Chu Huan's eyes lit up. Mercenaries? Chu Huan's eyes lit up. Mercenaries? Lin Fei already had an idea about mercenaries. He hadn't realized it. After the battle in the Heaven Wasteland domain ended, they provided him with a large number of half-step giant corpses. He could finally arrange for mercenaries. Actually, the meaning of mercenaries is very simple. Lin Fei explained with a smile. As long as the mercenaries fought well from now on, the mercenaries would definitely become an existence that the sacred world couldn't ignore. Chu Huan gave him a thumbs up. His eyes were filled with joy. Mercenaries? What a good name. What are they? My mercenaries will all be of the half-step giant realm. Coupled with sharp weapons and armor, every half-step giant will be able to defeat their opponents of the same level. Brother Di Tian, don't make me drool. What's the price for you to arrange mercenaries? Chu Huan's eyes lit up. He secretly thought of something. It was about the Heaven Wasteland domain. He thought to himself, could it be that the heavy armored soldiers of the Heaven Wasteland domain were hired by the Zhong family to fight? If that's true, his face darkened. My mercenaries are all elites, so the price is naturally not cheap, said Lin Fei unhurriedly. No matter who wins or loses, your curse palace will have to pay a certain amount of energy points. For example, this time, Brother Curse, you are facing a large force like the Guiyuan sect. They will definitely send out their elites, but you only need to pay 5 billion energy points. 5 billion energy points was not a simple number. Back when they were exchanging resources, Lin Fei had secretly lowered the exchange rate. Every single energy point was extremely precious, and there was no room for error. Only a major organization like the Curse Palace would be able to fork out 5 billion energy points. This was where Lin Fei was smart. Chu Huan was very clear about the size of 5 billion energy points. Even the Curse Palace would need to expend a lot of effort to get 5 billion energy points. When he thought about the fact that the elite mercenaries were all half-step giant realm, they could become the prefecture soldiers of the Guiyuan sect. That was a total of 200,000 soldiers. He was going all out in order to deal with the Curse Palace. Can the number of mercenaries stop 200,000 prefecture soldiers? Chu Huan was not afraid of paying. He was just worried that the number of mercenaries was not enough. 200,000 prefecture soldiers were extremely powerful. If it was not for the 200,000 prefecture soldiers, the Curse Palace might not be afraid of the Guiyuan sect. After all, the Curse Palace had about 20,000 Heaven Curse Masters. It's just 200,000 prefecture soldiers. I'm not bragging, but it's not difficult to deal with them. The purpose of our mercenaries is to help whoever has the money. Chu Huan did not know whether to laugh or cry. 5 billion energy points is a huge number. For the Curse Palace, I will pay it even if I have to grit my teeth. In the end, Chu Huan still decided to listen to Di Tian. For the sake of the Curse Palace, 5 billion energy points is a huge number. Lin Fei laughed. As our first client, you'll be satisfied. In the future, it won't be so easy to get mercenaries from the Adventurers Guild. A rare look of anticipation appeared in Chu Huan's eyes. Looking at the dense group of mercenaries, Chu Huan's eyes widened subconsciously. He could not believe what he was seeing. The aura that gathered together was like a sharp knife that could decide a person's life or death. There was no other choice. When Chu Huan first saw this, he thought he had seen a ghost. Such a powerful force was like a heavenly card. Do you believe me now? Lin Fei turned around and smiled. Congratulations, my friend. From now on, the mercenaries in your hands will shake the entire sacred realm. May I know the name of this mercenary? Chu Huan asked respectfully. The mercenary is called Nightmare. Chapter 2276. Here's the May 1st update. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double monthly tickets for the 515 fan day. You can also take a look at other activities that have red packets. A smile finally appeared on Mo Yuan's face when he heard the report. Ever since the Gui Yuan sect mobilized 200,000 prefectural soldiers, the disadvantageous situation had changed. The Gui Yuan sect was gradually suppressing the Curse Palace's counterattack. It wouldn't take long before they would be able to completely defeat the Curse Palace. This was a clever move by the Gui Yuan sect. As the Sacred Lord, Mo Yuan had personally spread the word. As long as one wasn't a fool, basically no one would be willing to offend such a colossus. Everything was under his control. As for the Curse Palace's request for reinforcements, it was basically useless. No one was willing to lend a hand, and it was only a matter of time before the Gui Yuan clan defeated the Curse Palace. The Gui Yuan clan finally had a chance to seize the powerful curse arts of the Curse Palace. Obtaining the complete cultivation method from the Curse Palace had always been the dream of the various major forces. Unfortunately, no one had ever succeeded. The Curse Palace is going to lose. That's right, the Gui Yuan sect controls the cloud world and has absolute power. The Curse Palace is courting death. Who doesn't know that the Gui Yuan clan has 450,000 soldiers under their control? They can suppress all resistance. I heard that those organizations that are on good terms with the Curse Palace have all chosen to remain silent. There are also some who have publicly announced that they are cutting off all ties with the Curse Palace. Gui Yuan is about to reach the heavens in a single bound. I know, right? The Fuyun domain was much more powerful than the Heaven Wasteland domain. No one was optimistic about the Curse Palace. Even though the Curse Palace had great legacies that were not inferior to the 10 great techniques, they were still too weak in front of the ferocious Gui Yuan sect. Once the 200,000 prefecture soldiers moved out, their momentum was vast and mighty, crushing everything in their path. The powerhouses of the Curse Palace were basically all fending them off. If one of them couldn't deal with them, they would send a few more powerhouses to hold back the rest of the Curse Palace. Having lost their main force to counterattack, the remaining forces were no match for the prefecture soldiers. Over the past few days, only 20,000 of the 200,000 soldiers had been lost. They had gained the upper hand, and the Curse Palace's forces were forced to retreat, all the way back to the Curse Palace. 180,000 prefectural soldiers were already at the city gates. No matter what, the Curse Palace was clearly at a disadvantage. The Curse Palace would be completely removed from the Fuyun world. On this day, 180,000 prefectural soldiers surrounded the Curse Palace, sealing off all exits. Curse Joy, your Curse Palace has been surrounded by us. You have half a day to come out and surrender. Otherwise, we will launch a frenzied attack and destroy your Curse Palace. Mo Wu had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of disdain in his eyes. The Curse Palace was very powerful, but under the pressure of the great army, Mo Wu only needed to give the order, and the 180,000 prefecture soldiers would be able to break through the Curse Palace's defensive array formation and charge into the palace. Exterminate all resistance. Sovereign Mo, isn't your Gui Yuan sect very powerful? If you have the ability, why don't you kill your way in? Chu Huan said coldly. You want our Curse Palace to open the door and surrender? Who do you think you are? Mo Wu's face darkened. Stubborn fellow. This is giving you a chance, so don't blame this sect master for being ruthless. After half a day, we will attack. Kill without mercy. Attack. Mo Wu personally attacked the Curse Palace formation. The Gui Yuan sect had long studied the Curse Palace formation. This time, they attacked in a specific way, continuously attacking certain parts of the Curse Palace. A series of ripples were blasted out. Sovereign, our formation can't hold on for much longer. Sovereign, let's fight it out with them. None of our Curse Palace are cowards. The elders of the Curse Palace were unafraid of death. If they lost this battle, the higher-ups of the Curse Palace would not have a good ending. It was better to die on the battlefield than to surrender. Only Chu Huan was the calmest. Through his clone, he knew the situation of the mercenaries. When the mercenaries intervened, they would definitely be able to turn the situation around. 180,000 prefectural soldiers. Once they are heavily injured by the mercenaries, the Gui Yuan sect will definitely suffer a great loss. Their control over the Fuyun world will also decrease. This is an opportunity for the Curse Palace. A cold light flashed in the Curse Palace. A hint of joy disappeared in a flash. No one noticed this change. Boom, boom, boom. The Curse Palace formation was on the verge of collapse. After a series of fierce attacks, the formation was broken. Once the formation was broken, the 180,000 prefectural soldiers and powerful cultivators all rushed in. Even Mo Yuan, the Divine Lord, appeared in person to prevent others from taking advantage of the situation. Sovereign Curse, I still have to thank you. Without your rebellion, we would not have a suitable reason to deal with you. Mo Wu activated his treasure and faced Chu Huan. It's still uncertain who will win. Chu Huan activated his god altar. His combat power increased exponentially. Powerful curse techniques blasted towards Mo Wu. The two of them fought fiercely. The momentum was earth-shattering. One side used strange curse techniques, while the other side used the Great Path attacks. For a moment, both sides were locked in a fierce battle. Sovereign Curse, are you really going to resist to the end? Mo Wu pointed a finger and the Great Path appeared behind him. You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In front of 180,000 prefectural soldiers, your Curse Palace will soon be destroyed. From now on, the name Curse Palace will no longer exist. Mo Wu once again used a killing move. The Great Path behind him surged and revealed its murderous intent. For a moment, it suppressed Chu Huan's curse techniques and forced him to go all out. Chu Huan was protected by the body of 10,000 curses. His opponent's attacks were fierce, but they could not hurt him for a while. It's about time. Mo Wu was taken aback when he suddenly said this. He did not understand what he meant. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, naturally knew what this meant. He looked at the dense mass of heavy spearmen, swordsmen, and swordsmen behind him and smiled. Nightmare, move out. After removing the system's protection, 100,000 mercenaries immediately appeared in everyone's field of vision. Kill! This time, Lin Fei had mobilized 100,000 heavy-armored half-step giants. Lin Fei had personally refined armor and weapons for each of the half-step heavyweights. He had put in a lot of effort. The three different types of soldiers had almost the same combat power. There was not much difference. Who are those people? What a terrifying aura. They have the same aura as the 180,000 prefectural soldiers. This is unbelievable. Could they be helpers from the Curse Palace? 100,000 nightmare mercenaries moved as one. Their murderous intent soared into the sky. At this moment, the 180,000 prefectural soldiers had split up. They did not gather together. They separated the people from the Curse Palace into different areas and attacked them one by one. As soon as the nightmare mercenaries appeared, they turned into black shadows that filled the sky and charged toward the closest area. There were 30,000 prefectural soldiers in this area. They were slightly stunned when they saw the black armored soldiers charging out. Then they revealed expressions of joy. One of the leaders shouted, "Kill them all!" Bang! A ray of light came. The leader raised his saber and tried to slash, but he suddenly realized that he had slashed thin air. He could not block the opponent's attack. Then, his consciousness fell into endless darkness. How can he be more powerful than me? Blood gushed out of the leader's forehead. A spear had pierced through it. Chapter 2277. Bang bang bang. As soon as the nightmare mercenaries appeared, they transformed into a sharp knife. One by one, the prefecture soldiers fell from the sky, creating large holes in the ground. Be it in terms of strength or equipment, the nightmare mercenaries were incomparable to the prefecture soldiers. The crowd could only see the prefecture soldiers falling from the sky. The sound of the prefecture soldiers falling from the sky echoed throughout the city. In just a short period of time, the prefecture soldiers in a certain area were all killed. Stop them. They are our reinforcements. Chu Huan's voice spread out, echoing in the ears of the disciples of the Curse Palace. Kill! They can't hold on any longer. We will win for sure. The nightmare mercenaries displayed their tyrannical side. They crushed the invincible prefecture soldiers and immediately turned the situation around. Young Master Chu Lei, the eldest son of the Curse Palace, took the opportunity to launch a ferocious attack on the cultivators of the Gui Yuan clan who were at a loss. He killed several prefecture soldiers on the spot. The cultivators of the Curse Palace behind him also had expressions of joy on their faces. Stop them quickly. Mo Wu, the sect leader, was clearly stunned for a moment. It was a look of disbelief on his face. A dignified prefecture soldier had actually been killed in such a one-sided manner. When he came to his senses, he immediately gathered the major powers and prepared to blast away that mysterious army. How could the people of the Curse Palace let them succeed? Curses blasted over, forming a barrier of curses. They forcefully suppressed the people of the Gui Yuan clan, making it impossible for them to help. In order to deal with the Curse Palace, most of the strength of the Gui Yuan clan was gathered here. After all, they still needed to guard the rear. They couldn't let others take over their base. No, their curses are too powerful. We can't go up. The big shots of the Gui Yuan clan tried to break through the barrier. The attacks of the opponent were very aggressive. In addition, the curses were traceless. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Instead, they were left with many injuries. Where did these black-armored soldiers come from? How can they be so powerful? Mo Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He saw a terrifying scene. The 200,000 prefecture soldiers were decreasing rapidly. Almost every moment, there were prefecture soldiers dying. These were the reinforcements of the Curse Palace. Mo Yuan had always thought that the Curse Palace wouldn't have any reinforcements. When his words spread out, no one dared to not think twice. The consequences were unacceptable. However, the sudden appearance of the black-armored army displayed an unparalleled power. No one dared to believe that this was real. The 100,000 black-armored army had actually suppressed the prefectural soldiers. The 200,000 prefectural soldiers had been reduced to 150,000. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 prefectural soldiers had been killed. Sacred Lord Fu Yun, your mansion soldiers are going to be finished. At this moment, Chu Huan finally smiled. Although she had to pay 5 billion energy points, the effect was still very good. The Gui Yuan sect's soldiers could not stop the attack of the nightmare mercenaries at all. Even if you have reinforcements, it's only 100,000. Mo Yuan continued to attack Curse Joy, leaving behind a series of afterimages. His treasures soared into the sky and bombarded the black-armored army in the distance. Mo Yuan was no fool. He could see everything clearly. The black-armored army in front of him was definitely a terrifying existence. Their individual combat strength was very strong, and the equipment they wore were all of high quality, completely superior to the prefecture soldiers they had trained. He really did not want to accept the scene in front of him, but the black-armored army that was constantly slaughtering prefecture soldiers forced him to accept reality. We must destroy them. This was an urgent matter. He was clearly about to destroy the Curse Palace, but this force suddenly appeared. In terms of strength and speed, they surpassed the prefecture soldiers. It was no less than a blow to his head. After the fierce attack, Mo Yuan prepared to deal with the black-armored army. This was to regain his advantage. Bang! The powerful attack of the treasures was blocked by a treasure that appeared in the void. It's you, Yuan. Mo Yuan did not understand why the other party was here. That treasure was the blood sky seal that Di Tian often used. It was completely blood red, and it blocked in front of Mo Yuan. Lin Fei stood on the blood sky seal. That's right. You guessed correctly. It's me. Mo Yuan had heard of Di Tian's name before. He did not pay much attention to him. Di Tian was just a nouveau riche. In a place like the Sacred Realm, he would be eaten up sooner or later. Mo Yuan had never paid much attention to him. As for the fact that the power of the Curse Palace had increased, Mo Yuan did not believe that it was because of Di Tian. How dare you block my way? You can die now. Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he shot out 2 Jingguang rays that were filled with a terrifying aura of destruction. At this moment, even the void seemed to be frozen. Mo Yuan, the Sacred Lord, did not care about someone who was not even a giant yet. The Sacred Lord is indeed powerful. He is much more powerful than the Sacred Lord of Infinite Desolation. Lin Fei thought to himself. He did not dare to let his guard down. This person was not the sacred lord of infinite desolation. Body of 10,000 curses. Lin Fei activated the body of 10,000 curses. Curse techniques filled the sky, forming a terrifying domain that blocked the two Jingguang rays. Another body of 10,000 curses. Mo Yuan's heart sank. The body of 10,000 curses was the most powerful curse technique of the Curse Palace. Once this curse technique was used, it could reduce the power of an attack by 60 to 70%. It was very difficult to break. While Lin Fei was delayed, Curse of Joy charged forward, forcing Mo Yuan to stop attacking Lin Fei. After all, Curse of Joy was not easy to deal with. It was quite difficult to deal with the strange curse technique. Curse technique in Curse Finger. Mo Yuan did not have time to deal with Lin Fei, but it did not mean that Lin Fei did not have time to attack. While Curse of Joy was using his curse technique to attack his opponent, he used his origin energy to cast a curse technique. How can his curse technique be so powerful? Its power is at least at the unparalleled realm. After being hit by the curse technique, Mo Yuan instantly felt that he had lost control of his body. Although it was only for a breath's time, the Yin Curse Finger poked his body. His body shook on the spot, and his blood and qi churned, almost spurting out. Good chance. Curse of Joy was overjoyed. He took advantage of the opportunity and slammed into Mo Yuan. Mo Yuan was sent flying and smashed into a mountain. Old ancestor, our prefecture army has suffered heavy losses. We have lost 100,000 soldiers. Mo Wu was forced to be unable to help. In a short period of time, they had lost 100,000 prefecture soldiers, while the other side had less than 5,000 casualties. It was a slap in the face. 100,000? The prefectural soldiers were the strongest trump card of the Guiyuan sect. No faction could withstand the attack of the prefectural soldiers. However, in the blink of an eye, they had lost 100,000 soldiers. This was not a good number. It had been many years since the Guiyuan sect had suffered such a heavy loss. Mo Yuan made a prompt decision. Retreat. The strength of the black-armored army was beyond Mo Yuan's imagination. If this continued, it was not impossible that all 200,000 prefecture soldiers would be wiped out. Curse of Joy invited Di Tian, and the two of them worked together to threaten him. Mo Yuan did not have the upper hand at the moment, and there was no need to continue fighting. They could only retreat. Under Mo Yuan's command, the defeated soldiers gathered together and retreated. The battle in the sky stopped. Curse of Joy, you win this round. Mo Yuan was straightforward. Although he was unwilling, with the appearance of Di Tian, it was impossible to defeat his opponent. Let's wait and see the next round. Mo Yuan retreated with his people. We won. We won. All hail the Curse Palace. Chapter 2278. The battle between the Curse Palace and the Guiyuan sect in the Cloud Realm had always been closely watched. Almost all the major powers in the sacred world were watching because of the Curse Palace. Many powers in the sacred world were secretly watching the Curse Palace. The conflict between the Curse Palace and the Guiyuan sect in the Cloud Realm was undoubtedly a hot topic for many people. If possible, they didn't mind taking a bite out of the Curse Palace, but they had to have the opportunity. At the beginning, the Curse Palace's strength shocked everyone. They were able to gain the upper hand at the beginning, and the person from the Curse Palace had unknowingly advanced to an unparalleled level. This was beyond everyone's imagination. When the Guiyuan sect sent out 200,000 strong prefecture soldiers and crushed the Curse Palace, the situation changed day by day. In everyone's eyes, the Curse Palace's weakness was that it didn't have enough prefecture soldiers. If the Curse Palace had, the outcome of the battle would be difficult to determine. On the last day, when the Guiyuan sect was at the gates of the city and the Curse Palace was on the verge of collapsing, they sent out a group of reinforcements. The reinforcements crushed the 200,000 prefectural soldiers in a domineering manner. 100,000 prefectural soldiers were killed on the spot while less than 10,000 of their opponents were injured. This shocked all the factions that were paying attention. Who can tell me who those black armor soldiers are? They're too strong. 100,000 people wiped out 200,000 prefecture soldiers. How strong are they? How terrifying! From now on, who would dare to think that Di Tian can only hide in the sealed world? Di Tian's appearance with the black armor soldiers attracted a lot of attention. Even the fact that Bai Tian had cultivated the body of 10,000 curses attracted a lot of attention. After all, such a powerful black-armored army was already at such a level with only 100,000 people. If there were 200,000 or 500,000, just how terrifying would that be? No one dared to imagine it. Perhaps, aside from those small sacred worlds that were close to the front, other forces would not be able to stop them. Investigate. Investigate immediately. Why is Di Tian in the Curse Palace? Where did that black armor army come from? Mo Wu was filled with anger, and he kept roaring at his subordinates. In order to defeat the Curse Palace, Missouri Wu had sealed off all exits. Even now, his subordinates couldn't give an explanation as to why Di Tian could still appear. Little Mo, you can't blame your subordinates for this. The Gui Yuan sect's temporary encampment was 500,000 miles away. After what happened during the day, the defenses around the Gui Yuan sect had increased by several times. You can leave now. As soon as Mo Yuan spoke, the people kneeling on the ground immediately disappeared, leaving only Sacred Lord Mo Yuan and Mo Wu behind. But Mo Wu was unwilling to give up. We were so close. It's all Di Tian's fault. He caused our Gui Yuan sect to lose 100,000 soldiers. The Gui Yuan sect had a total of 500,000 prefectural soldiers. This was accumulated over a long period of time and was their greatest asset in ruling the prefectural cloud world. Without this trump card, the strength of the Gui Yuan sect would be greatly reduced. Now, they had lost 100,000 soldiers in a single day. This was something that had never happened before. As the sect master, Mo Wu could not help but be angry. No one expected Di Tian to be so capable. Mo Yuan was still recalling, those black-armored soldiers were extraordinary. They were wielding long spears, long blades, and long swords. The weapons in their hands should have been forged from special materials. It's extremely terrifying, and it's only a step away from a giant treasure. Mo Wu took a deep breath. Damn it, where did that Di Tian get it from? 800,000 strong black-armored soldiers were mobilized. This was the first time they had ever heard of it. It was truly an incredible thing. Now we can only wait. Mo Wu said. Daoist Ditan, thank you so much. The arrival of Lin Fei's mercenaries eased the pressure on the Curse Palace and forced the Gui Yuan sect to retreat 500,000li. They finally had a chance to catch their breath. After they left, Chu Huan came up to express his gratitude. This result was already within his expectations. He could finally relax. The nightmare mercenaries were stronger than he had imagined. This time, the Curse Palace finally had a way to resist the Gui Yuan sect's prefectural soldiers. Lin Fei laughed. Don't be too happy yet. The Gui Yuan sect suffered a loss. The loss of 100,000 soldiers isn't too heavy. They still have 400,000 soldiers. Chu Huan laughed dryly. Then what do you think? While they are resting, we must take the initiative to attack them. It's best if we can eliminate the remaining 100,000 soldiers. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? The Curse Palace had been under attack for a long time, and Chu Huan was exhausted. For a moment, he forgot that he could take the initiative to attack the Gui Yuan sect. Yes, we should take the initiative to attack the Gui Yuan sect and eliminate the remaining 100,000 soldiers. They won't dare to act recklessly for a while. Chu Huan admired Di Tian's courage. After pondering for a while, she didn't hesitate at all. Just like what Di Tian had said, in the Cloud Prefecture realm, there were experts that were similar to the prefectural soldiers. If the Gui Yuan sect lost another 100,000 prefectural soldiers, the forces in the Cloud Prefecture realm would have different thoughts. By the way, have you collected the corpses? Lin Fei asked. Chu Huan did not dare to ask where the corpses were. The terrifying combat power displayed by the 100,000 nightmare mercenaries had made Chu Huan regard them as people on the same level as him. I've collected them long ago. Also, I've collected all the corpses that I killed before. There are more than 133,000 corpses in total. Chu Huan took this matter very seriously. He collected the corpses of every half-step magnate and even the magnate. Not bad, not bad. Hearing that there were 130,000 corpses, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Only through war can I obtain a large number of corpses of half-step magnate and magnate, which can increase my strength. If I can eliminate another 100,000 soldiers tonight. The moon was dark and the stars were sparse. It was destined to be a night suitable for killing. Father, can Di Tian really sneak in? The Holy Lord is personally guarding the temporary encampment. Cursed Thunder said worriedly on a mountain peak. We can only trust him. Chu Huan was very confident. As long as we defeat the 100,000 soldiers of the Guiyuan sect tonight, the Curse Palace will be able to solve this crisis. Cursed Thunder suddenly asked, Father, why do you think Di Tian collected the corpses? Could it be related to these mercenaries? Chu Huan's face darkened and he shouted, Don't say such things in the future. You can only bury them in your heart. Di Tian is not someone you can offend, even if it's the Curse Palace. The defense is several times tighter. The Guiyuan sect is really careful. It's a pity that you... Lin Fei sneaked into the encampment. Under the guidance of the system, Lin Fei quickly arrived at the resting area of the 100,000 soldiers. I'm afraid you guys never thought that I would attack you at this time. Chapter 2279. In the battle during the day, more than 100,000 of the 200,000 prefecture soldiers had been killed. This had also traumatized the invincible prefecture soldiers. Even now, they still had lingering fears. In the temporary encampment, the prefecture soldiers gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Damn, who knows where those black-armored soldiers came from during the day? They're too terrifying. Their speed is faster than ours, and their strength is also much stronger than ours. That black-armored soldier with a long spear is the same as the heavy spear soldiers in the sealed city. It can't be. Lin Fei snuck into the center of the 100,000 prefecture soldiers. Through the monitoring system, he saw that Holy Lord Fu Yun was some distance away. Lin Fei felt more at ease as he could carry out the night attack. Nightmare mercenaries, move out. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei recalled all the mercenaries and appeared in the center of the prefecture soldiers. Bang! The heavy spear soldier shot the head of the nearest prefecture soldier, causing a cloud of blood to explode. Not good. The nearest prefectural soldier suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Then, a saber light chopped down, and he lost consciousness, sinking into boundless darkness. Lin Fei sent out the 90,000 nightmare mercenaries. As soon as the mercenaries appeared, everyone was caught off guard. One by one, the mansion soldiers fell into a pool of blood, their eyes wide open. They died with grievances. Kill! In the encampment, the nightmare mercenaries appeared and started a massacre. The prefecture soldiers had already been traumatized during the day. Now that they faced them again, they could no longer suppress the fear in their hearts. Great, attack immediately! Chu Huan had been paying attention. The moment the flames shot into the sky, he knew that Di Tian had succeeded. Curse technique, meteor rain. As soon as Chu Huan appeared, he used his ultimate technique. The sky full of fire rained down like meteors. Anyone who was hit would have a bloody hole. At the same time, a scorching heat would burn their entire body. Dozens of meteor rain rained down on their bodies. They died on the spot. The entire encampment was in chaos. The great experts who had just flown out were attacked by the curse technique. They were completely stunned. Chu Huan, you're courting death. Mo Wu rushed up and saw the prefecture soldiers falling in the distance. That was the most important trump card of the Guiyuan sect. You can't. The Guiyuan sect had neglected the existence of Di Tian and was successfully attacked at night. In this battle, the Guiyuan sect lost once again. Even Mo Yuan, a sacred lord, was unable to turn the situation around. As soon as he arrived, he was held back by others and had no way to eliminate the black-armored army. Dian, I'll remember you. The 100,000 prefectural soldiers were quickly killed, with the exception of a few that managed to escape. The rest were all killed by the black armored army. With no other choice, Mo Yuan could only retreat once again. In less than 2 hours, the Gui Yuan sect retreated. This time, the Gui Yuan sect retreated from the area of the Curse Palace. They retracted their defenses and retreated hundreds of millions of miles away. Let's go back. Mo Yuan let out a long sigh as he listened to his subordinate's report. We'll have to think about it at length. The 200,000 prefectural soldiers were almost annihilated, and the Gui Yuan sect suffered a great loss. There was no need to continue. As long as Di Tian's black armored army existed, it would be impossible for the Gui Yuan sect to defeat them. They've retreated. We've already retreated for billions of miles. They've started to retreat. According to the direction they're leaving in, they seem to be returning to Origin sect. News came one after another. That's great, we've won. Young Master Chu Lei couldn't help but shout. The Gui Yuan sect was pressing on, and the Curse Palace was having a hard time. A dark cloud was constantly hanging over their heads, and no one knew how long the Curse Palace could last. It wasn't until Di Tian appeared that the Curse Palace finally saw hope. In just one day, the Curse Palace had defeated the Gui Yuan sect's attack and even killed 200,000 prefectural soldiers. 200,000? Everyone knew what 200,000 prefectural soldiers represented. It was definitely a terrifying nightmare. Congratulations, my friend. Your nightmare mercenaries are about to shake the sacred world. Chu Huan walked over. Lin Fei was very satisfied with tonight's night attack. After losing 200,000 prefectural soldiers, the situation in the cloud domain had changed drastically. The Gui Yuan sect had to reconsider their future. Retreating was the best option for the Gui Yuan sect. Regarding the nightmare mercenaries, I'll have to trouble you to help me spread the news. Since we're doing business, we have to let everyone know about it. It's best to wait for 3 days before spreading the news. Lin Fei said. No problem, it's just a small matter. Chu Huan wanted to say something, but he held back in the end. The next day, the news that the Gui Yuan sect had lost 200,000 prefectural soldiers spread like wildfire. Everyone who was paying attention was shocked. They looked at each other and couldn't believe it was true. The Gui Yuan sect, with 200,000 prefectural soldiers, was defeated by 100,000 black armored soldiers? This piece of news was far too unreal. Everyone was trying to find out the truth of the news. After all, 100,000 black armored soldiers killing 200,000 prefectural soldiers was a big event that shook the sacred world. If it was 500,000 black armored soldiers, wouldn't they be able to kill 1 million or even 2 million prefectural soldiers? This was something that moved everyone. Some of them even started to plot against the black armored soldiers. The cloud domain temporarily calmed down. The Gui Yuan sect completely retreated, and the Curse Palace's reputation soared. To be able to force the Gui Yuan sect to retreat and kill 200,000 prefectural soldiers, everyone thought that the Curse Palace had the ability to fight against the Gui Yuan sect. At the very least, they were on the same level. Spies from various sacred worlds entered the cloud domain and kept investigating what happened yesterday. Gradually, one person after another appeared. Di Tian, who sealed the world, gradually entered everyone's vision. The black armored soldiers were brought here by Di Tian? Di Tian interfered? The Di Tian who sealed the world. How is that possible? Looking at the information that was sent to them, everyone was dumbfounded. Tian. It was a very ordinary name. He was not someone to be trifled with. He controlled a sealed world and was the local tyrant. No one was willing to let Di Tian come to the sacred world to cause trouble. Everyone knew that Di Tian had a secret trump card. He was not easy to deal with. Many of the sacred leaders' clones had been killed. Continue the investigation. Di Tian came to the cloud domain to help the Curse Palace deal with the Gui Yuan sect. The strength that the black armored soldiers displayed was not to be underestimated. This was already a force that the sacred leader controlled. 100,000 black armored soldiers were able to kill 200,000 prefectural soldiers. This was very significant. More spies entered the cloud domain. This investigation lasted for 3 days, and the information they obtained was very little. Almost all of it was one-sided, and it was not the information they needed at all. On the fourth day, the palace lord of the Curse Palace, Curse Huan, personally announced a piece of news. When the news came out, countless people were dumbfounded. The Guiyuan sect used their seniority to deal with the Curse Palace, but in the end, the Curse Palace still won. Here, the Curse Palace would like to thank the Adventurer Association of the Invincible Palace. It was because of the Adventurer Association that we launched the mercenary business that the Curse Palace was able to turn the situation around. Nightmare Mercenaries, good job. Chapter 2280. Mercenaries? What's that? Could it be that the black armored army provided by Tion can participate in the battle? The Nightmare Black Armored Army? As the palace lord, Chu Huan, personally announced it to the public, the spies were extremely excited. They finally collected important information and hurriedly reported it to their superiors. The Nightmare Mercenaries? Anyone can be hired? The first to know the news was the Guiyuan clan. Their spies began to gather information. After Mo Wu knew, he immediately came to tell Mo Yuan, the Sacred Lord. After hearing the news, Mo Yuan could not digest it for a while. That's what Chu Huan announced. Mo Wu's hatred towards Chu Huan was average, but he was filled with boundless hatred towards Tion. 200,000 prefecture soldiers were gone. This wasn't something that could be vented in a short period of time. It should be true. Mo Yuan seemed to understand a little. He squinted his eyes and said, Tion, if it's true, the Guiyuan clan is destined to become a joke. Moreover, we have become Tion's test subjects. Damn it. Mo Wu also understood immediately, the Guiyuan clan's retreat is equivalent to making the Nightmare Mercenaries famous. I'm afraid that those big powers will be very interested in the Nightmare Mercenaries. Mo Yuan could not help but laugh bitterly. I didn't expect that bastard to play such a good show. The Nightmare Mercenaries will become famous after this battle. Old ancestor, are we just going to let this go? Mo Wu was still unwilling. They did not lose to the Curse Palace, but to that bastard Tion. Mo Yuan, the Sacred Lord, had a better mentality than Mo Wu and was more farsighted. However, he gradually began to hate someone in his heart. It was the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland who had passed by. Good, that Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland dared to trick the Guiyuan clan. You guys must take this. If it was not for the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland's provocation, Mo Yuan would not have attacked. It was all the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland's fault. In his opinion, the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland must have known about the existence of the mercenaries and wanted to see the Guiyuan clan suffer. Mo Yuan was determined to vent his anger. Arrange for someone to send a message to the Curse Palace. Tell them that this was done by the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland. Black armored army with long spears. Nightmare mercenaries? Heaven Wasteland domain. The Heaven Wasteland Saint Lord's face darkened as he heard the news. Could it be that the Zhong family hired mercenaries from the sealed world? The Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland had not forgotten what had happened last time. If not for the support of the Zhong family, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would not have suffered such a crushing defeat, and most of the Heaven Wasteland divine soldiers would have been wiped out. As a result, the Heaven Wasteland domain gradually lost control. Without a deterrent force, the powers that controlled the Zhong clan and the Netherworld Palace became more and more subservient. Some even took the initiative to contact the Zhong clan and the Netherworld Palace. Damnable Tion, damnable mercenaries, and damnable Zhong clan. Sacred Lord Infinite Wasteland roared. When the various major powers found out about the Nightmare Mercenaries, they immediately contacted their spies in the sealed world to investigate whether adventurers' guilds provided mercenary services. Soon the news spread back. The Adventurer Guild did have a mercenary service. Moreover, it had just been released recently. As long as one could afford it, they could hire experts to help them. For example, the first order was the Curse Palace hiring the Nightmare Mercenaries. They had spent a total of 5 billion energy points. This made those people gasp. The exchange of energy points was not simple. 5 billion energy points was definitely an astronomical number. The comparison between the cost and the gain was unimaginable. In the end, everyone could see it clearly. This time, This time, the major powers were moved, and even the small powers were completely moved. If they hired experts, would they be able to wipe out the enemy forces? It was just energy points, not anything else. They could easily scrape together the money. After the news spread, the number of people coming to the Adventurer Guild to exchange energy points increased almost non-stop. As a last resort, the Adventurer Guild added more than a dozen exchange machines to ease the flow of people. Now, the entire Holy Realm is talking about the Nightmare Mercenaries. This is really something worth celebrating. Chu Huan congratulated him as soon as she arrived. The impact that Lin Fei had on the Nightmare Mercenaries was already expected. For this group of mercenaries, Lin Fei had spent a lot of effort and got the materials to refine them. It was not easy. Fortunately, he had finally opened the door to the market. This is all thanks to your old rival, the Gui Yuan sect. Without their help, the Nightmare Mercenaries would not have had the chance to perform on stage. Lin Fei said with a smile. Haha. Chu Huan laughed. At this time, Cursed Thunder came in from outside and said, Father, I just received news that the Gui Yuan sect was actually against us because of the instigation of Holy Lord Tian Huang. Chu Huan and the Gui Yuan sect did not have a good relationship, but the other party would not easily make a move. He had always been puzzled about this. After hearing his eldest son's words, he finally understood. Is this news confirmed? Cursed Thunder nodded. It came from the Gui Yuan sect. Lin Fei understood. No wonder the Gui Yuan sect would make a move on the Curse Palace. It was because of the instigation of Holy Lord Tian Huang. It must be the result of the curse technique when they attacked the Heaven Wasteland Palace last time. The Curse Palace was implicated even though they were not doing anything. Holy Lord Tian Huang is courting death. Chu Huan had mastered the body of 10,000 curses, which was equivalent to stepping into a higher realm. Normally, he would be afraid, but now he had the ability to compete with the other party. However, the Gui Yuan sect is too full of themselves. They want to use the Curse Palace as a knife. Do they really think that we are 3-year-old children? Chu Huan had more or less guessed the situation of the Heaven Wasteland domain. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the Heaven Wasteland Palace had lost its deterrent power. Not to mention anything else, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was almost completely exhausted, so how could it suppress them? At this time, the strength of the Curse Palace was obviously stronger than that of the Heaven Wasteland Palace. If they really attacked the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would definitely not be able to withstand it. Chu Huan did not fall for it. Although he was angry, there was nothing to be afraid of in the current Heaven Wasteland Palace. Brother D, what do you think we should do now? Chu Huan was very concerned about Lin Fei's opinion. I think that Mo Yuan of the Gui Yuan sect must also hate Holy Lord Tian Huang. Why don't we join forces to deal with Holy Lord Tian Huang and give the Gui Yuan sect a way out? Lin Fei said after thinking for a while. Although the Gui Yuan sect had killed 200,000 soldiers, it was still very powerful. The shortcomings of the Curse Palace could not be made up for in a short time. Moreover, the Gui Yuan sect would not start a war in a short time. This would be a peaceful period. Chapter 2281. Di Tian, who was in the sealed world, once again entered everyone's sight. His status skyrocketed and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. 100,000 nightmare mercenaries had killed 200,000 prefecture soldiers. How terrifying was that? No one knew how many nightmare mercenaries Di Tian had, but no matter how many he had, the young Di Tian had unknowingly gained an undeniable influence in the holy world from the moment the nightmare mercenaries had killed 200,000 prefectural soldiers. Some people even linked it to the civil strife in the Heaven Wasteland domain. There seemed to be a mysterious force that had entered the Heaven Wasteland domain. They were probably the mercenaries from the sealed world. Everyone firmly believed in this conjecture. That Di Tian had a terrifying influence. Spies and even experts who went to the sealed world to understand the mercenaries secretly went there. Perhaps the future of their families could really be built through the mercenaries. While everyone was paying attention to the prefecture cloud domain, the Gui Yuan sect and the Curse Palace sat together and announced that there was a misunderstanding between the two forces and that the mastermind behind all this was Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland. They had decided to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace. This time, the two forces surprisingly agreed to target Heaven Wasteland Palace. After the news spread, both sides gathered 100,000 prefecture soldiers and charged into Heaven Wasteland domain with murderous intent. The Heaven Wasteland Palace bore the brunt of the attack and was once again attacked by the two forces. The Zong family and the Nether Palace took this opportunity to attack the Heaven Wasteland Palace again. Old man Heaven Wasteland, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. You dared to trick the Gui Yuan sect. Today, I will destroy your Heaven Wasteland Palace. Holy Lord Mo Yuan personally attacked, forcing the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland to retreat. Mo Yuan was filled with anger at the mention of the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland. How long would it take for 200,000 prefecture soldiers to recover? He had to vent his anger. The Curse Palace is not that easy to bully. Chu Huan attacked the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland, slowing down his reaction. Mo Yuan's great Dao pattern attack shattered half of the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland's body. Damn it! The Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland panicked. They are too strong together. I have to leave immediately. The Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland couldn't care less. If he didn't leave now, he might not have the chance to leave. Just as the Holy Lord Heaven Wasteland was feeling uneasy, a cold wind blew behind him and a palm imprint landed on his back. His body was badly mutilated. Tianhuang, you're dead this time. Yu Mingzi had made his move. Ever since that war, the Heaven Wasteland Palace's control over Heaven Wasteland domain had almost disappeared. Without the deterrence of the Heaven Wasteland heavenly soldiers, it was obvious that they could not rely on a few giant experts. The Infinite Wasteland's Saint Lord panicked as the three supreme experts attacked. None of them were weaker than him. Keep an eye on him, don't let him escape. Lin Fei did not make a move. But that didn't mean he wouldn't make a move. Ever since the Guyuan sect and the Curse Palace had temporarily cooperated, the fate of the Heaven Wasteland Palace had been decided. They would lose control of the Heaven Wasteland domain from then on. With regards to these matters, Lin Fei was not too interested. Instead, he was very interested in the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland. After all, he was a supreme expert who had surpassed the realm of giants. Lin Fei planned to capture the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland, even if he had to sacrifice a corpse. Who asked him to not have a peerless expert, even if he was the weakest one. It would be good to use it to restrain the enemy. Ever since the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland escaped, Lin Fei had asked the little demon to keep an eye on him and not lose him no matter what. He believed that Chu Huan and the others would be very happy to kill the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland. A peerless expert would either kill or not do anything. Facing the revenge of a peerless expert was very terrifying. Run. This was the only thought that the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland had. He had never thought that he would use a borrowed knife to kill someone. In the end, this was the result. If I had known this would be the result, I would not have played this trick. The Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland did not dare to fight with them. Every time he fought, he would be injured and consume a part of his strength. And that damned sealed world. Without that bastard, the Curse Palace would have been destroyed by the Guiyuan sect long ago. It would be a lie if the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was not angry, especially that bastard Tian. He wanted to capture him, cut him into pieces, and grind his bones into ashes. No, if this goes on, the situation will be very disadvantageous to me. The Heaven Wasteland domain was not small. For an expert like the Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland, there was no place for him to hide. 3 powerful divine senses locked onto him. Even if you want me to die, I won't let you pay the price. The Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was very clear about the current situation. No one was willing to let him go, and they would definitely eliminate him. A chill flashed across his eyes as he turned and fled in another direction. Chu Huan, Mo Yuan, and Yu Mingzi chased after him. Not good. The Sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland wants the wild sacred mountain, Yu Mingzi exclaimed. We must not let him enter. Although that place is dangerous, it will not be easy for us to kill him once he enters. The wild sacred mountain. It was a very simple word. But in the eyes of these experts, it was still a place full of danger. It was the only sacred place left after the destruction of the wild world. Unfortunately, the battle back then had affected the wild sacred mountain, causing it to become the scariest ancient danger zone in the sacred world. The attacks of the three became even more fierce. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland bitterly endured, and even turned back to threaten them. As long as I don't die, you three forces will have to wait for my revenge. At this moment, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland was covered in blood, and his flesh had been reconstructed countless times. His face was abnormally pale, due to his heavy injuries. Grabbing a handful of pills, the sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland swallowed them in large mouthfuls. He finally recovered some yuan qi and increased his speed. He ran for his life. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland entered a barren area. There was not a single blade of grass in this area, and it was filled with a gloomy aura that made people feel very uncomfortable. This area was the entrance to the wild sacred mountain. According to the ancient records, the wild sacred mountain was the most important earth vein in the wild world, and it connected the entire wild world. At the same time, it was one of the most special creatures in the wild world. After the destruction of the wild world, it was precisely because of the existence of the wild sacred mountain that the 33 sacred heavens was rebuilt. The wild sacred mountain had an unimaginable effect, and even if everyone was filled with endless fear of the wild sacred mountain, they could not erase its contributions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as they entered this gloomy area, black wind blades attacked them. Each wind blade had terrifying power, and they were actually at the level of a giant. The void was cut open one after another. Once they entered this area, they had to be careful. Not only did they have to be careful of the black wind blades, they also had to pay attention to the void cracks. Chapter 2282. Seeing that the other party was about to escape into the savage sacred mountain, Curse Huan could not care less. He took out a scroll and tore it open, shooting a jingguang at Holy Lord Infinite Desolation. Another curse. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was furious. He struck out a blade radiance but failed to block the curse. He lost control of his body and could not break free from the curse even if he mobilized his strength. Good chance. In the eyes of experts like them, any opportunity could cause heavy damage to the other party. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was unlucky. He was attacked by the three. The moment he was paralyzed, their attacks landed on his body and he exploded into a bloody mist. I will definitely take revenge on you. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation reformed again. His face was abnormally pale. A doppelganger walked out with a ferocious face and a resentful gaze. It was not just one doppelganger. 7 or 8 doppelgangers walked out. Every time a doppelganger appeared, Holy Lord Infinite Desolation's chi and blood would weaken. After 8 doppelgangers appeared, he had almost become a dried corpse. Go to hell! Boom, boom. 8 doppelgangers rushed forward, each with the strength of a late giant. The moment they rushed towards them, they revealed a ferocious smile and all the doppelgangers exploded. Terrifying waves exploded one after another, engulfing the 3 of them in the explosion range. We must go in immediately. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation coughed out blood. This was a move that killed 1,000 enemies and 800 allies. In order to enter the savage sacred mountain, this price was nothing. Once they were entangled, they would definitely die. The overbearing explosion caused a chain reaction. The sky was filled with wind blades, each more terrifying than the last. Wind blades that were 100 meters long and 1,000 meters long also appeared. I miscalculated. This guy actually has such a move. He is even willing to use the power of the Great Tao. Curse Huan and the other 2 rushed out. Faced with the changes caused by the explosion, their faces were very ugly. The power brought by the explosion of 8 doppelgangers was not that simple. If they were not at the unparalleled realm, they would have suffered a great loss. Old Devil Infinite Desolation is not any better. Mo Yuan coldly snorted, the wild sacred mountain is filled with dangers. Even at your peak, you might not be able to come out safely. Furthermore, he is heavily injured and only death awaits him. Let's wait here for a month and we will see the results. The three of them nodded. This was a good suggestion. A month was enough time to know whether the Heaven Wasteland's Saint Lord was dead or alive. Outside the savage sacred mountain, the three of them sat down cross-legged. Their spiritual senses covered the entire area. Even the slightest change could not escape their eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The sacred Lord of Heaven Wasteland self-destructed 8 doppelgangers. His entire body shriveled up like a mummy. Fortunately, he managed to shake them off and barge into the savage sacred mountain. This was a gloomy space. Everything that entered one's eyes was barren. However, this barren land was filled with unimaginable dangers. If you think I'll die in there, then you're completely wrong. I'm just lucky. I once found an ascetic's cave in the savage sacred mountain. Sacred Lord Tianhuang revealed a smile on his wrinkled face. Wait for me to recover my strength. I'll definitely cause chaos among the 3 great forces. His eyes flashed with hatred as he took out a map. After staring at it for a moment, he flew in a certain direction. Damn, he still had a trick up his sleeve. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's smugness did not escape Lin Fei's eyes. When the other party self-destructed his doppelgangers, he had quietly followed behind and heard the other party's words. Lin Fei was very clear on the origins of the savage sacred mountain. He had not read those secret manuals for nothing. He more or less knew the details of the savage sacred mountain. Back then, this was the most mysterious place in the savage world. Practically every peak faction built their sect on the savage sacred mountain. This showed how mysterious it was. Master, this space is very strange. You must be careful. Little evil demon reminded. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. He had seen the changes of the 3 supreme experts. Follow them. With Sacred Lord Tianhuang leading the way, Lin Fei was much more at ease. At the very least, he did not have to worry about running into danger. The dangers of the savage sacred mountain had exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. For example, the formless spatial cracks were terrifying. Sacred Lord Tianhuang had almost fallen into them several times, and their power was no weaker than a late-stage giant. Lin Fei followed Sacred Lord Tianhuang closely. For the other party, he had to follow no matter how dangerous it was. He had to risk it all for the other party. Sacred Lord Tianhuang was very careful along the way, but he still encountered many dangers. This was with the help of the map. Otherwise, he would not even know how he died. Soon, he took out a large amount of pills and swallowed them. After resting for a moment, Sacred Lord Tianhuang continued forward. Along the way, he stopped from time to time. After 3 days, he arrived at a mountain range. The mountains here were all black, and every single one of them exuded a majestic aura, as if they were supreme experts. Sacred Lord Tianhuang's complexion had recovered a lot after 3 days, but it was not much better. The loss of 8 doppelgangers self-destructing was unimaginable. It's on one of these mountains. Sacred Lord Tianhuang had come here by coincidence, and after searching for a while, he finally found a huge mountain and groped his way up. Sacred Lord Tianhuang carefully examined the uneven mountain wall and finally revealed a smile. It's here. He could recognize the marks left behind with a single glance. Open. Hand's seal struck the stone wall, and the originally calm stone wall began to radiate light in all directions. Runes appeared one after another, and after a loud rumble, a human-sized hole appeared on the stone wall. After so many dangers along the way, Sacred Lord Tianhuang had completely let down his guard. As long as he could rest here for a period of time, he would be able to recover some of his strength. At that time, it would be the time for the 3 major forces to suffer. The revenge of a supreme expert was unimaginable. As long as the upper echelons of a force were killed, it would be like cutting off an arm of the other party, and they would not be able to recover for a long time. Lin Fei had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, the other party was extremely vigilant. Even if he was in a hurry, he would still be careful. Without an absolute opportunity, Lin Fei did not make a move. The little fiend had been monitoring Sacred Lord Tianhuang, and when the other party let down his guard, Lin Fei knew that his chance had come, a perfect opportunity. Therefore Lin Fei made his move. Curse technique, meteor rain. Curse technique, numb. Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere, and a large amount of origin energy was instantly consumed. Drops of fire appeared around Sacred Lord Heaven Wasteland, and when they landed on his body, they immediately created a bloody hole. Every drop of fire that landed on Sacred Lord Tianhuang's body quickly turned into a sieve, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. Chapter 2283. Today's update, and at the same time, pull some votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also send some coins, begging for everyone's support and praise. Streaks of meteors rained down on Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's body, causing flesh and blood to pour out. In addition to the large attack range of the meteor rain, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was almost unable to escape the attack range. Every meteor rain attack consumed a large amount of Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's energy. Under the continuous rain of attacks, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland's injuries rapidly worsened, and his face became abnormally pale. You guessed it right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Lin Fei laughed out loud and used another curse technique to paralyze him. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland, who had just pulled away, immediately lost control of his body and suffered another heavy injury. The sacred transformation realm is indeed not simple. Ordinary people would have died under this kind of attack long ago. Lin Fei attacked with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, the giant puppet appeared. Explode! Boom! Boom! Every single peerless expert was extremely powerful. Even if it was only the first small realm, they could not be underestimated. Lin Fei naturally would not let his guard down. After the curse technique attacked, he used the giant puppet to self-destruct. Damn it, the giant self-destruct. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was hit by a terrifying force. His injuries were severe, and it was extremely difficult for him to resist. How can he make the giant self-destruct? How can he do this? How terrifying was the self-destruction of a giant? To Lin Fei, the self-destruction of the giant puppet was nothing. To be able to capture a peerless expert, the harvest was much greater than the cost. The huge impact of the self-destruction consumed the power of the great Tao behind Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland every time. More importantly, it came wave after wave, which was not something an ordinary person could accept. Cough, cough, cough. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland continuously vomited blood. The great Tao patterns behind him shrunk by a large amount and were no longer as powerful as before. The 10th giant puppet self-destructed. Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall behind him. Under this kind of impact, the rock wall was as hard as a boulder and did not move at all. When he was at his peak, Holy Lord Heavenly Wasteland would definitely not be as powerless as he was now when dealing with the self-destruction of such a giant puppet. His vitality was greatly damaged. Cough, cough, cough. Holy Lord Infinite Wasteland vomited blood again. Everyone was fooled by you. I didn't expect you to have the courage to blow up 10 giants in one go. Cough, cough. Sacred Lord Tian Desolate leaned against the wall and said weakly, "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Fei did not relax. Then he summoned another giant puppet and charged forward with a puppet insect needle. Without saying a word, he injected the puppet insect into the other party's body. "Ditan, you bastard! What exactly did you do to me?" The Sacred Lord of Infinite Desolation started to panic. He felt as if his head was about to explode, and his eyes lost their color. He soon regained his senses. "Ha! Your things are useless to me." Lin Fei frowned slightly. The unparalleled realm is really powerful, to be able to resist the puppet worm's invasion. Curse, paralyze. Activating the incantation with origin energy, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland lost control of his body. This time, the amount of origin energy consumed was much greater, and the duration was much longer. Again, the puppet worm once again entered the other party's body. "Ah, it hurts so much, I'm convinced. I'm really convinced." In front of the wall, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland's entire body was convulsing, and his face was pale. When he finished his last sentence, the heart-wrenching pain gradually disappeared. "As long as you have the slightest dissatisfaction towards me, or even a trace of killing intent, as long as it involves me, the puppet worm in your body will launch an attack. After every attack, you are one step closer to death. You must understand that, Lin Fei said with a smile. In order to control the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Fei spent a lot of money, and at the same time, left a trace of origin energy in the puppet worm, enough to kill the other party. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland seemed to have lost all his strength. He knew that the other party was right. As long as he had a thought, the puppet worm in his mind would react. I'm convinced. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland adapted quickly. He never wanted to experience that kind of pain again in his life. After successfully controlling the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, Lin Fei was happier and more excited than anyone else. He finally had a peerless expert by his side, and after consuming 10 giant puppets, the harvest was unimaginable. This was also Lin Fei's good luck. If he was at his peak, the self-detonation of 10 giant puppets might not have succeeded. You discovered this place back then? Inside the rock wall was actually a cave dwelling. The cave dwelling was very simple, and it fulfilled the meaning of the word ascetic. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland became honest. Yes, these mountains all contain the essence of heaven and earth, and are not attacked by the power of the savage sacred mountain. When I found it, this cave dwelling was empty. Essence of heaven and earth. Lin Fei really didn't notice this. These mountains were bare, and at a glance, they looked very ordinary, as if they had nothing to do with the essence of heaven and earth. The words of the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland piqued Lin Fei's interest in these black mountains. 1,000-star obsidian stone, excellent quality, can be used to refine weapons, half-step giant weapons. This result more or less surprised Lin Fei. Whether it was the heavy spearmen or the nightmare mercenaries, the weapons in their hands were half-step giant level, or to put it bluntly, pseudo-giant level weapons. They were incomparably sharp, and on the battlefield, they were superior to their opponents. These weapons had always been difficult to find, and it was a big gap for Lin Fei. If the Battle Emperor army could be matched with these pseudo-giant level weapons, they would be invincible on the battlefield. This accidental discovery made Lin Fei really want to thank the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland. With this source of materials, he would be able to continuously produce pseudo-giant level weapons. Not bad, you did a good thing. Lin Fei waved his hand like a blade and slashed at the rock wall. A surprising scene appeared. The rock wall didn't move at all, and only a white line was left on it. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland didn't dare to mock him. Your Majesty, this material comes from the savage sacred mountain and is extremely hard. Ordinary people can't break it at all. Rumor has it that only third-step experts can break it. That's not necessarily true. Lin Fei was very clear about the significance of the third step. In the entire sacred world, there were probably only a few third-step experts. The unparalleled realm had a total of 5 small realms. People rarely divided them by small realms, and usually called them the first step, the second step, and so on. For example, the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland was the first step, the Sacred Transformation's small realm. After controlling the Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland, although he was only a first-step expert, Lin Fei had to show his powerful side. Another slash, and the blade light slashed the rock wall. But this time, it was different. The Holy Master of Heaven Wasteland's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. You're a third-step expert? A piece of the hard rock wall was forcefully cut off. The place that was split open was as smooth as a painting, and stars appeared, extremely dazzling. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word, but his heart ached. Damn it, the origin energy can't be spent. Master, let me tell you a piece of good news. After Lin Fei showed off for a while, the little demon delivered a piece of good news. Chapter 2284. Today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and there are coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support and appreciation. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was convinced of his defeat. The third step. There weren't many supreme experts in the entire sacred world. The Sacred Lord knew very well how hard the 1,000-star obsidian stone was. Even he could only leave a faint white mark on it. If he wanted to dig it out, he would need to transform his strength to the second step. Only then would he have the ability to dig it out. This is too scary. How can Tion be at the third step? He hasn't advanced to the giant level yet. This is ridiculous. Holy Lord Infinite Desolation was completely confused. At this moment, Lin Fei's mind was not on this, but on the little devil's words. What good news? It was definitely not a small matter for the little devil to say it was good news. Hee master, you sure are lucky. Just earlier, the system discovered a shocking piece of information through its in-depth analysis. The wall before us, or in other words, the 1,000-star obsidian rock, contains strands of origin energy. Its purity is even purer than in the saint's world, without any impurities. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The 1,000-star obsidian contains origin energy? After obtaining origin energy from the Mountain of God Emperor, Lin Fei paid more attention to it than anyone else. He had been constantly searching for more origin energy. This thing could not be compared to the mandate energy. Be it in power or other aspects, it was not on the same level. Lin Fei paid more attention to the origin energy than anyone else. Yes, it does contain origin energy. According to the system's analysis, this wild sacred mountain should be the main vein of the wild world back then. It can continuously produce origin energy to sustain the consumption of a huge world. Lin Fei was stunned that he had encountered such a good thing. After the little devil's explanation, Lin Fei tried to calm down. No one knew that there was even purer origin energy in the wild sacred mountain. It even analyzed a deep topic, which was the importance of the wild sacred mountain in the wild world back then. That's not to say, I can build an absorption point here? Currently, Lin Fei had quite a few places that could absorb origin energy. However, he lacked the quantity. As a result, normally, Lin Fei wouldn't dare to recklessly use the origin energy units. I can't go up for the time being. In this place, the origin energy doesn't flow. They're all hidden in these rocks. If Master wants to absorb them, you'll have to cut these materials and absorb them one by one. The little devil's words were like a bucket of cold water poured down, and Lin Fei's good mood was half gone. What a scam! Why isn't it circulating anymore? This kind of 1,000-star obsidian stone. It was incomparably tough. If an ordinary person wanted to mine it, they could only watch helplessly. Even Lin Fei himself would have to exhaust his origin energy to mine it. Lin Fei had a headache. This was truly an arduous and thankless task. They had clearly found a treasure bowl, but in the blink of an eye, the treasure bowl was sealed by someone else. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. Lin Fei gritted his teeth at the sight of these 1,000-star obsidian stones. Such a big piece of fat meat was right in front of him. There was nothing sadder than not having the strength to eat it. After putting this matter aside, Lin Fei learned some secrets and rumors about the ascetic cultivators from Tianhuang. These people lived near the wild sacred mountain and cultivated in seclusion all year round. Therefore, every ascetic cultivator was very powerful. The weakest was at the second step, unlike now, where a mere first step could control a small sacred world. Your Majesty, I even heard some secrets. I even received some secret information. Rumor has it that when the savage world was destroyed, those ascetics did not die. Instead, they chose to seal themselves in the savage sacred mountain. In other words, the savage sacred mountain that is connected to the 33 small sacred worlds. Tianhuang revealed a secret. Self-sealing. Lin Fei was shocked. This was definitely sensational news. Yes, they entered self-sealing and waited for a certain time to break out and continue the path of the ascetic cultivators. Once they appear, the entire sacred world will tremble. There was a trace of fear on Tianhuang's face. The reputation of the ascetic cultivators was terrifying in the past. I also heard that the big shots of the previous small sacred worlds seem to have a certain connection with the ascetic cultivators. I don't know if it's true or not. Tianhuang said, Your Majesty, you'd better be careful of those small sacred worlds. Each of the top 10 small sacred worlds was extremely powerful. Just the army of half-step giants that they controlled was a terrifying number. At the same time, there were also law enforcement teams formed by some giants. I'm curious about one thing. Since those small sacred worlds are so powerful, why don't they expand their forces and control more small sacred worlds? Lin Fei was very interested to know the answer to this question. For the time being, there was no explanation for this in the secret records. Your Majesty, you don't know? Tian Huang looked at Di Tian strangely. Lin Fei kicked Tian Huang. If I knew, I wouldn't need to ask you. Tian Huang laughed dryly, climbing up. Your Majesty, it's normal that you don't know about it. After all, apart from the supreme experts, no one else knows about it. Saying this, he subconsciously took a deep breath, his expression becoming incomparably solemn, completely different from before. We call them judgment, Tian Huang said seriously. Judgment? With Tian Huang's explanation, Lin Fei realized how terrifying this judgment was. It turned out that this judgment organization had a very mysterious origin. No one knew where they came from. Every time they appeared, there was no trace of them. Moreover, they were terrifyingly powerful. Rumor had it that when they first appeared, they sent out experts of the third step to suppress the Saint Lords of the 33 sacred worlds. Moreover, they killed experts of the first step in 3 moves. Everyone is willing to be suppressed by a force? Lin Fei asked. Tian Huang laughed bitterly. Who is willing to be suppressed? Later on, some people joined forces and tried to resist the judgment organization. However, they were suppressed by the judgment organization. They sent out a 5th step expert to suppress the power of the sacred world. They killed 5 experts of the 4th step and more than 20 experts of the 3rd step. The current situation of the sacred world is actually caused by them. Otherwise, do you think that I, a 1st step expert, could control a small sacred world? That's impossible. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. From the very beginning, he had felt that the power of the saints' world was not as great as he had imagined. Now that he heard it, it was indeed as he had guessed. It turned out that the judgment organization had suppressed it in the past, and even the 4th step experts had been killed. The judgment is mysterious and unfathomable. Their strength is also unimaginable. They control the 33 sacred worlds and never show themselves. Their only request is that they don't allow battles between the small sacred worlds. However, since 500 years ago, the people of the judgment organization seem to have disappeared overnight and never appeared again. 500 years is enough for those Saint Lords to have different ideas. Lin Fei seemed to understand. Perhaps, this is a test of the judgment organization. Chapter 2285. Here is today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Heaven Wasteland Domain, outside the wild sacred mountain. Old man Heaven Wasteland should be dead. It's been a month, he must be dead. There's no need for us to continue guarding. No one has ever been able to last a month in the wild sacred mountain. The terrifying demonic black wind is enough to kill Heaven Wasteland. Outside, the 3 experts all stood up. They had been monitoring the entrance of the wild sacred mountain for a month, and their divine senses had not stopped for a single day. They were completely relieved when they did not see any trace of the Holy Lord. They were somewhat regretful that they did not kill the Holy Lord personally. From now on, the Heaven Wasteland Palace would be removed from the small saint domain. The 3 believed that the Holy Lord would not be able to come out in a month's time, so there was no need to continue monitoring. After a simple discussion, the 3 set up simple monitoring methods and left. Yuming Zi was the first to return to the palace, in a good mood. Perhaps, those people will not exist in a month's time. Otherwise, they would have already come out to organize. However, we still have to wait. Mo Yuan was very interested in the Heaven Wasteland domain. Without the Holy Lord, the Heaven Wasteland domain would become ownerless, and anyone would be able to control this small saint domain. After the 3 left, Mo Yuan did not return, but directly contacted Mo Wu. Some time ago, he had secretly dispatched a batch of prefecture soldiers, with a tentative number of about 50,000 people, enough to control an area. Ancestor, Mo Yuan arrived, and Mo Wu came out to greet him. "How's the control of the territory?" Mo Wu was very excited. "In the first half of the month, we have controlled dozens of medium forces, and there are also 3 or 4 large forces that have come to our side. We have almost 1/5 of the territory." Mo Yuan was very satisfied. 1/5 of the territory was also a great improvement for the Gue Yuan sect. For the Gue Yuan sect, which had been injured, this was a very good opportunity to replenish their strength. Yuming Zi has already returned. In the next period of time, everyone will frantically expand their territory. They might even directly divide the Heaven Wasteland domain. You must always be vigilant, especially the 50,000 prefecture soldiers. Mo Yuan reminded. Mo Wu nodded. "I understand this. Anyway, in the Heaven Wasteland domain, except for the Netherworld Palace, there is nothing to fear." "Wrong, there's still the Zhong clan. They aren't pushovers either. It's said that they spend a huge sum of money to hire a group of mercenaries. There's roughly 50,000 of them. We have to be on guard against them." Mo Yuan said. Zhong clan. The battle for territory in the Heaven Wasteland domain soon began. The Netherworld Palace, the Gue Yuan sect, and the Zhong clan. The Curse Palace even sent people over to take control of an area, and the entire Heaven Wasteland domain was thrown into chaos. The death of the Sacred Lord of Infinite Wasteland had also spread like wildfire. The forces that had pledged their allegiance to the Heaven Wasteland Palace all panicked. Having lost their backer, they really did not have any means to resist against a pack of wolves. The final outcome was either being annexed or being removed from the list. While everyone was in a state of panic, the Zhong family, with lightning speed, devoured 7 or 8 major forces of Heaven Wasteland domain. His strength increased extremely quickly, and he possessed great influence. This was a huge blow to their heads. Curse Palace, Gue Yuan sect. Only then did the Netherworld Palace react. They immediately entered the fray, but sadly, the majority of the loot was taken by the Zhong clan, while the remaining 3 clans fought each other. My Heaven Wasteland Palace. Tian Huang once again returned to the chaotic Heaven Wasteland domain. His own Heaven Wasteland Palace had been completely wiped out, and the remaining forces had long been devoured by the major forces. The once illustrious Heaven Wasteland Palace had completely lost its meaning. This was not a small blow to Tian Huang. In just a month, 4 major forces had risen in Heaven Wasteland domain. Silence. Lin Fei coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. During this month, Lin Fei had not been idle. Other than continuously excavating the 1,000-star obsidian, he basically had no spare time. The only time he had was to contact the Sung Shengtian brothers and take the opportunity to annex several major forces. Tian Huang was now completely obedient. After a month of torture, he did not have the slightest temper. Lin Fei had become a nightmare in his mind, and was still a terrifying existence that could not be erased. Lin Fei quietly brought Tian Huang to the Zhong clan. "Your Majesty, you're here." The Song Shengtian brothers had been very excited recently. Until now, the high and mighty Heaven Wasteland Palace had finally disappeared. After the Zhong clan had annexed several major forces, their strength had greatly increased. If not for the fact that they did not have enough experts, the Zhong clan would have almost recovered to 1/3 of their former strength. "You guys have been doing a good job recently," Lin Fei praised. However, when the Song Shengtian brothers saw the Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland behind them, their expressions changed drastically, their veins bulged, and they took out their weapons. It seemed that as long as the order was given, they would kill the other party, even if they had to pay the price. They had very complicated feelings towards Di Tian. The hope of the rise of the Zhong clan rested on the other party. Lin Fei smiled and waved his hand. "Put down your weapons, now he's my man, you can rest assured." Song Shengtian and Zhong Shengshui both widened their eyes, their hearts filled with shock. That was a supreme expert who had taken the first step into the unrivaled realm, and now he had actually become His Majesty's man. "Your Majesty, this," Song Shengtian was unable to digest it for a while. "You were enemies before, from today onwards, you are all my people. I don't want you to have any conflicts with Heaven Wasteland." The Heaven Wasteland Palace has already been removed. Let the matters of the past go with the wind. Lin Fei's simple words suppressed the hatred between the three of them. He believed that they would not be able to see the meaning behind it. Your Majesty, don't worry, we will get along peacefully. Song Shengtian suppressed his emotions and made the right choice. After seeing how powerful Di Tian was, the Zhong clan did not have the slightest bit of strength to resist, even when they were at their peak. Tian Huang did not have a temper, and would not haggle with the Zhong clan brothers. Tian Huang, during this period of time, you will stay in the Zhong clan. Tian Huang nodded. Your Majesty, the Heaven Wasteland Palace has been removed. I am no longer Tian Huang. Yan Fei is my original name, while Tian Huang is a name that every palace lord must inherit. Lin Fei patted Yan Fei's shoulder. Not a bad name. After resting for a day or two, you can take action against the Netherworld Palace and Gui Yuan sect. During normal times, you will hide in the Zhong clan. A cold light flashed in Yan Fei's eyes. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely make the Gui Yuan sect and the Netherworld Palace regret taking action this time. I will chase them all out. When Lin Fei left the Zhong clan, he brought with him hundreds of corpses of half-step magnates and 8 magnates, all of whom were in the initial realm. On the third day after he left, Yan Fei, the former Holy Lord of Heaven Wasteland, a first-step expert, launched an attack on the Netherworld Palace on a windy night. Rumble! As an unparalleled first-step expert, if he really wanted to take revenge, it would definitely be a nightmare for everyone. Yan Fei killed his way in, and no one could stop him. Even if the magnates attacked, he would still suppress them with a wave of his hand. His Majesty said that as long as I kill a certain number of half-step magnates and magnates, he will teach me the complete incantation. This is a good opportunity for me to increase my strength. Half-step magnates kill. Chapter 2286. Today's update, and at the same time, poll votes for the Qidian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone had 8 votes, and there were coins for voting. I'm begging for everyone's support. It was a dark and windy night. Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord of Heaven Wasteland, launched a crazy revenge against the Netherworld Palace. He killed his way into the Netherworld Palace's sub-palace alone, showing the strength of a first-step expert. This was naturally one of Lin Fei's moves. He quickly helped the opponent recover his strength and heal all his injuries. The people of the Netherworld Palace were unlucky. Whether it was a half-step giant or a complete giant, every one of them was killed by Yan Fei on the spot, leaving behind a pair of unsatisfied eyes. In the end, Yumingzi was forced to show himself. The two fought fiercely and used all their skills. Half of the Netherworld Palace's sub-palace was turned into ruins. Yumingzi, that day, the three of you couldn't kill me even if you joined forces. Now you can't do it alone. Yan Fei recovered from his injuries and attacked with resentment. His attacks were more terrifying than ever. Yumingzi's Great Dao, the Netherworld River, could not display the advantage of the Great Dao and was forcibly suppressed. I regret not killing my way in. Yumingzi regretted. Without the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the opponent was alone. Moreover, he was a first-step expert, which made him even more difficult to deal with. Heaven Wasteland, your Heaven Wasteland Palace has been removed. You don't have the right to control Heaven Wasteland domain. If you don't want to die, leave Heaven Wasteland domain. Leave Heaven Wasteland domain. Don't even think about it. Yan Fei laughed. I have to correct one thing. Heaven Wasteland is no longer my name. Now my name is Yan Fei. The massacre tonight is my first revenge against the Netherworld Palace. From now on, this revenge will not stop. Yan Fei made a feint and left. Yumingzi could only stare. This bastard, why didn't he die in there? Yumingzi had a headache. He's obviously trying to kill himself. The next night, Yan Fei sneaked into the Gui Yuan sect's sub-palace again. He started a massacre and killed 2/3 of the forces, especially the half-step giant and giant-level experts. Mo Yuan of the Gui Yuan sect was furious. After that, the Curse Palace had also suffered some attacks, but their losses were far less than the Gui Yuan clan and the Nether Palace. Yan Fei's name had become the nightmare of the 3 clans. In less than 5 days, More than half of the people stationed here had disappeared. This was a great loss to the Netherworld Palace and the Guiyuan sect, especially the Guiyuan sect. Every time they lost a part of their forces, it would indirectly affect the strength of the Guiyuan sect. The three first-step experts gathered together once again to discuss how to deal with Yan Fei, the former Holy Master of Infinite Wasteland. He must kill the other party in Heaven Wasteland domain. Letting go of such a terrifying enemy was not a good thing. No one was willing to keep an eye on him at all times. It would be a lie if the three of them said they did not regret it. If it was possible, they really wanted to kill Yan Fei last time so that such a thing wouldn't have happened. Just as they were about to kill Yan Fei, he disappeared without a trace, as if he did not exist. After searching for more than 10 days, they still could not find any trace of him. This time, the three big shots were having a headache. If Yan Fei attacked openly, they would have a chance to kill him. However, the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. Enemies hidden in the dark were the most difficult to deal with, not to mention that the other party was a first-step expert. The encirclement against Yan Fei ended in vain. There was no trace of him at all. Half a month later, the encirclement failed. Under such circumstances, they could only personally oversee the situation. The situation in Heaven Wasteland domain was more or less within Lin Fei's expectations. Yan Fei has arranged for him to stay in Heaven Wasteland domain. He has directly restrained a part of the forces of the Guiyuan sect and the Netherworld Palace. If they do not retreat, the forces stationed here will be destroyed. This situation was very advantageous to Lin Fei. After returning, Lin Fei did not stay idle. A month of digging materials was not an easy task. Once he returned, he immediately refined the giant puppet. The half-step giant mercenaries were extremely busy. Lin Fei's forces were expanding very quickly. The number of nightmare mercenaries had reached more than 500,000. If news of this spread, it would definitely be a frightening force. It would not be difficult for them to exterminate the low-ranked small sacred worlds. At the very least, they would be able to greatly damage their vitality. The nightmare mercenaries went up. There were not many giant puppets for the time being. There were less than 200 of them, and most of them were at the early-stage giant realm. More than 200 giant puppets sent a part of their consciousness to control and command the nightmare mercenaries. Recently, there had been people coming to ask about the nightmare mercenaries every day. It was necessary to have a magnate puppet leading the team. Fortunately, Yan Fei was always around and could secretly bring back the corpses of half-step magnate and magnate masters, which could temporarily satisfy the demand. The entire sacred domain was paying attention to the Heaven Wasteland domain. Not long after, the big shots of the small saints domain secretly went to the Adventurer Guild of the Invincible Palace to discuss the nightmare mercenaries. Lin Fei did not reject any of them, but there was a limit to the number of mercenaries, so the price was naturally not cheap. The big shots were unhappy, but they did not want to offend this rising star. Just 100,000 nightmare mercenaries was enough to greatly injure them. The employment business of the nightmare mercenaries was booming. You hired 10,000, I hired 3,000. They were either to deal with enemy forces or to compete for resources. The fierce reputation of the nightmare mercenaries spread throughout the sacred domain. Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger at Ditian. This guy was shameless to the extreme. Whether they were enemies or not, he would not reject anyone, provided that they had energy points. The competition for resources in the small saints domain had also reached a fever pitch. Everyone was unhappy and wanted to use resources to exchange for resources, but in order to destroy enemy forces, paying resources was nothing. This kind of trade was too worthwhile. There were almost no small saints domains in the 33 sacred domains that were free. Either the force was destroyed, or another force was annexed. Ditian's name was no longer dispensable. The sealed world had also become a rising star outside the sacred domain, and it was an existence that could not be ignored. They finally retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain. A year later, Lin Fei listened to Yan Fei's report and finally smiled. The Guiyuan sect, the Netherworld Palace, and the Curse Palace of the Heaven Wasteland domain all retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain. In this year, they did not have an easy time. Yan Fei appeared and disappeared unpredictably, targeting them everywhere. Who knew how many experts he had killed? Every time he attacked, they bled. Was it easy to nurture a half-step giant? After the three forces retreated from the Heaven Wasteland domain, Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord of the Heaven Wasteland domain, announced to the public that he had decided to return the Heaven Wasteland domain to the Zhong family because of what happened to the Heaven Wasteland Palace. When the three forces heard the news, the Netherworld Palace and the other two forces almost vomited blood. When had a first-step expert ever said such a thing? But they had no reason to refute. Back then, the Zhong family controlled the Heaven Wasteland domain. Now that Yan Fei, the former Saint Lord, was returning it, it was reasonable. The Zhong family had really benefited. Chapter 2287. The commotion caused by Heaven Wasteland domain was huge. Although Heaven Wasteland domain was the weakest in the sacred domain, it was still a small sacred domain that once had an unparalleled first-step expert. Everyone could only mourn for the Guiyuan sect and the Netherworld Palace for a minute. Who asked them to be unlucky? When they were chasing after the previous Holy Lord, they did not manage to kill him. As a result, the Zhong family ended up benefiting from the fight. This matter made countless people blind. The Zhong family was King transported away. After the previous Saint Lord, Yan Fei, returned the Little Saint world to the Zhong clan, he completely vanished without a trace. On the other hand, the Gui origin sect and the Netherworld Palace were filled with trepidation. There was an enemy hiding in the darkness, and this enemy was even a supreme expert at the supreme realm. It was no different from a Dharma sword hanging above their heads. I can't accept this. Yumingzi sat in the palace, listening to the reports from his subordinates. Not long after, the Zhong family would hold a grand ceremony. This was something that every Holy Lord had to do. As the neighbor, the Netherworld Palace had to know about it. The Zhong family had specially sent an invitation. After returning from Heaven Wasteland domain, Yumingzi could not relax. The palace was heavily guarded against Yan Fei. He even secretly set up many traps, but Yan Fei did not fall for it. An enemy hiding in the dark gave Yumingzi a headache. Yumingzi was extremely unwilling to let the Zhong family take the position of the Holy Lord. If not for Yan Fei causing trouble, Heaven Wasteland domain would not have fallen into the eyes of others. It would have long become his. A Zhong family without an unparalleled expert was nothing. How could they control Heaven Wasteland domain? The Zhong family of the past might have some fear, but the current Zhong family could not withstand a single blow. Brother Yuming, how have you been? Just as Yumingzi was having a headache, a strange yet familiar voice sounded. A mysterious person came from outside the Netherworld Palace. A strange look flashed across Yumingzi's eyes. Then he laughed loudly. Your Highness, it will be the day of the ceremony in half a month's time. I'm afraid, Song Shengtian said worriedly. Ever since the Guiyuan sect and the Netherworld Palace retreated, the Zhong family naturally became the #1 force. After eliminating some stubborn forces, the entire Heaven Wasteland domain fell into the control of the Zhong family. But as the news of the Ascension ceremony spread out, all sorts of rumors began to circulate. Many of them were targeted at the Zhong clan. Wasn't this just saying that the Zhong clan didn't have a supreme expert guarding it? What qualifications did they have to control the Zhong clan? Could it be because of a single sentence from the previous Saint Lord? These rumors were naturally released by people with ulterior motives to attack the Zhong family. Under the huge public opinion, it was very disadvantageous to the Zhong family's control over the situation of Heaven Wasteland domain. During these days, Song Shengtian was both happy and worried. Every time, it was as if he was sitting on a carriage. In a short period of time, the Zhong family once again had hopes of controlling Heaven Wasteland domain. That was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Just a bunch of clowns. Lin Fei did not care. Since I pushed you to the position of Sacred Lord, Heaven Wasteland domain is my territory. Whoever dares to interfere, I will chop off their claws. With these words, Song Shengtian was completely relieved. In his eyes, since His Majesty was able to subdue the former Sacred Lord, his strength was unfathomable. Those clowns were really nothing. Now, you just need to do what you've been told. As for the remaining days, I'll be fine. As for the remaining days, I will help you solve it. The temptation of a little saint domain is still enough to make many people envious. As soon as Song Shengtian left, Lin Fei let out a light sigh. He had expected this situation from the beginning. It would be strange if they were not interested. Heaven Wasteland Domain. I am determined to take it. Lin Fei stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He had paid such a huge price, he would not allow anyone to share the fruits of victory. Now is the time to find a few helpers. There was only half a month left until the Ascension ceremony. On that day, Lin Fei believed that all the major forces of the sacred domain would come. Among them, there would naturally be some forces that were prepared to take the opportunity to launch an attack. Once he could not display his tyrannical strength to deter them, those people would definitely bare their fangs and attack Heaven Wasteland Domain. Yan Fei, come over. Your Majesty, it should be in this area. Yan Fei stood respectfully behind Lin Fei. They were now in a black swamp area. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Let me find it. This was a little saint domain in the sacred domain, called the Deadwater Domain. The Deadwater Domain was ranked 18th. The entire domain was filled with a deathly aura, which made people feel very uncomfortable. As soon as the system unfolded, the entire swamp was within the system's scanning range. In less than a moment, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The system had given him a result. At a location in the Deadwater Swamp, the system had captured a special aura. It's here. There was a loud rumble. Near a withered tree in the Deadwater Swamp, a tyrannical force blasted over. Fang Dingtian was sitting cross-legged in his cave residence, condensing traces of great Tao power, attempting to break through to the second step. There was a huge difference between the first and second step of an unparalleled expert. At the second step, all the power in one's body would be transformed into great Tao magic power. The second step of an unparalleled expert was actually a transformation of power, transforming all the energy into magic power, which was an even more powerful form of energy. This was the strength of a second step expert. Fang Dingtian was at the peak of the first step. He was just one step away, but it was a pity that this last step was not so easy to succeed. There was a loud rumble, and the entire cave residence was affected. Fang Dingtian opened his eyes. Lightning appeared and flickered up and down. He looked over with his huge divine sense and saw two people standing in the sky. His divine sense turned into a finger and struck the other party. You're courting death. Disturbing the cultivation of an unparalleled expert would result in a terrifying rage. Your opponent is me. Yan Fei threw a punch, smashing the other party's finger into pieces. Great Tao power rushed out, and an endless giant palm slammed into the other party's cave residence. There was a loud rumble, and the cave residence collapsed. Fang Dingtian rushed out. Who are you? Do you know that this is my territory? The other party was a first-step expert. Fang Dingtian's expression was extremely serious, and his eyes were locked onto the other party. As for the guy who was not a giant, he did not care at all. Fang Dingtian, loose ho, unparalleled first step. Yan Fei said. When Fang Dingtian heard this, he knew that the other party did not come with good intentions. The other party was only the first step, so there was nothing to worry about. I am Fang Dingtian. Yan Fei said. It's good that it is you. My master has taken a liking to you. Fang Dingtian was a loose ho, and it was not that there were no big forces that wanted to recruit him. However, he was not willing to join, and those big forces did not dare to do anything. After all, he was an unparalleled expert, and no one was willing to offend an unparalleled expert, even if it was just the first step. What a big tone. You want to recruit me? You are not qualified. Fang Dingtian laughed coldly. Scram. Yan Fei was furious. Reckless fool.